one of the most powerful men in the world just made a mistake. He found an extremely rare relic, and the mistake was finding it near Yu-Hyun. Yu-Hyun has a pretty simple rule. If he wants a relic, it's his. The fact that it's in your hand is just a small administrative error. So while this guy threatens Yu-Hyun with money, influence, and probably half of Korea, Yu-Hyun is worried about one thing: how much his new toy is worth. Because this madman didn't go back 15 years in time to make friends. He went back to get rich, to get revenge, and mainly to steal all the badass relics he saw other people get in his first life. A hero. Maybe in another manhwa. Here he puts himself first. But to understand why this kleptomaniac has enough knowledge to treat the most powerful men on the planet like NPCs, we need to go back to when he was still someone else's NPC, 15 years ago. At that time, mysterious tombs started appearing around the world. That's when Yu-Hyun got the archaeologist relic, an artifact that granted knowledge about tombs and other relics. Finally, he had gotten one of the best possible advantages. It just took until almost all the good relics already had an owner. Excellent timing. Even so, he became an expert and started getting extremely powerful relics. Too bad there was another small detail. None of them stayed with him. Yu-Hyun worked for Kwan Tai-jun. So Yu-Hyun would go into the tomb, he'd almost die, but he'd get the relic and Tai-jun would keep it. Is that what you call teamwork? Until Tai-jun realized he could save even more on company costs by eliminating the employees. He betrayed Yu-Hyun and his team inside a tomb. Yu-Hyun's companions were killed, and when he was also about to die, a relic started talking to him and just out of curiosity sent him 15 years into the past to see if he'd managed to become the king of tombs. Having this archaeologist power, Yu-Hyun looks at the date and immediately realizes the size of the screw-up the universe just made. Because now he knows which tombs will appear and where which relics are useless and things like that. In other words, everything he wants will be his this time. This time he's not giving relics to the charlatan. In fact, he's going to get revenge on him. He's going to take everything from the powerful and become the strongest, even if he has to eliminate everyone to do it. Upon opening his eyes after being sent to the past, he's shocked to have them back and stands up out of nowhere. He realizes he's completely fine and wonders what happened, because all his wounds are gone. Then when he looks to the side, he finds himself with several other people in an office. They stare at him and he realizes this is a police station. He asks what's going on. The man in front of him asks what he's mumbling about and says he's asking for his ID. Does he think they have all night? Seo sits there and the man asks for his name. MC wonders if the crow caused this. Maybe it was a dream or a hallucination. He doesn't know, but the cop gets mad and tells him to say his name. The officer says he's about to lose his mind and wants to finish this so he can go home. Another man says he already gave up. This year is going to be known as the one when nobody goes home, the awful 2025. When he hears him say it's 2025, he's even more shocked, because he's sure they shouldn't be in 2025. But then he notices the date really is January 1st, 2025 and wonders what's happening. Then he notices the guy next to him looks familiar. He remembers a drunk kid who picked a fight with him, which led to a brawl and got him sent to the police station. He can't believe it. He starts wondering if this is real. Did he really go back 15 years? Then he hears the crow's voice again saying it wants to see if he can really claim the king's throne this time. CA was stunned because if this is January 2025, then the world is still peaceful before the relics started appearing. There's still time before the divine rank relics show up too. And if that's true, then he can collect all of them in one sweep. His memories and knowledge are still intact, so he can start gathering relics before anyone else. That makes him happier than ever because now he can monopolize everything. After seeing the world go crazy over relic power, he thought nothing could surprise him anymore. But now he thinks this day may be full of shocks. First, he never believed a tomb could make even an experienced excavator like him shake with fear. Second, being sent on that mission was a trap set by that bastard Kwan Tai-jun. And finally, right after dying, he somehow returned 15 years to the past. He says he doesn't know how it happened, but this looks like the biggest chance of his life. He can take every relic before anyone else. But the woman next to him asks if he's even listening. She asks what's wrong with him, saying he's been totally distracted and ignored the police. Does he think this is a joke? After all, he hid her precious baby and her little boy is still in school. What if he traumatized them? Is the protagonist going to take responsibility? She says he can pay her right now or go to jail. Celio thinks she's unbelievably annoying and decides he has to deal with this first because even though it was 15 years ago, he still remembers it like yesterday. That kid was the one who started the fight. The kid kept pushing him, so he slapped him a few times. But it had to be a setup. The protagonist barely touched him and the brat dropped right away. In the end, he had to apologize and beg them to lower the amount they wanted. Then it hits him. Right now, MC has no money at all. His tools are gone and so is his archaic relic. With no income, how is he supposed to gather all the relics? He thought fate had finally handed him a chance, so this feels like a bad joke. Then the woman snaps, asking how he dares ignore her. She raises her hand to slap him, saying that when someone talks to him, he should listen. The kid and even the officer notice what she is about to do. Celio turns at once. He catches her wrist. That surprises even him. He wonders if keeping his old knowledge and experience sharpened his fighting instincts too. He takes it as a bonus and tells her to calm down. He points out that her son started the fight. When she acts offended, Celio says the truth is simple. Like mother, like son. The brat jumps up furious and rushes at him, demanding he repeat that. He says he was going to let the protagonist go, but the second he throws a punch, MC slips aside and grabs his arm. Then he slams the kid to the floor and pins him completely, while the boy screams. As the kid yells threats, he notices his body feels much lighter than before. He figures it is because he has not suffered the side effects of relic use yet. The officers shout at Celio to stop, asking what they think they are doing, causing a scene inside the station. Still holding firm, the protagonist says he has no money to give them, so they might as well throw him in jail. He does not care, and the woman is stunned by that. She asks if he has lost his mind. Why would he rather get a criminal record than settle with them? He says fine, do whatever he wants because he made a huge mistake. MC scoffs at the idea of a criminal record, saying that garbage will not matter. Once the relics appear, the world will turn into a lawless mess. Still for now he is the one being held. He admits it is good that he can fight better now, but that still is not enough. He needs money fast, if he wants to fund his digs. So what is he supposed to do? Then he catches a strange smell and pauses. What is that? Looking ahead he sees text with his name on it, floating in the air. Sado wonders if he is going crazy, and even taps his head, thinking he has finally lost it. But the words are real. His name is there along with the title, Tomb Raider, a filthy thief who cannot even use a shovel. He realizes relics are not the only things that can cause something like this. He immediately suspects the crow, so he starts yelling at it, asking if it is watching him right now and what the hell it did to him. Then more windows pop up in front of him. That shocks him even more. One says his basic tomb raiding skills are at 1 out of 4. Another shows spy rank F, which lets him inspect anything within 1 meter. He cannot help wondering if this is some kind of game skill window. Sergio curses the crow, furious that it ruined another one of his lives, and asks if it really thinks his life is just a game. Another window appears and he groans, asking what it wants now. It is a new quest. Recover the 4 basic tomb raiding skills. To become a complete tomb raider, he has to awaken all 4 sleeping abilities. First a skill window, now a quest window. One of the officers asks what his problem is, and tells him to please be quiet. The protagonist just nods. Inside he realizes he is the only one who can see the glowing status windows. That is interesting, because the skill window is telling the truth. Within a 1 meter range, he really can examine almost anything in detail. It is exactly like the ability from his archaic relic. Sebi wonders if all the powers he used have turned into this, and if the skills are only at 1 out of 4, maybe he can gain even more. If that is how it works, then he may not need to chase down his old archaic relic at all. That would be incredibly useful. Still, he cannot figure out what that crow relic is planning. Relics usually do not help people like this. Just then, someone arrives calling for MC Juhan Aun. Seiho is startled. The man gets him out and says that kid pulls this kind of stunt all the time. He adds that he never should have been the one locked up, and he will handle the whole mess, so there is no need to worry. He simply thanks his friend. This is Detective Kim Garing-ho, the older brother figure who looked after the protagonist when he was an orphan, and treated him like real family. The detective laughs and asks if the protagonist is actually thanking him for once. Guessing jail must have scared him. MC stares at him, thinking he forgot how young he looked 15 years ago. Then he says he wants to ask something. He asks the detective if there have been any reports of paranormal activity or supernatural powers. The man just blurts out, asking what kind of nonsense that is, and whether he is drunk. Then he jokes that his wife must be the one with supernatural powers, because she always finds his secret hiding spots. That tells Sev there are still no relic users yet. The detective tells him to go home and get some rest. Even if tombs have started appearing in different places, they have not caused any major trouble yet, because relic users still do not exist. In other words, this is the perfect time to move. With his skills, the protagonist has a real shot at reaching his goal. The only problem is money. The best early relics will show up somewhere in Europe or America. So how is he supposed to pay for a trip like that? Right then, someone calls out to see Shudulhonya, a group of 4 walks up, asking why he is wandering around instead of working. They do not look friendly, and they remind him that as the youngest, he should be the one working hardest. The moment AM sees them, he realizes he just found his source of income. One of them sneers, asking if he has no respect. If he sees these Zhongs, he should be bowing already. He instantly recognizes the bastard Park Kyung-tae. He used to be a street thief, and now he works as an art specialist with his older sister, Park Kyung-ju. Together they run an art gallery, and all they ever do is cause trouble. Back in school, Sev needed money fast, so he worked for them for a while. He thought it would be temporary, but those bastards never let him leave and kept him working until he was around 20. It is not like he was useless either. He did the same work as everyone else. The problem was respect. He got none. They kept him on a leash, threatening him like he was some animal. One blonde guy demands an answer, and says the protagonist needs a beating. But MC steps in. Without warning, he drives a punch straight into the guy's face. The hit sends him crashing to the ground near the others. Sok tells all of them to pass a message to their boss. He is done working for her. The brother blurts out, asking if he has gone insane. He says one more thing before he leaves. He wants his unpaid wages and compensation, and they can hand it over themselves. The 2 of them just stare at him, then burst out laughing. They mock him like he is out of his mind. One asks what he just said and charges at Sok with the punch. The protagonist dodges it cleanly. Then he smashes the guy right in the center of the face. The blow crushes the side of his nose. MC grabs his head and drives a knee into him. Now they all start screaming. They ask what happened to him and why he got so fast. One even blurts out that Seo used to be bad at fighting, but another cuts him off and tells them to shut up and attack together. He moves first, ramming an elbow into one of them, then kicking another right in the face, dropping everyone around him. The blonde guy struggles back up, asking how the hell Seo became like this. The protagonist almost enjoys it, telling them to keep panicking. This is what 15 years of fighting looks like. He asks if they are done yet, then says he almost feels sorry for them. The world is only going to get harsher from here. He is glad his body can still move like before, but this younger body is not strong enough to keep taking hits. He needs to end this fast. Kyung-tae starts whining that they took MC in and raised him like family, and this is how he repays them. Then he asks if he really has to kill him to make him wake up, but the blonde guy warns Kyung-tae to be careful with the knife. Kyung-tae says he does not care, but the blonde reminds him they are supposed to use that knife in a deal. So what if it gets damaged? He stares at the blade, caught off guard. He immediately realizes it is a relic, and wonders why that bastard has won. He figures that makes sense. Most relics create huge tombs to lure people in, but some hide inside human society instead. Either way, it'll be his soon enough, and Kyung-tae rushes in trying to kill him. The protagonist slips aside in an instant and grabs his wrist. Then he presses the knife to Kyung-tae's neck and says he's got guts for pointing that at him. Kyung-tae immediately begs him to wait. The other 2 are stunned. The protagonist tells them he'll take good care of it, while Kyung-tae panics over losing his knife. Then he tells them to watch and learn. This is how the knife is really used. The moment he draws out its power, his eyes start to glow. He finds it interesting. The relic lets him see how a person works on the inside, and then they all charge at him, but he vanishes before they can hit him, slipping through the middle of them. The 2 of them do not even see him pass, and only feel their bodies get cut. The protagonist says it looks like the relic also has a possession-type power, which is pretty useful. They are even more shocked because he disappeared and left them bleeding. He tells them to quit whining, since the cuts are not deep. But if they still refuse to hand over money, things are about to get ugly from now on. He orders them to give it up if they want to live, and they finally agree. Sometime later, Kyung-ju is yelling at them, asking what nonsense they just said. Jo hears on beat them up and even took the money, and she asks if they really think that sounds believable. She tells her brother none of this makes sense, and he says he does not understand it either. That bastard did not even know the basics of fighting yesterday, but now he is completely different. Even his eyes feel dangerous, completely thrown off. She asks how much they lost and he says all the money in the account is gone, along with the item for the deal. She snaps, asking if they are saying they lost the Buddha statue too. He explains that the protagonist said they did not have much money, and asked if they had anything else. Everyone told him that was all they had, but then the protagonist looked at him and warned that if he searched and found anything hidden, they would all die. The 3 of them were terrified. So Kyung-tae took him to the Buddha statue, and the protagonist asked what it was since it looked insanely expensive. Kyung-tae begged him not to take it, but the protagonist says if he is saying please, then it must be valuable, so he is taking it. He starts walking off with it, and Kyung-tae calls the protagonist back, begging him to take anything else. Now Kyung Tae orders him to get it back, but he hesitates, so she screams at him to recover the statue right now. After that they take it to an antique shop. The shopkeeper says the statue is probably not even worth 50,000 won, and might work better as decoration in his house. The protagonist says that cannot be right, but the man tells him to trust him. One look is enough to know nobody would buy it. That feels strange. Park Kyung-tae acted like it was worth millions, but in the end it is just junk. When he leaves he still feels like it should be valuable, and wonders if he guessed wrong because he does not have his relic mark with him. Then suddenly something comes out of the statue, and a status window appears right in front of the protagonist. It says the spying skill is active, and he detects a suspicious essence coming from the Buddha statue. He wonders if something is hidden inside it, then he gets it. Staring at the window, he realizes that had to be the reason. There is no way Park Hyung-tae would lose his mind over a 50,000 won statue, so he decides to see what is inside by smashing it open. Inside is some kind of liquid, and he wonders what it is. It looks like liquid drugs, the kind people drip onto cigarettes before smoking. He thinks that stuff usually sells for a crazy price, and starts wondering if those bastards are drug dealers too. Now that he thinks about it, they have a lot of artwork, so what if all of it has drugs hidden inside? So he calls the detective and asks if the reward for reporting drug trafficking is around 100 million won. Meanwhile, Kyung-ju is in deep trouble, telling the chairman that is not the issue. She swears the delay is not because the goods are unfinished. They are just staying alert for a while because they think someone is watching them, but he starts shouting at her. She says she understands, apologizes, and promises to contact him again soon. The second the call ends, she starts cursing him, saying he really planned to take all the money for himself and hoping he rots in hell. But when she turns around she sees those three arriving, and asks where they were. Did they get the statue back? Kyung-tae says they were exposed and they finished. She asks what is going on, and then the detective says they got a report that they are not just smuggling drugs but distributing them too. Kyung-tae fires back that her business only deals in artwork. They are ordinary people who follow the law. He asks why criminals always say the same thing when they are caught red-handed, adding that it is almost funny. Then he says they also have evidence. They know this is not everything, and they are probably more hidden in the warehouse. She realizes she has been cornered. They even know about the warehouse and Kyung-do. Still she thinks it is fine because every storage room has a different password. So she says she has no idea what he is talking about, and if they have no proof, he should stop making false accusations against innocent people. Just because they are police does not give them the right to interfere in other people's business. Then the detective checks his communicator and a report comes in. All 600 artworks found in the Hwangsong Art Gallery were inspected, and drugs were found inside every one of them. She tells them to wait, and asks if they opened every storage room. She says that is impossible, because every room has a different password. He says that is true, but they have their ways. It also helped that they had someone on the inside. Then another man speaks to Jo Hyun and says it looks like there is still one storage room unopened. The protagonist asks if he is serious, amazed they managed to open all those rooms. The protagonist says he just has a good memory. The man says that is true. His memory is exceptional, maybe one of his few real talents. That is why Park Kyung-ju wanted to use him. Back when he worked in that warehouse, he struggled at first because every room had a different password. At the time he did not think it was suspicious, but it got annoying, so he memorized all of them. He never thought that would come in handy. Now he thinks everything is going just as planned. He is also getting a cash reward, which means he finally has some money and can start collecting relics soon. Then a police officer tells them to look at this. There are even more drugs there and they realize those bastards were unbelievably greedy. They tell the protagonist he did a good job and he says he is happy to help. But can he ask for one favor? Meanwhile, Kyung-ju is still shouting that none of this makes sense and demanding to be released. While that is happening, the detective answers a call from the protagonist and asks what he wants. So he tells the boss lady to hold on for a second after speaking with the boy, saying his helper wants to talk to her. Then he speaks to Kyung-ju and says this is why she should have treated him better. If he works, she should have paid him on time. He recognizes the voice and realizes all of this was his doing. He tells her she really should have changed the passwords every 6 months or so. Either way, he tells her to enjoy her time in jail and she can barely believe it. She screams that she will kill him and asks if this is how he repays her. On the way home, the protagonist thinks that was pretty relaxing. Then he gets a message. It is from the detective, saying he did well and that he is proud of the kid. He will be getting around 100 million won as a reward soon. The detective tells him not to waste it on nonsense and to spend it wisely. The protagonist realizes the detective really is always looking out for him, but there is no need to worry anymore. He has his starting money now and he can finally begin searching for tombs. He plans to find the relics before that bastard Kwon Tai-jun, so he tells him to just wait. But when he notices something there, he asks where is his house. There is only a huge mound of dirt in front of him. The protagonist says the apartment he lived in has been completely swallowed by a giant tomb. A relic definitely created it, and everyone is asking what is happening. People panic, and even parents with babies are running through the chaos. The protagonist quietly slips away, thinking this is no surprise. It is normal for everyone to panic because relics and tombs hold massive power and always cause chaos. Then he remembers that around this time, his roommate called him and said the apartment had vanished, asking what he was going to do. Back then he had no idea what was happening, because he was still being worked like a slave by Park Kyung-ju. By the time he finished work and came home, everything had gone back to normal. If that is the case, then it means someone defeated this tomb before. That means whoever caused this has to be nearby and he can't let them win. That relic is his. Then he hears someone begging a guard not to shoot. Seo recognizes the voice right away. It's his roommate Dong Hyun. The soldier snaps at him to shut up, says this isn't a joke, and orders him to stop asking questions and go back. The protagonist walks over and kicks the soldier right in the face. The guy drops instantly. Dong Hyun is shocked, then blurts out that a soldier can't point a gun at a civilian like that. MC greets his friend, but Dong Hyun is confused, since they already saw each other earlier. MC just says he hasn't changed at all. As the soldier starts getting back up, he asks if he's had enough time to think. The man quickly apologizes and admits he lost his temper. The protagonist shrugs it off and tells him to explain what's going on. Why is the army here when this is usually the police's job? That makes him suspicious. Why send this many soldiers unless something is off? He asks if they're trying to get into the tomb, but the soldier says that's classified. MC refuses to let it go. He needs to know, especially if the government is now his competition. It makes him wonder if they already knew about the tombs. He tells the soldier to quit the nonsense. He lives here, so he has a right to know why the whole military is here with weapons. Seojo says the soldier clearly doesn't understand how bad this looks. Pointing a gun at a civilian is a huge mistake, and he can report him for it. So he tells him to stop making things worse and answer the question. The soldier finally says they plan to blow that thing open and dig out whatever is inside. He adds that no one is in danger because the area has been sealed off. Blow it open? He knows that won't work on a tomb like this. Still, the soldier insists they even brought in foreign experts, so everything should be fine. The moment Seo hears foreign experts, everything clicks. He thanks the soldier for the info, and says he feels much better now. Then he tells him to keep up the good work and heads out. Dong Hyun asks if he's done talking, and wants to know what the soldier said, but the protagonist tells him not to do anything and stay put. Then he leaves his roommate behind. Dong Hyun keeps calling out to MC, but he ignores him completely, making Dong Hyun think he's acting weird today. Seo starts circling the whole area. Meanwhile, behind the tomb, a woman watches the scene. She makes a call and asks if they're sure the Korean government still knows nothing about the tombs. She's Linda Walker, a CIA agent. The man on the phone says yes, he's sure, and asks why she keeps bringing it up. Linda says the number of soldiers here doesn't add up. He says they probably just want to help as much as they can. Then he warns her not to ask that in public. Some people here understand English. Next he asks for a status update, and Linda says the explosives will go off soon, and everything is on track. He tells her to stay focused until the end, investigate the tomb carefully, and recover the relic if possible. She simply agrees. Then someone walks up to her. It's Abe Kiyoshi from the Japanese excavation team. Linda is surprised to see him there, and Abe asks why that's so shocking. He says it makes more sense for him to be here than for her. Japan is nearby. America is far away. Then he takes a jab at her, saying they're still as devoted as ever to stealing missions. Linda clearly doesn't like that. She fires back that they're only recovering relics to hand over to the International Police Association. Their mission, she says, is to keep peace and study the relic safely. Abe laughs that off. If that rule is real, then his side should be allowed to keep relics too, as long as they promise to use them safely. Everyone knows they'd never allow that, and Linda asks why she should trust anything. He says, Abe says it doesn't matter, they're both after the same thing anyway, so this argument is pointless. Still, he promises the relic will end up in his hands. Linda says he sounds awfully sure of himself, and he says they'll see. While they talk, Cell watches from a distance, wondering what's going on. Then he realizes who they are, the CIA and the Japanese excavation team. Even though tombs had already started appearing around the world, relics and tombs were first treated like nothing more than strange signs. Back then, only a few countries started to grasp what relics were really for. The first two to figure it out were the United States and Japan. They began secret research on relics and stole the ones found in other countries. That only makes Cell more annoyed. He dares them to try and beat him to it, because that relic belongs to him. Still, he wonders why they're just standing around talking. There's no time to waste. Then he remembers, they said they were going to blow up the tomb. Are they waiting for that first? To him that proves they're amateurs. So the protagonist moves in first, and when he looks down he spots some writing on the ground. He knows this is it. These marks are rune glyphs. Relics are strange like that. They love announcing themselves and want to be noticed. It's like they think they're the main characters of a fantasy world. Then someone nearby asks what that thing next to CIO is. They say the room full of odd symbols looks creepy, almost like a ritual. MC explains that if you can read the glyphs they tell you where the tomb entrance is, what traps are inside, and almost everything else. Still, he says that's a trap on its own, because most people can't read the glyphs properly. He can. Then he says he found the entrance. Right then a crow window pops up in front of him. He gains the exceptional interpreter skill. He unlocks a title, and awakens a basic tomb raiding skill. Linguistics, rank F. It lets him understand, learn, and define any language, hear the voices of relics, speak with them and read rune glyphs better than anyone. CIO stares at it, confused, wondering what just happened. Then he decides this is actually great. He just wishes the window would get out of his face so he could see. Now he only needs 2 more skills to be complete. As he waves at the air in front of him, everyone around him probably thinks he's lost it. After that he heads to another spot. Near the river, he finds one more rune the relic left behind. He's surprised it's here. Then he says it's time to go in. He strikes that symbol and the tomb explodes open. A moment earlier when he cut that mark a notice had appeared before him. It warned him that a strong aura was rushing his way. That aura burst out of the ground right in front of CIO. Everyone nearby could see it, even from far away. Abe blurts out, asking what the hell that is. One of Linda's men runs over and says it looks like the tomb entrance just opened. They're all stunned that the entrance is inside that light. Abe immediately runs for it, leaving Linda behind. As he goes, he tells the soldiers to stay there. A second blast could happen and they need to keep civilians away. Linda calls him a huge liar. Abe argues that if those people interfere, his job gets harder and she should know that already. Then he asks why she's blaming everything on him. When they reach the spot, the only thing left is a hole. No sign of anyone else. Abe says it's too bright to see the bottom. So Linda picks up a rock and throws it in. They wait to hear it land and realize there's water down there. It sounds deep too. Abe decides that's enough and jumps in. Linda tells him to wait, but is already gone. Inside, CIO hears the noise getting closer and realizes they really are coming after him. As he moves ahead, he reads everything along the way and quickly figures out what to do. Then he decides to make things harder for them. It's time to trigger a trap. After jumping in, Abe realizes the water is salty. Linda mocks him for acting without thinking and calls that real intelligence. He gets annoyed, but then they hear a sound. Linda asks what that is and Abe notices something coming toward them. A massive surge of water rushes straight at them. They both freak out wondering what the hell it is and where all that water came from. Then the torrent sweeps them away. Meanwhile, CIO finally finds what he came here for. As he moves forward, he reaches a lake and says this is all he has so he'll have to use it. Then he throws a relic into the lake. The water stays calm for a moment until a huge white snake rises from it and speaks to Sue. It asks which poor soul dropped an item here. Then it demands an answer at once, saying it holds both a gold dagger and a silver dagger and asks which one is his. He says that's an easy question. Since this tomb's relic is called the golden and silver axes, it comes from a famous old tale, Aesop's fable, Mercury and the woodcutter. He knows that story is famous in other countries too, so even foreigners could clear this test without much trouble. Still, it's too late. The relic is his now, but the protagonist says neither one belongs to him. That answer shocks the snake. It asks if the one there is his instead. He says yes, that's the one there is his instead. He says yes, that's the one. If he answers like that, he should get his weapon back along with the gold and silver axes. But first he asks to inspect the dagger and make sure it's really his. The snake agrees, and when the protagonist reaches for the dagger, he suddenly attacks the snake instead. He slices part of its mouth open. The creature cries out, asking what he's doing and why he'd ruined the test when he was so close to finishing it. He tells it to shut up. He never trusted relics. Even if he passed, there was no reason to believe it would give him a normal reward. According to him, all relics are the same, and who's to say the reward wouldn't turn him into a psychotic killer? The snake is stunned, asking how a human could know that. The protagonist explains that the original owner of the gold and silver axes slowly became a serial killer, and this relic caused countless deaths. He already knows the snake planned to hand him a fake relic with a curse inside. Pretty ironic for a test that's supposed to be about honesty. Then he rushes the snake. Another strike lands, and the monster screams in pain. The protagonist says it's time to pay for its sins. The snake asks if he really thinks this will earn him the right to use it. He explains how relics usually work. After surviving a tomb full of traps, anyone who clears the relic's test gets rewarded with it. By overcoming those trials, the user gains all kinds of powers, because the relic and its owner are supposed to build a mutual bond. That's what people call the normal relationship between a human and a relic. But relics have always hated humans. Their real goal is to make them suffer, and after enough time together, the user slowly gets sick. That's why people with healing relics had huge power and influence, and it was also one reason Sion Kwon used him so badly. So he says he doesn't need this so-called mutual bond at all. The relic cries that it hurts, but he keeps stabbing it. Seo says he'll find out just how much that relic can take, because he's going to break it and force it to submit to him. As he keeps pressing his dominance over it, the relic starts to snap, and the protagonist explains that using relics takes a certain kind of talent. Without it, the relic affects you instead. Scholars divide those talents into three main groups. The first is socialization, the ability to build a good relationship with a relic. The second is domination, the power to make a relic obey through force of will. The third is compatibility, meaning a strong natural match between relic and user, like they were made for each other. For example, someone using a musical relic, most people try to raise their socialization talent the most. It's the easiest path and still gives them all the relic's benefits. But it's also cruel, because once relics start acting friendly with their owners, they release poisonous aura that slowly makes those owners sick. That's why this time he won't use socialization. As far as is concerned, that method is for fools. He'd rather force relics to obey him right away. The relic keeps screaming, and the protagonist warns that if it doesn't submit, he'll cut it to pieces. Does it really think he won't do it? It can't understand how he's doing this. It thought humans desired relics above all else. But then the relic really starts to break apart. Liquid pours out of it, until the protagonist finally gets the golden axe. Then he looks to the side, and the crow speaks to him. It says he survived a tomb, unlocked a title, and awakened a new skill, the basic Tomb Raider ability, Tomb Excavation, rank F. With that he gains another missing skill. He's surprised now he only needs to unlock one more, and he starts wondering what he has to do to get it. Then another notification appears. He earns the title Relic Abuser. It raises his domination talent, putting Relic Domination at A, Oppressor level, while his Relic Sensitivity drops to D, Coercive. He asks the crow how that counted as abuse, then shrugs it off. It doesn't matter if his socialization talent dropped. He never needed that anyway. Right then the Japanese group and Linda arrive. They say they found the lake, just like the prophecy said. The protagonist realizes those bastards got there much faster than he expected. So he calls the relic over, but Linda asks what he plans to do. He tosses one of the relics in, and she has no idea what he's doing. The protagonist thinks it's already too late, but decides to watch them a little longer. He has a feeling they'll keep getting in his way from now on, and he even wonders if he should just get rid of them now. Then he gets another notification. It's a standard rank C consumable relic, the Foundation Dagger, with 54 charges left. He notices it's already half used. That's when he realizes this was the crow's way of telling him to think carefully. Meanwhile, the Japanese man asks why nothing is happening, since the prophecy clearly said they only had to throw a relic into the lake. Linda asks about that prophecy. Does Japan have someone with a prophetic relic? He realizes he said too much, but brushes it off, saying that doesn't matter right now. Instead, he says someone must have come first and taken the relic. If that's true, then more people know about them now, and Linda agrees. There are marks on the ground, and a set of footprints too. Someone was definitely there. Then they hear something off to the side, and the Japanese man asks what that was, because the sound came from there. The protagonist threw a rock to draw their attention. He thinks the two of them are way too dumb, and wonders if they can survive a collapsing tomb. Then he orders the relic to close the tomb, and the whole place starts shaking. Everyone panics, asking what's going on. They start yelling to get out, and asking where the exit is, scrambling to save themselves while the protagonist calmly leaves through a manhole. He realizes the tomb's exit connected to the sewer. His clothes got a little dirty, but not enough to matter. By the time he returns to his apartment, the tomb is already gone. People were scared at first, but they all went back inside like normal. He goes over to his friend Kim Dong-hyun and asks why he's just standing there. Dong-hyun says, "So disappeared," and that giant thing vanished too. The protagonist just says that's good, and tells them to come inside because he's starving. The kid asks if it's really safe, and worries they'll get buried alive, but he says everything's fine. A Japanese man gets a call and is told there was another prophecy, one saying a Korean would take the relic before him. He snaps, asking why they didn't tell him sooner, and how they let such crucial information slip by, but the person on the phone says they only just found out. And as a user of the Future Guide relic, he should know how that is, so he asks if they failed to read kanji again, and he gets told yes. That only makes him more annoyed since they had a student working with them. He asks why they still couldn't read it, and the person on the other end says kids these days are a problem. Still, they promise to do everything they can to make sure today's incident never happens again, so he should stay focused and keep working hard. They also warn him to be careful, because the person who stole the relic doesn't seem ordinary at all, and the prophecy about him is deeply unsettling. That leaves the Japanese man shaken. Then the caller reveals it. The prophecy says this person will devour the world. Meanwhile, the protagonist is relaxing at his computer, checking the news. He says his language skill is insanely useful, since now he can search for information in all kinds of languages, but nothing helpful turns up. The world still hasn't fully learned about relics yet. He needs to figure out what Aquan is planning, but he can't find anything useful about TKBM. Then a friend walks in and asks if he really understands all that. The protagonist says, of course, then asks why. Does he want him to read it out loud? His friend says he's good. Still, the protagonist asks Dianad if he's heard anything in the news lately about TKBM, and Dianad says he doesn't remember anything like that, asking why. The protagonist says he just wanted a few details about the company's CEO, but Dianad finds that strange and asks why he wants to know. He asks if this is about work, but says he doesn't know anything useful. It's not like the CEO of a huge company would meet with someone from a small one. The protagonist says he quit, which leaves Dianad completely confused. Even he knows this whole thing feels weird. Then he tells him to wait. TKG's group owns an art gallery, so he can use them to dig up information on that bastard. The next day, back at the same agency the protagonist wrecked before, Loro says it's over and one of the other thugs asks what they're supposed to do now. If both bosses arrested, they can't keep the business going. They're basically jobless now, and Loro says he already knew that. Still, since all of this is Sidlo's fault, he refuses to let it slide. They have to pay him back. The other idiot agrees right away, calling him Big Brother and saying they can't forgive this. The bootlickers pile on, yelling that they need revenge for their older boss and his older sister too. So Seungwoo declares he's definitely going to avenge his bosses, but then something interrupts them, and everyone freezes. A phone is ringing. It's Seo himself, and that shocks them even more. They can't believe that bastard is calling, and the moment he picks up, the protagonist asks why it took him so long to answer. That sets him off and he starts cursing at the protagonist, calling him a bastard and a traitor, asking how he dared send his young and sister to jail. The protagonist cuts him off and tells him to shut up already. He asks if they're still running that business, saying he knows they haven't shut it down yet. Loro snaps back, asking what he wants. Because of him, their bosses got arrested, all their art pieces were seized, and the only thing left is to close shop. But Seo says if they're still on TV, that's perfect. He wants them to go to Midas, and they're stunned to hear that name. Midas is the biggest secret auction house in the world, located in Las Vegas. That place is famous for holding some of the greatest treasures on Earth, and MC knows Taejung once joined an auction there and got some powerful relics. In other words, if he has people working for him there, he can gather information on that bastard. So he tells them that within a month, they're going to Midas to find certain items and track someone down for him. The person they need to find is JK, also known as Jack Carmen. Seo explains that it's one of Taejung's fake names, and he uses it often. He warns them that if they can't find him, they'd better report that too, and if they feed him bad information, he'll kill every one of them. Loro asks if he's joking. How are they even supposed to get in there? They only ever had access because Nona had the skills and connections. He tells them to figure it out themselves. He says he knows a little about business, and since this counts as a deal, he'll pay based on how good their information is. That catches them off guard. Seo says it doesn't matter how much he pays, he'll never take orders from him. The others start shouting too, demanding to know where the protagonist is right now. Seo tells them that if they don't like the offer, fine, less money spent on his side. But no matter what, they're going to Midas, and if his last beating didn't make that clear, he'll come over and hit them again until they agree. That makes all of them panic and beg him to wait. MC says he'll explain the details later. For now they just need to stay ready. As he leaves home, he thinks that the matters involving Kwon and John are handled for now. so tonight he can go hunt more relics. Sometime later, while he's at a store, he hears a news report earlier that day, around 3 a.m. In Times Square, Yeongdongpo district, a woman in her 40s tried to set herself on fire. Witnesses say she failed, and Seo wonders if this incident is a sign that the next tomb is about to appear. Then again, maybe it has nothing to do with it. Just then, someone else storms over, yelling at him and asking if he's done yet. He complains that he has been standing there forever, and the aisle is too narrow to pass. The protagonist looks over and recognizes the Japanese guy, the same bastard from the Tomb of the Gold and Silver Axis. Right away, he gets it. If this guy is here, then the next tomb must be nearby. Last time, the Japanese had someone with a prophecy relic helping them. Seo tells him to lower his voice, saying he's way too loud. Does he think nobody can understand him? The Japanese man is surprised MC speaks his language, and asks if he's Japanese too. He apologizes for being rude and says he's had a terrible day. MC immediately thinks this language skill is insanely useful, so he pretends not to understand and apologizes, saying he only speaks Korean. The lie throws the Japanese man off. He asks if he is really Korean and why he tricked him. The protagonist says he started it, and the two quickly get annoyed with each other. The Japanese man demands to know if the protagonist has any idea who he is, but MC doesn't care. Japanese or not, that guy is carrying a relic, and he didn't even bother hiding its aura. Just what you'd expect from an amateur. He doesn't know what kind it is yet, but now he wants it. Meanwhile, the guy keeps shouting for him to come back, and he grabs the protagonist by the shoulder and says that when someone talks to him, the least he can do is listen. MC shakes up his soda can and splashes it right in the man's face, catching him completely off guard. The Japanese man asks what that was for and said he gives a fake apology, asking if he's okay. He does it with the most smug face possible, then says maybe someone must have shaken the can first. Who would do that? The guy gets furious, but while acting casual, he slips a hand inside the man's clothes and notices a bracelet relic and a small box. He figures stealing them now would be too obvious, so he lets it go, saying he doesn't have any money on him anyway, and those clothes don't look expensive either. Then said he tells him he dropped something and says he should be more careful with his identity. The man picks it up, trying to act cool, but inside he wonders if the protagonist figured out who he is. If people learn a member of the Japanese excavation team is here, things could get messy. Still, he tells himself it doesn't matter, since the protagonist is just a civilian, or so he thinks. Then he feels a tremor. Everyone starts asking what's going on. Another tomb is appearing. Said he realizes he was right all along. This is exactly the tomb that guy was waiting for. The Japanese man lights up and loudly says this is exactly what his prophecy predicted. He quickly calls someone, saying the tomb has started to appear, and the person on the other end says they understand, but there's something else he needs to hear. They just received another prophecy. The Korean who took the axe relic is right next to him. That leaves the Japanese man stunned. Then the caller adds that there's one more part that makes no sense at all. He needs to be careful with alcohol. That instantly makes him remember the beer from earlier, and he thinks, so that was the bastard from the other prophecy. Once he realizes the prophecy involving alcohol was about Sedu, he takes off running saying he has to find him first, and ordering the caller to keep explaining the prophecy. Meanwhile, MC is somewhere else, wondering why this tomb is so bloodthirsty. It feels completely different from the last one, which means the relic this time is probably seriously evil. Then the Japanese man catches up and shouts at him. He calmly glances back. The man tells him not to move, stay right there, or he'll shoot. He points a gun at Seo, who is surprised to see him again. Then the man orders him to open his backpack. He asks if the protagonist is still planning to ignore him. But before anything else happens, the area starts shaking, and MC gets a few notifications. One warning says a powerful aura is moving straight toward him. Then the ground starts splitting apart in a blinding flash, and the city tears open beneath Seo like a giant flashbang went off. Everything turns chaotic as blades burst from the ground. People scream, asking what just happened. He even hits his head, and he notices a bunch of civilians got dragged into this mess. The relic clearly pulled them in just to hurt them. This tomb is packed with broken weapons. Seo has been here before in his past life. This is the tomb of the Japanese katana relic, Muramasa. Muramasa was a famous Japanese swordsmith from the Muromachi period. He founded the Muramasa school, and the katanas made they were known as nearly perfect. But later, a terrible incident tied those blades to Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu. His grandfather, father, and brother were all killed by swords made by Muramasa. Because of that, Tokugawa ordered every Muramasa sword destroyed, and rumors spread that they were cursed katanas. The The protagonist realizes that's the kind of relic he's dealing with now. This thing definitely holds deep hatred for humans. Its murderous aura starts affecting his body, damaging his skin, and he knows he needs some kind of protection. Seo feels his skin being sliced open and realizes it's already started, so he has to seal this tomb fast. But then the Japanese man shows up again and keeps nagging him, saying he told him not to move. He orders MC to open his backpack and empty his pockets too. The protest sees how stubborn this guy is and says this is basically a mugging, so why should he listen? The Japanese man asks if he has any last words and warns him to stop messing around unless he wants to get shot. The protest tells him to go ahead and fire. That catches the man off guard, and the protest says he really shouldn't because it won't work. The Japanese man snaps back, asking if he thinks this is a joke. He warns that he'll regret this, and says if the protest still doesn't get it, he'll just shoot him in the leg. But the second he pulls the trigger, the gun blows up in his hand. He screams in pain, and the protest calmly reminds him that he warned him. Inside a tomb, modern weapons don't work. Relics never make things easy for humans in their own territory. The Japanese man is shocked and asks how he knows that, then starts thinking this must be the one who took the gold and silver axes. The proto confirms it and grabs him by the collar. He says that relic belongs to him now, so the whining needs to stop. The man panics and tells him to let go. Instead, the proto says he's in the way and tells him to get lost. Then he throws him aside. He lands right in the middle of the mud zombies and starts screaming, asking what the hell they are. The proto tells him to stay still, adding that this trap is going to be annoying enough already. Then he walks off, leaving the furious man behind. As the monsters grab onto him, he yells that he's going to kill that kid. Then he turns to the others nearby and says everything's under control, so nobody needs to panic. Surely one of them can speak Japanese. One person says he knows a little, and the Japanese man immediately asks for help, but another person hesitates, pointing out that he has a gun and asking what if he's dangerous. The one trying to help says that still doesn't mean they can just leave him there. The Japanese man keeps begging for help. He tells them to trust him because he's with the Japanese excavation group and was even trained to handle situations like this. He promises he'll do anything they want if they get him out safely. Meanwhile, the proto keeps moving ahead. He says he's going to check the relic that guy had on him. When he slammed him down earlier, he also checked his pockets. He surprised the idiot picked a fight without knowing anything about tombs. What he finds is a string bracelet and a small box holding a rice cake. He realizes this relic comes from the Korean tale of the siblings who became the sun and the moon. In this story, a tiger killed their mother to get more rice cakes. Then it went after the children too, but a rope came down from the sky and saved them. The relic's rank isn't great, but it's still useful, so he decides to keep it for now. Then he gets the title, Poor Thief, and unlocks a new skill, the basic tomb raiding skill, Nimble Fingers, rank Feth. He's surprised to get it, because now he has all 4 basic skills. Nimble Fingers lets him learn how to properly use an item just by touching it, and with consumable relics, it slows down how fast they get used up. It also boosts his relic repair skill a little and raises his chances of stealing relics from other people. He's shocked to have all of that now. He stares at the stats in disbelief. Then he notices there's a reward too and realizes that damned crow. It really is treating him like some game character. Still, he decides he doesn't care. If the crow wants to play games, fine, he'll just take the reward. But then he hears a distant cry for help and wonders what's going on. He realizes it's coming from down below, and when he looks over, he sees a bunch of people trapped there and quickly understands it's another trap. Down there everyone is yelling for someone to stop her and begging the girl to calm down. But he soon realizes she isn't listening, and the proto figures out she's possessed. Anyone who touches that knife will be possessed too. The more people the knife takes over, the harder it becomes for everyone else to escape. In the end, they'll all die. That's the real trick behind this trap, and the more people die down there, the larger the bridge grows. It's a sacrifice trap. He asks who told them to go down there, wondering if it was that same Japanese guy from earlier. They say yes. They sang some weird song, the trap vanished, and after they pulled him out, this started happening. He even said they all had to die so they couldn't reveal some secret, which makes the proto furious. He figures the user of the prophetic relic must have ordered him to do it. The proto heads down, and the others warn him to be careful because the walls are lined with swords. But the proto cuts through all of them with his dagger. The girl turns toward him right away, and everyone sees she's coming after him. The proto says he'll use that relic and orders the rope to rise up and bind the girl. The rope wraps around her completely. He drops to the ground, helpless, and the proto thinks that worked out pretty well. He tells her to stay still because he's taking that. The knife asks who he is, then decides it doesn't matter and orders him to kill every human there. The Proto asks how a tiny relic like that dares to tell him what to do, leaving it stunned. He sees it's only a rank C relic and says that's nothing special. So where does all that attitude come from? Calling it useless. He asks where the boss relic of this tomb is, and tosses it aside. The girl begs to be untied, but then the rope starts calling to her in a creepy voice, asking her to come play. The Proto realizes that Relic is a complete maniac. He says relics always do whatever they want when you leave them alone, and orders it to come back. Then he tells everyone to follow him because he's getting them out and says they can trust him. He's not a bad person, and he really does lead them out of there. Meanwhile, the Japanese man is shouting that he's a genius because he got rid of all those useless people and found Miramasa's chamber. Now all he has to do is recover the sword and get rid of that annoying Korean. He rants that the bastard stole his Hylie too, and swears he'll make him suffer. But after grabbing sword after sword, he realizes every single one is fake and starts asking where Miramasa is. Then all the people show up and spot the Japanese man, demanding to know how he dared try to kill them as they rush him. He asks how they got out, but nobody cares, and they start beating him badly, knocking him down, kicking and stomping on him. The Proto says he's honestly pathetic. The Japanese man realizes this must be his doing. The Proto says of course it is. Who else would it be? Then he mocks him for getting there first and still failing to find Hylie, saying he has to be an idiot. After that he asks his golden axe to locate Hylie. The sword reveals itself among the others. Hylie was buried right under his feet. The Japanese man can barely believe that beat-up sword is Miramasa. When the Proto pulls it out, he explains that it only shows its true form once activated. Then it speaks, saying people are trying to control it again and calling the Proto a foolish human, saying its body is weak and damaged. If he wants to use its power, he must offer 10 sacrifices. It needs human blood to restore itself. If he can't provide that, then he'll be buried there with everyone else. The Japanese man is stunned that something is speaking to the Proto. Everyone else is shocked too. If Hylie means what it says, then 10 of them have to die. But the Proto knows weapon relics are always like this. He asks if this is a test, and she says yes, demanding that he kill 10 humans in her name. The Proto refuses. Instead, he grabs Hylie with all his strength, making it scream. He asks why he would do that when he can just force it into submission. Hylie cries out that it hurts and demands he stop. The Proto says he isn't the one being tested here. He Ali is. If it won't submit, he'll break it into pieces, and the whole tomb starts shaking as he orders Miramasa to obey him. But it still refuses, asking how a mere human dares treat it like this. Then after a huge blast of wind, the Proto finally takes control of the area. With that, the tomb is cleared. He tells everyone to climb the rope and says they'll get out safely if they do. Everyone thanks him. But then the Proto tells the Japanese man not to even think about blending into the crowd. He knows the guy plans to get rid of these people once they're outside. The man quickly denies it and begs to be let out alive. He says that if the Proto lets him go, he'll recommend him in his country. He could work for their Japanese excavation group and make 10 billion won. They also have the prophetic relic guide of the future, and he could even use it to make life much easier. Then he asks what the Proto thinks. Sergius 1 says that's actually pretty funny. As far as he knows, the future guide only works for its original owner, so he asks how he's supposed to use it. The Japanese man says a group can help people use that relic, and promises they'll support him. The protagonist says that does sound tempting. He tells the man to use the rope too, but he'll be the last one out. Hearing that, the Japanese man thinks his plan worked, just what he expected from a fool like him. The promise of 10 billion yen was enough to sway him. He even apologizes for what happened earlier, saying the protagonist clearly has some sense and someone that's skilled would be welcomed anywhere. The protagonist says they can talk more about the deal later. First he wants details on the Japanese group tied to the prophetic relic. If they can't be trusted, he wants no part of it. The Japanese man tells him not to worry. It's the famous TKBM group that makes the protagonist pause in surprise. Then a small smile spreads across his face. He asks if that's really true. The next second he stomps hard on the Japanese man's chest and sends him crashing back down. The fall snaps one of the man's legs. The protagonist thanks him for the information, saying he must have been so desperate to live that he handed over something this important. Then he asks who would ever want to work for trash like him. The Japanese man begs him to wait, asking if he's really going to kill someone so coldly. But the protagonist leaves him there as the whole place caves in. Good, he'll kill when he has to, instead of freezing up. After that the protagonist gets out of the tomb and heads to a bathroom. Once he's inside he keeps hearing that relic's voice non-stop. It quickly gets on his nerves. He snaps at them to shut up and demands to know who started it. Then he asks if Miramasa was the one who picked the fight, and before it can finish talking, he tells it to be quiet, and drops it into the toilet. He tells it to enjoy the toilet water, and Muramasa starts cursing him out. Meanwhile, the protagonist realizes that Mess left him with a huge wound on his arm. This is what happens when he forces domination. Normally, to claim a relic, you're supposed to pass its test. Since he skipped that and forced control instead, he took damage, and the stronger the relic, the harder it fights back. If he keeps doing this, his body won't last much longer. Still, he knows he has no better option. If he doesn't dominate these relics, sooner or later they'll betray him, and he gets a notice from the crow. It says he escaped the tomb, unlocked the basic tomb raiding skills, and will now receive the reward for clearing that quest. The reward is a choice between two paths, the path of domination or the path of socialization. That catches him off guard. It's asking which route he plans to rely on more, and he wonders why he even has to choose. Like this is some kind of test, but one injured arm won't stop him. He decides on the path of domination. With that choice, he receives the quest reward. Then he complains that he didn't get anything. He wonders where the reward box is. If this thing wants to act like a game, it should do it right. He notices a silver pill. The status window makes it clear it's a relic in pill form. It says it's some kind of consumable, so he wonders if he should swallow it. In the end, he figures he doesn't have much to lose. If it kills him, then maybe that was just his fate. So he tosses it back. Then he calls Muramasa over again and says it's fine. They're going home. He admits the sword is filthy now, and he regrets throwing it into the toilet, especially since he has to grab it again, not his smartest move. Then he notices something: the pill is already working. He drops Muramasa onto the floor and realizes the wounds on his arm are healing. It's a healing relic. That makes it an incredible find since healing relics are extremely rare and valuable. Then the system sends another message. It says he endured the relic's poisonous effects, recovered successfully, and discovered the skill tolerance and immunity. He realizes it's the first time he's ever seen a skill like that. Then he starts thinking it might be a unique skill made just for him. Meanwhile, the news reports that a major earthquake struck Yeongdongpo in Seoul, and an unidentified structure appeared at the site. About 50 people were trapped inside that mysterious structure, and they reported deadly traps there, including a wall full of swords. One witness also says someone inside tried to hurt them. The Korean government has contacted Japan and is waiting for a response. At the same time, China and Russia are also demanding answers and telling Japan to take responsibility. But the people watching that report switch off the TV and ask the leader of the Japanese excavation group what the hell they've done. Now the media is talking about tombs and relics, and on top of that, they've brought huge shame to their country. They say his subordinate caused a massive scandal and still died, and that death alone isn't enough for someone like him. The excavation group's leader keeps bowing and apologizing. He says an unexpected problem came up. The prophesied Korean appeared. This man is Mori Hiroyuki, leader of the Japanese excavation group. One of them reminds him that he claimed he would handle the prophesied Korean, and Mori says they tried, but too many things got in the way. He adds that this time is different. They can use the future guide to track him down, but someone points out that the user of the future relic needs physical contact first before locating a target. Mori says they can do that now because Abe was marked by the future guide relic. Since he made contact with that Korean, even if the link is incomplete, they can now track him. Researchers who aren't original users of the future guide are still trying to find ways to use it, and TKBM has been pouring time and money into that work. So they tell him they'll give him one more chance, and he thanks them over and over, promising they'll do everything they can to get rid of that Korean. Back with the protagonist, he realizes he gained tolerance. If it really applies to relic poison, that would be amazing. Every relic user suffers from that. In his past life, healing relics became one of the most important things in the world. So if this tolerance works against relic poison, then it's definitely a skill meant only for him, and it all came from that crow relic. He asks what the crow is planning, and whether it gets something out of giving him an advantage like this. He tells it to answer and jokes that if it's so smart, it should use those glowing status windows to talk to him. But no answer comes. The crow stays completely silent. There's a call from Seungwoo. He asks how his subordinate is doing. Though being called that annoys him a little, he lets it slide. Seungwoo says he checked the participant list for that auction, and the protagonist asks what he found. There are 3 people using the name JK, so the protagonist says he'll have to go in person to figure out which one it is. Seungwoo is surprised he's actually coming. But then the system warns him that he's been marked by an S-rank relic, and that his future is being read right now. That shocks him. The future guide is reading his future, and the thought really irritates him. Then Seungwoo speaks to Seoju Hyun, and he says yes, he's heading over, just not yet. First he needs to stop somewhere and take care of something. He then thinks about Prince Shitoku's future guide. Prince Shotoku was a ruler and politician during Japan's Asuka period, and the future guide was said to be a prophetic sutra written by him. Even though there's no proof the object truly existed, old books briefly mention this legendary item. From what he knows, that relic was one of the first to enter human society, and instead of creating a tomb, it chose its owner on its own. It fell right in front of a girl. She stared at it in surprise and asked what it was, saying it looked kind of dirty. That girl was Sasaki Yuka, the person chosen by the future guide relic to be its owner. From then on, the future guide followed her wherever she went. Even after she shredded it, burned it, or threw it away, the future guide always reappeared in front of her, which terrified Sasaki. Before long, the Japanese government learned about Sasaki's future guide and asked her to use it to help the Japanese excavation group. Because of that, her family's money troubles disappeared, and they started living with all kinds of benefits. With the future guide's help, the Japanese excavation group collected many relics. At first it looked like things were going well for Sasaki, but it didn't last. She dropped out of school to focus fully on reading the future guide, yet she couldn't understand the harder kanji when they appeared, so she couldn't use its power properly. Then over time another prophetic relic user appeared and surpassed her, which eventually led to her downfall. He says he was going to leave him alone since he would die soon anyway, but once the guide dared to track him down, everything changed, and since they're tied to that bastard Syoko on too, he can't ignore them anymore. He's going to ruin their plans as much as he can. Meanwhile, they're talking to Sasaki. They try calling for her, but she ignores them, busy watching her idol show and saying Nakamura Susuke isn't just handsome, he can sing too. Then her father comes in and says it's time to read the guide of the future. She complains, saying the best part is about to start, but her father reminds her this is already the 4th time she's watched it. She fires back that it doesn't matter, she loves it. He apologizes, and then a woman greets Sasaki. Sasaki sits at the table grumbling that she always has to read and figure out these hard messages. He tells her that if there's any kanji she can't understand, she should write it down as best she can and hand it over. The girl agrees. Then she suddenly screams. Everyone asks what happened, and she panics. The book clearly says she's going to die this time. It plainly says she'll be killed. She can't make sense of it and asks what's going on. Then she says it's because of that Korean, adding that Abyssal died because of him too. Her mother tells her to calm down and check if there are any other prophecies. She reminds her that she can see the future, and asks her to pull herself together and look again. Her father agrees. If that man is coming to kill her, there should be more prophecies about it. That helps convince her she really can see the future, and she says they're right. She refuses to lose to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist lands at Haneda Airport. All the Japanese authorities already know. They say the target is a Korean relic user, and someone suggests surrounding him at the airport, but they reject that idea. They decide to keep watching him through the guide of the future. They thought the guide might not track him well, but now they say that's fine, as long as it keeps following his presence. One of the soldiers says this is their chance to solve the problem once and for all, and they're about to make the first move. Meanwhile, the protagonist goes to grab some sushi and says he was right. Sushi made by a real sushi chef is amazing. Still, he keeps wondering when those bastards are finally going to attack him. He's been threatening her non-stop, so they're bound to show up. He figures the guide of the future definitely told Sasaki Yuka about the curse she's writing for her, and that must have caught the relic's attention, and since the guide's mark on him wasn't complete, he made sure to move slowly too. So the Japanese soldiers should already be nearby. Sure enough, one of them is watching through the window, and tells the other to stay quiet. The chef apologizes to him, and asks Sasaki if she's ready. She says no, and asks for a little more time, wondering if this even makes sense. She says that man is trying to kill her, so why should she go in? The chef tells her she only needs to make eye contact with him. Once that happens, her mark will be complete, and then they'll know everything about him. Besides, that bastard doesn't even know what she looks like, so she'll be fine. She starts to think that's true. The man adds that if things get dangerous, they'll make sure she comes back out, and tells her to go in. She finally agrees and says she has to do it now. After all, those men told her that the power to predict anything is the strongest ability there is. That means she has the advantage. He doesn't know who she is either. So when she walks in, the protagonist just gives a small smile, and she's stunned by how handsome he is, saying he's even better looking than Nakamura Sosuke. She wonders if those men are really trying to kill someone like him, thinking that would be such a waste. The protagonist simply thanks her, clearly realizing that she's the user of the future relic. He thinks it's impressive that she came to meet him herself, and gets ready to draw his katana. As he reaches for it, everyone watching the recordings notices and shouts that he's pulling a weapon. They order the others to rush in because Sasaki-chan is in danger, and he wonders what she's doing. Why didn't she leave right after making eye contact? What is she thinking? But before they can get inside, the girl steps out. The protagonist is surprised she suddenly got up, and then she asks if she can be his fan. Sappei Wayona is completely confused. The girl says he must actually be some kind of celebrity, Then he wonders why she closed the door while the people outside notice she's talking to him. Maybe she's trying to get information out of him, they say, though others ask if they are really sure about that. The protagonist asks what exactly she just said, and she says she only wants to talk for a bit, and she worries he might not understand her and asks for a second. She grabs a phone and says she fell for him. She adds that she can see the future and asks if he has a girlfriend. The protagonist asks what the hell she's talking about. After thinking for a moment, he starts to get what she's trying to say, but still wonders what is wrong with her. How can she act like this in a situation like this? Then he decides it doesn't matter, because this is a good chance, and he shows her something. The girl gets all excited. Outside, the others wonder if they can hear anything. But then something suddenly bursts out from inside, smashing everything. It's the protagonist's rope, and they all shout, asking what the hell that was. The table gets thrown aside and they start noticing a rope snaking around and tying all of them up. Then the protagonist walks out with the girl and says he knew they'd try something like this. So he set up his rope ahead of time. He tells the girl not to worry about them. He only tied them up so they wouldn't bother him. In any case, they're leaving together and she actually follows him. Yeah, being handsome really does open doors. A little earlier, while the girl was sitting beside him, the protagonist had typed a message on his phone asking if she wanted to go out with him, and she was shocked that he knew Japanese. He says he knows a little, then asks if she really came there alone. He says she probably came with a whole Japanese army, and she admits that's true. He tells her those people don't like him, so they probably won't let her go with him. He adds that they seem like a pain, and says he wouldn't be surprised if they made her do annoying stuff every day too. She agrees right away, so he says fine. They'll run off together and leave them behind, telling her to stay close. Then he pats her on the head and she gets even more flustered, thinking maybe he isn't so scary. After all, as the protagonist leaves, everyone stays tied up while he pulls the girl along. She asks if he really is the person trying to kill her. Honestly, she'd be so easy to kidnap, even while following him. She thinks that since she made eye contact she can read his future whenever she wants, so she still has the advantage. He thinks they should be far enough away by now, while she starts worrying because she left her guide of the future at home. She tells herself it's fine since she's with him, but then the protagonist presses his katana to her neck. He orders her not to make a sound and to hand over her phone. Then he tells her she's a good girl. Right after that he completely smashes the phone. She asks what he's doing and he tells her to be quiet, saying he's just getting rid of anything they could use to track her. He says it would be a pain if the Japanese Defense Force came after them. Then he asks if she really thinks he doesn't know who she is, saying she's the user of the guide of the future. She panics, wondering what to do now that he already knows. He's actually way scarier than she thought. Then he really does take her to a restaurant. Once they get there, he simply orders her something to drink. When the door closes, she looks totally lost and tries to get the guy to save her. But the protagonist is already tying her hands. She says he's gone way too far, calling him a disgusting liar and saying she can't believe he faked a date. He asks what she means. They're spending time together in the cafe's couple's room. So if this isn't a date, what is? Then the girl asks what he's going to do with her, and whether he really plans to kill her like the prophecy said. He says he did plan to kill her before. If she had come a little closer, he was thinking of cutting her throat with the Muramasa, but since she's even dumber than he expected, here they are. He tells her to get out her guide of the future and write down everything it shows. She hesitates, then says she left her guide of the future at home, but he asks if she thinks he doesn't know that tattoo only appeared after she started using the guide of the future. He orders her to touch the tattoo and call the guide of the future there, saying she can summon it, and that he can't believe she doesn't know something so basic. So she calls the guide of the future and is shocked when it really appears. The protagonist tells her it better write as much as it can because if she leaves out even one line he'll kill her. Then he tells the girl to begin, tense and shaking. He writes everything down and when she finishes the protagonist just keeps staring at her. Then he tells her not to even think about resting. He asks why she's slowing down and she says her hand hurts. Then she asks how much more he wants. He tells her he wants as much as possible. She says she'll hand over the future guide if he unties her. He doesn't fall for it and orders her to keep writing. If he just wanted the future guide he could have stolen it already. He didn't because it's an S rank relic. That rank is near the top. D, C, B, A, S, 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 and maybe even higher. He knows that trying to force control over a relic that's strong would bring a huge backlash. Even trying to control Muramasa, which ranks below the future guide, left heavy damage on his body. If he tried taking the future guide now, it wouldn't just be his arm getting wrecked. On top of that, he doesn't have any healing relic with him, so he just keeps watching her. Then some government agents come in, but the owner stops them, saying they're upsetting the customers. The men brush her off and tell her to stand back, because this will be over fast. They start checking for another exit and order everyone to search every room. That's when the protagonist realizes they've finally arrived. He asks the girl how much she's written, and she says she's almost done with the first notebook. He says that's enough. She asks if that means he'll let her go, but he says there's one more thing. He puts the notebook in front of her, and she panics, begging him not to do it. She promises to write even more of the prophecy, and asks if sparing her would be better. He asks if she really thinks she's that valuable, and tells her to forget it. Then he says she's got it all wrong. She thought she was the one using the relic, but really the relic has been using her, and this is probably her only way to survive. Then he raises the sword, and the girl starts shaking, but instead of hitting her, he slashes the relic. She stares at him and asks what he's doing. She keeps trembling. Then the girl passes out right there. At the same time, the protagonist earns the title, Destroyer of Evil Relics. The new title boosts his domination trait, lowers his social trait, improves his relic detection, and raises his spying skill to E rank. Since he destroyed a higher rank relic, he also becomes aware of what happened. He looks at all the system windows and asks why there are so many this time, but while he's focused on that, the army storms in saying they finally found him. They demand to know what happened. They also ask what happened to the future guide. He wonders why they are acting so shocked. It was only destroyed. That answer makes them furious. Even the soldier's commander loses it. He orders them to kill the protagonist. As the Japanese troops move in, he just looks surprised. Then he laughs it off like it's a joke, and tells them to go ahead if they really think they can do it. The soldiers are thrown off and ask what he means. He tells them they can have this, and tosses something into the air, stunning everyone. It's a delicious homemade mochi. He says it belonged to Abe, and now he's giving it back to them. Then he adds that he heard this thing taste like death and vanishes. The Japanese troops grab it and realize that Bastard is gone. One of them wonders what he was planning, but when he looks at the mochi, he suddenly asks what that smell is. One man reaches for it, and another tries to snatch it from his hand. He yells at those idiots to stop, saying the mochi is his. Then someone demands to know where their manners went and says he has a weapon too. The whole place turns into chaos. Meanwhile, the protagonist is already on a plane, getting out of there. He says there's no escape relic better than delicious homemade mochi. It confuses enemies and teleports the user instantly. Anyway, now he wants to read what the future guide said. He explains that the group backing the future guide relic in Japan was TKBM. Because of that, there's a chance Sasaki made contact with Seiyu Kuon. If so, the prophecy may include something about Seiyu. As he reads, he's shocked. He found what he wanted. In 1 month, he's supposed to go to the underworld of the land consumed by greed, and there the omen tied to the world's greatest calamity will begin. He thinks about that underworld ruled by greed and says he's sure it means the House of Elon. Mido's is where Seiyu Mu and the others went to gather info on Seiyu Kuon. Since he said there were 3 people with the initials JK, it has to be one of them, and the prophecy seems to back that up. As for the last part, the omen tied to the world's greatest calamity must mean the Great Catastrophe. He explains that the Great Catastrophe was the event that showed just how much power relics have over the world. After that, everyone learned about the tombs and relic discoveries exploded. But from what he remembers, the Great Catastrophe wasn't supposed to happen this soon. The next line also says that the god who understands his greed will ask for his help. That makes him think a divine rank relic may appear at the auction house, and Kuon used that relic to become the powerful figure he later turned into. If that's true, he's absolutely going to steal it from him. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Japanese Excavation Research Group, they report that even though Sasaki woke up, she's still very weak. As for the future guide, it appears to be completely destroyed. They also report that while all this was happening, Captain Mori and his men started shooting at each other, got hurt and are now out of action. The officer says exactly that. Another man asks if any of this even makes sense. He demands to know if they think this is some kind of joke. Others tell the chairman to calm down, but he asks how he's supposed to do that in a mess like this. Then a woman in the room says it's been confirmed that the future guide was destroyed and the Japanese Defense Force also took heavy damage. The person on the other end of the call sounds upset, then asks if she's saying one person did all of this. She says yes. He asks who the lunatic was. He asks what they should do now. The woman wonders if they should go after revenge for their losses, but Kuon says there's no need. She brings up how much money they poured into the Future Guide research project, and now it's all gone. Kuon says that's true, but tells her to think a little. If someone could destroy the Future Guide, that means they have serious power. Wouldn't it be better to recruit someone like that to their side? She pushes back, saying that person destroyed an incredibly valuable prophetic relic, without any hesitation. What if they do the same to the relics owned by the company? Then she asks what they'll do if that person damages the chairman's relics too. But the man says that won't be a problem if they offer a huge amount of money. In his view, money solves everything, They just need to keep watching. Meanwhile, in the United States and Las Vegas, the protagonist is relaxing with a glass of orange juice. He asks why they're so late. Then Sidio Angulo finally shows up. He starts speaking to Seo Kuon, but the protagonist cuts in and says they're 30 minutes late. The boy explains that crazy guy wouldn't let them in. The man says this is Lilio Maido's house, and only auction participants are allowed inside. If they aren't participants, they need to leave. Seo Angulo points at him and says that idiot keeps pulling the stunt. The guard warns that if they keep acting like this, he'll remove them by force. The boy snaps back, asking what crap is talking, and telling him to speak Korean. The protagonist points out how ridiculous that sounds. They're in the United States and is still demanding Korean. The boy instantly gets awkward. Then the protagonist says those three are his guests and he'll take responsibility for them. The guard apologizes and says it seems he made a major mistake. The protagonist lets it slide, saying the confusion makes sense given their total lack of style. Hugo is shocked that he can speak English, but the protagonist says that doesn't matter. He tells them to sit down and report what they found, so they hand over the files on the three people with the initials JK, and he notes that they actually did the research. Looks like these three are useful after all. Then someone asks if he found the person he was looking for, and he says yes. He's sure this person is Siyu Kwan's fake identity. If that bastard is here, then a very valuable relic must be in this auction house, and he plans to check it out first. There's even a real chance a divine rank relic could show up there. But then the boy asks why he's reading the auction catalog. Only multi-billionaires come here, and if he tries to place a serious bid, he'll have to sell his own body to pay for it. But then the protagonist notices there's no divine rank relic listed, and wonders what the prophecy meant. Then he spots Hammurabi's code and Shakespeare's pen, plus a few more items he wants. The boy is completely lost. Shocked, he asks if the protagonist is really going to join the auction. He says yes, exactly that. The boy asks if he's joking. They're talking about the Maido's auction house. Starting bids they're usually around 10 to 20 billion won, and they only came to make contacts. They never planned to buy anything. Then the protagonist asks if he's saying he doesn't have the money to buy it. He walks off and leaves them behind. The protagonist asks if he forgot this is the city of gambling, where money can make anything happen. The guy is confused and asks if he really plans to win money by betting, thinking that bastard really is crazy. As they watch the protagonist play, people around them start wondering how long those numbers will keep climbing. He still has more than 10 rounds left, so the total could go even higher. One can barely believe it, and asks if the slot machines can really pay that much. The reply is that if he does not cash out now, it will just keep piling up. What makes it even crazier is that he has already won millions of dollars from every slot machine he touched. They cannot understand how he keeps doing it. The protagonist grabs a $1 million voucher and tells them they are leaving. He tells them to stop staring and follow him so he can cash it out. They ask Joe Rai on how much that even is, saying he has gone way too far and wondering if they might get killed over this. Then someone walks up to the protagonist and tells him to stop right there. The man asks if they can search him, saying they have never seen anyone hit this many jackpots. The protagonist says that is fine. He adds that they will not find anything anyway. The man checks and realizes he is right, but then asks what that thing is in the protagonist's hand. He says it is just a souvenir he bought, and adds that it has a nice golden color. The man accepts that it looks like an ordinary souvenir, but the protagonist knows that is only what it looks like. In truth, that pocket knife is the golden axe relic in disguise. The axe is annoyed and asks why it has to stay in such an embarrassing form, and how long this will last. The protagonist reminds it that changing a relic's shape is a key skill for a user. The golden axe can detect valuable items and money, which lets him know in advance which machines will hit a jackpot. It can also tell which machines will pay more. It is a very useful relic. The man apologizes and says he must just be incredibly lucky. The guards realize he really did not cheat, and call it insane, wondering what his secret is. The staff starts checking the slot machines too, but they have never seen anything like this before. The protagonist says that just means they need to move to another casino, telling them to stop being amazed by everything. Then Seon-woo calls out and begs him to share the secret. Instead, the protagonist heads to Gwich'in to turn everything he won into cash. She is shocked by the amount and says they will need to escort him to the VIP area, asking him to wait. He refuses and tells them to just hand over the money. Everyone is stunned because they have never seen that much cash before. Seon-woo wonders if this is enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, saying they are basically millionaires now. But the protagonist says they have the wrong idea. This money is not for them. They know that, but even so, the amount is still ridiculous. Then he asks Jo Hyun if he really still has to join the auction, wondering if it would not be better to take all that money and go home. The protagonist says no. The other guy argues that this money is enough to buy anything he wants for the rest of his life. So why keep going? The protagonist says his goal is to get the relics from the auction house, and if he wants to face Kwon, he will need even more money. He tells them to finish eating because he is going back for another round at the casino. They are shocked that he plans to do it again. The axe says he can smell money and asks when the protagonist will return it to its real form. Then it decides it does not matter. It will just enjoy the casino's desperate stink from all their losses a little longer. The protagonist tells it to stop acting crazy and hurry up and find the next jackpot machines. The axe says fine. Then a status window appears. The protagonist has entered a place the relic likes a lot. His bond with relics increases, and his peeping skill levels up too. He thinks casinos are great for making money, but there is one problem. Just like battlefields, casinos are places where humans feel despair and pain. He says places where people suffer are sacred to relics, and he hates doing anything that pleases those cursed things. He decides to get the money fast and leave, but then someone calls out to Juhyun and tells him to wait. They ask what is in his backpack and why it is acting like that. When he opens the bag, the protagonist is shocked to see the silver axe inside. He explains that while the golden axe finds wealth, the silver axe can locate and mark enemies who threaten its master. He wonders why that bastard is reacting now. Then people nearby start shouting as two men almost get into a fight, each calling the other a cheater. Security tells them to stop and warns that smashing the machines is dangerous. Seungwoo asks what is going on, but he does not look back and misses a man nearly aiming at his head. That man rushes past him straight at the protagonist and demands his money. The moment the protagonist glances over, he slams the guy to the floor. Judging by the clothes, he figures the attacker is one of the casino's croupiers. He asks if the man is insane and what he thinks he is doing attacking a customer like that, as no tomb should be appearing here. He wonders why this is even happening. Then he looks back and sees a woman approaching. A stunning blonde draws everyone's attention. The protagonist is alarmed the second he sees her and tells them to grab their stuff because they are leaving. Seungwoo asks why, and the protagonist says he never expected to find that woman here. He knows things will turn into a mess, so they need to stay away from her. She is Irene Holton, the youngest daughter of the wealthy Irene Holton family, but that is not all there is to her. Divine rank relics are the strongest of all, and the users who have them stand above every other relic user. Because of that, those users earn titles like gods, god of fate, god of conquest, god of wealth, and they hold absolute power in the age of relics. Among them, Irene Holton had a terrifying relic and her title was the goddess of failure. Anything near her would be hit with extreme bad luck. Some people lost all their money and went bankrupt. Companies shut down. She even triggered a global financial crisis. That is why avoiding her at all costs is the smart move. But while the protagonist tries to get away, the girl sticks close and chases after him, calling for him to wait. He pretends not to hear and keeps moving, while she keeps asking him to wait for her. But as soon as he tries to leave, he touches the door and the system reacts, throwing notification after notification at him. He senses a dangerous aura from the door. His relics are about to take critical damage, and a warning says their allowed usage count will be drained much faster. That is when he realizes things are really going bad. As Irene gets even closer, she asks him to hear her out, touches him, and stains him with that packed-in bad luck. Semia starts to realize he is trapped by the girl. She begs him to listen to what she has to say, and while she keeps touching him, the relic's influence hits him. The system says he is being bound by a harmful aura. Because of it, his relics are taking damage, his stats are dropping, their usage limits are being consumed, and his luck is being overridden by a dangerous presence. Anything he tries that depends on luck will fail, and his performance starts to drop. He tells her to let go and slaps her hand away. She apologizes, saying she got too excited to see him and crossed the line. One of the goons asks why he is acting like this, and Loro says how would he know. He says he looks like he just saw a ghost or something. Then one of them suddenly says he remembers. He knows who this woman is. She is Irene Holton. He is sure of it. They are shocked that it is that rich American from the Irene Holton family, and say he is right because they remember seeing her face online before. He then asks if the protagonist is the one who hit all those jackpots in the casino, saying she has been looking for him everywhere. If he is willing, could he tell her how he pulled it off? The protagonist wonders why one of the richest people in the world would care about his jackpots, and thinks that is suspicious, so he says she must have the wrong person, and they all take off. Loro asks if the protagonist has any idea who that woman is. That is Irene Holton, and she came all this way just for him, so he is really going to turn her down. He tells him to listen, stop, talk to her, calm things down, and not throw away a chance like this. The protagonist gets fed up with those idiots. One of them tries to go speak with her, but all three collapse just from being near her, hit with stomach pain and other symptoms. The protagonist simply tells them to get moving already, and once they finally get away from that walking disaster of bad luck, the protagonist tells them to listen carefully and stay as far away from that woman as possible. Loro asks what he means. He says that once they recover, they need to find a place and guard the money bags. When they ask where he is going, he says he is heading to the auction house and will call them to bring the money after he is done. He wanted to win a little more, but he can't risk losing anything else before the auction. As he heads there, he thinks there should be no reason for that woman to come after him. But then some people nearby stop him and say that entrance is only for top-level VIPs. Commoners like him shouldn't be using it. The protagonist recognizes Yang Su-woo, Su Kuon's right-hand man. He looks much younger than before, but that face is unmistakable. If that bastard is here, then it means Kuon is here too, and right on cue, he shows up. Kuon walks over and asks the chairman if they may enter. The protagonist is stunned to see him. At last, they've met again. He remembers the moment he was about to die, glaring at that snake as it moved in to bite him, swearing he'd rip out its guts and Kuon's too. He had vowed that even as a ghost, he would chase Kuon Taijun to the ends of the earth and kill him. Now, Kuon Taijun walks right past the protagonist, ignoring him completely. Clearly, he still doesn't recognize him. That only makes the protagonist more certain. This time, he'll take every relic Kuon tries to win at the auction. This time, he wins. Then he notices a huge commotion behind him. People are asking why their stocks are crashing, why they're losing money, and why their phones suddenly stopped working. The protagonist turns, shocked to see that woman again. She actually followed him here. As he tries to leave, she calls for him to stop. He asks how she even found him in the middle of all these people. She just keeps begging him to listen. She says she has no other option and that she's desperate. While trying to get away, he slams straight into a door. She asks if he's okay, saying he hit it pretty hard, and that just makes him even more annoyed. He snaps back, asking if he looks okay, and tells her to stop following him because all of this is happening because of her. She says that's exactly the problem. That answer leaves him staring, wondering what kind of response that was. Then she looks back and admits she doesn't know if he'll believe her, but it seems like she brings bad luck to everyone around her. That's why she wants luck as strong as his. She believes it's the only way to make the people around her happy again. He remembers who she is, the goddess of failure, the one who ruined countless people financially, and caused disasters in many countries. So why is she acting like this? Is she faking it? She grabs his hand again and asks what she should do to become as lucky as he is. She says she's willing to do anything and begs him to help. If it's money, she says, he can name any amount. The system floods him with alerts. Debuff after debuff stacks up until it says that, because he was exposed to the harmful aura of a divine rank relic, his tolerance is activated and is rapidly increasing. He realizes this is the ability he got from that silver pill. Back then, he had only heard it existed. Now it's finally triggered, and it happened because of that relic's attack. At that point, he thinks everything is fine. He says he was just thinking, and she quickly apologizes, saying her request was too sudden. But if what just happened is real, then he has no reason to avoid her anymore. On top of that, staying near her will keep raising his tolerance. She could even help during the auction by ruining the other bidder's chances. He'd be solving two problems at once. Then he thinks about Seo Ku Wong, who is yelling at his subordinate in frustration, shouting about a rabbit over and over. The protagonist realizes he's under the relic's effect too, before he would have left this place right away. That means he still doesn't know about the goddess of failure, so the protagonist decides the enemy of his enemy is his friend, and he can make very good use of this woman. He tells her that her offer doesn't sound bad, and she lights up immediately. Still, he warns her that gaining luck isn't easy. She says she understands that very well. Even though he wants to explain the deal in more detail, he has to get to the auction soon, so he asks if she'd like to go with him, adding that he'd understand if she didn't want to since the entry ticket is expensive. She says that's perfectly fine. To her, the fee means nothing. He already knew she'd come. An entry price like that is basically pocket change for her. Thinking about Irene, he starts to wonder what she'll become. Annalise welcomes everyone and announces the start of the 74th auction. Then he introduces the first item, while the protagonist notices the room feels strangely empty. After Irene Holton came in with him, the number of bidders was cut in half within 3 minutes. Most left to deal with sudden disasters in their lives. Even Seo Ku on stayed despite his factory in China being on fire. That means there's something here he absolutely wants. The girl says the item seems to be a Russian royal wine aged for over 100 years and asks if he won't bid. He says the items he wants won't show up until the middle or end of the auction. She nods and he keeps watching her from the corner of his eye. This is Irene Holton, the goddess of failure. Yet she's completely different from how he remembers her. It doesn't look like she's acting either. The strangest part is that she came to him first and admitted she thinks she causes bad luck to everyone around her. What stands out most is that she seems to know nothing about relics. He starts to think a relic may have attached itself to her without her realizing it. If that's true, then the original goddess of bad luck was actually a kind person. A relic clung to her, ruined her life with constant misfortune, and slowly changed her personality too. That explanation feels possible. Then she calls out to him again and says she wants him to know she's truly grateful for what he's doing. He asks what she's thanking him for. She says just listening to her and believing her already means a lot, and it feels good to finally have someone she can talk to about this. The protagonist tells her it's not a big deal, but then another alert appears. Because her mood improved, the relic's aura is getting stronger and its power is rising fast. She asks what he means by not a big deal and says this makes her incredibly happy. That burst of happiness sends a huge wave of bad luck through everyone there and even triggers an earthquake. Seriously, someone make this girl cry, awful thing to say, but she absolutely cannot be happy. The system reports that the relic's aura has exploded across a 1-kilometer area. Severe bad luck is surrounding him, and the relics he carries are taking critical damage. All of them start crying out to the protagonist, saying they're being torn apart and demanding that he do something. He can't believe it. The happier she gets, the stronger her relic becomes. What kind of insane relic is this? His tolerance is rising quickly, but if this keeps up, his relics will break, so he tells her not to get her hopes up too much. If they can't agree on a deal, he'll feel bad. She then points out that they haven't even discussed what each of them will do for the other. He adds that even if her luck does increase, how can she be so sure that will stop the bad luck she spreads to people around her? She admits he's right, and says that doesn't guarantee anything. As her mood drops, the relic's power returns to normal, and the protagonist finally relaxes a little. Meanwhile, the auction host says there seems to have been a small tremor, but everything is under control now. The current bid is $770,000, and he asks for another offer. One man raises it to $1 million, and another demands to know what he's trying to pull. The first man says that if he doesn't like it he can bid higher, then he'll raise it again. He's furious, and asks if he's trying to mess with him. The protagonist sees right away that they're not thinking clearly because of the relic's aura. Then it hits him. He can use this relic to knock out the rest of the bidders. Seeing how down she looks, he tells her not to be sad. It's still possible that increasing her luck could solve the problem of bringing bad luck to others. He says they should get down to business. Since she wanted to know how to raise her luck, he'll tell her how. That instantly cheers the girl up. The protag can tell things are going his way. He admits he said exactly what Irene Holton wanted to hear, so she'd stay happy, tricking her into thinking all her problems could be fixed. The moment her mood soared, her relic's aura got even stronger. Everyone at the auction lost their minds and started bidding on anything they saw, wasting huge amounts on useless expensive items. He's glad the plan worked, because they blew all their money in the first half of the auction. He got nearly every relic he wanted in the second half. There were still a few relics he had to give up to Seo Kuan. That was because the relic's aura didn't affect him, probably because his domination trait is absurdly high, and he's a total bastard. Still, the protag knew more about relics than he did. The relics he let Seo Kuan take weren't very useful. Then he writes down things like the Hammer Ruby Code, Shakespeare's pen, and Marie Antoinette's necklace, while noting that the divine rank relic from the prophecy still hasn't appeared. The auction is almost over too, which makes that even stranger. The girl asks if he's still going through with their deal, or just stalling for time, and he apologizes. He says it's time to get serious. Since the auction is nearly over, they should move somewhere quieter, settle the last details and finish the deal. But then Rossi addresses the room and announces the surprise event of the night, the final item. He says the mysterious almond sprout has been drawing a lot of attention lately, and the protag is shocked, so is Seoken. Then it's revealed to be Qin Shi Huang's plant elixir. The elixir starts talking, complaining that they're raising it wrong, telling them to stop feeding it fake sunlight and put it under the real sun. The protag realizes it's a divine rank relic and a regeneration and healing type too. He knows he has to get it no matter what. But Seoken raises his hand at the same time, and the protag realizes that Bastard knows how valuable it is too. The protag explains that Qin Shi Huang was a powerful ruler of the Qin dynasty. Rumors said the elixir of life had been found, so the emperor sent servants all over the world to find it first. After years of searching, the item they found was this almond sprout, and before he died, That relic already belonged to Seoken. Back then, his body had been ruined by the deadly auras of relics, so he was forced to rely on the fruit this plant made just to stay alive. Instead of being properly paid, he was only given the fruit, which meant he had to do whatever Seokwan wanted. In short, that relic was the chain Seokwan used to keep him under control. The protag gets furious, realizing this is the place where Seokwan first got it. This time he swears he'll steal it. If that relic ends up in that bastard's hands again, his current life will turn into a repeat of his past. Meanwhile, House is pleased to see it caught everyone's attention. He says that makes sense, since the fruit from this tree is famous for restoring virility in an amazing way. The protag is stunned, and Seokwan actually takes a step back. Now the prota is annoyed, wondering what that ignorant fool means by restoring virility. It's embarrassing enough that the girl is already looking at him strangely. Then the opening bid starts at $200,000. The prota raises it to $300, and the price quickly jumps to $400, then $500,000. He keeps bidding, but then he's caught off guard when other people start joining in too. Then Seokwan goes crazy and offers $10 million, which puts the prota under real pressure. It's like he's asking whether the prota still won't give up. The prota wonders if Seokwan knows it's a divine rank recovery relic. Maybe he doesn't know everything about it, but one thing is clear, when it comes to money, the prota can't beat him. So he turns to the girl and says they need to start their deal now. He promises to find a way to solve her problem, but in return she has to get that tree for him. That way both of them get what they need. He asks if she's in. She says it sounds good to her. When it comes to money, she's not losing. The guy really went straight for a sugar mommy without shame. Meanwhile, the bids keep exploding until they hit 50 million. Drew says they've already reached that amount, and asks if anyone wants to go higher. Then Seokwan offers 100 million. The whole room is shocked, and the prota sees that the old man has pushed the price past any range he can match. Anything over 100 million was out of budget, so the relic was basically lost to him from the start. Rossi asks if anyone can beat that. Then the small pale girl stands up and offers $150 million. The prota thinks this is the perfect time for the switch, and Seokwan can't believe it. He raises it to 160 million. The girl smiles and answers with 200 million. He's horrified because she hadn't bid once before, so why start now? One of his subordinates says they should back off. He demands to know what he means, and the man explains that if he's not mistaken, that woman is Irene Holton, the youngest daughter of the wealthy Irene Holton family. Their amount of money is basically beyond measure. That makes him furious, and he curses them out. Still he bids 220 million, saying he can't back down after coming this far. The girl answers with 300 million, and the prota enjoys every second of it. They beat Seokwan by double the price, and in the end, the elixir goes to Irene for around $500 million. That's an insane amount of money. After all that, the prota leaves with her. He says 500 million is still a huge price even for her, but she brushes it off and says money isn't something she has to worry much about. He's surprised, though he figures that makes sense. Then she asks how he plans to share his luck with her. She wonders if he's going to give her some lucky charm, like a rabbit's foot or something like that. But the prota says he doesn't actually have anything to give her, and she's shocked. She asks if he tricked her, but he says no, and tells her to hear him out to the end. Her problem can't be solved by gaining more things. The only way to fix it is by taking one little thing away from her. That surprises her, and he explains that all she has to do is give him an object she owns. That's the key. The only way to solve her problem is to get rid of the bad luck relic she has, and if she does, he'll be the one who gets it, which benefits him even more. He's sure she must have noticed some strange object that always stays with her wherever she goes. If she gives him that, her problem should be solved. He thinks about it and says she doesn't believe she has anything like that. He says that's impossible, and tells her to try throwing away everything she has with her. Now one of those items must be the cause. She says she already tried that before, but none of them ever came back to her, which strikes him as strange. So he asks about tattoos, whether any marks suddenly appeared on her body one day. The girl remembers something, and the prota realizes she does have one. He explains that relics are usually split into two big groups: disposable relics and possession relics. Tattoos that appear on a user's body are possession relics. That's why Sasaki Yuka had a tattoo on her arm too. He says that when someone forms a bond with the guide of the future, a possession relic, a tattoo appears as proof that they became its master. Anyone can use disposable relics, but they have a built-in usage limit. Possession relics are different. They have no usage limit, but only their masters can use them. He adds that most of the powerful relics monopolized in the past were possession relics. The girl says she can show him a picture, and she does. He notices the mark runs from her arm down to her abdomen. That shocks him, and the girl asks what's wrong if there's some problem. He says Irene's relic is a parasite type. Those are very rare, but they force themselves to live inside the user's body. Since her relic is divine rank and known for bringing bad luck, he expected something like Eris's golden apple. Now he wonders what kind of relic she actually has. One thing is certain, he won't be able to pull that terrifying power out of her body. So he admits he thought this would be simple, but he was wrong. He gives her his number and says that when they have more time, they'll try to find a solution together. If he can't force that power out, then it's better to make her an ally. Building connections isn't a bad move, and it could be useful later. The auction owner says the almond sprout is officially his now that he paid for it. He can pick up the other items after he pays the rest. The protist says he'll call his underlings to bring the money, then wonders why those idiots still aren't answering. Something feels off. He starts wondering if he basically left a cat to guard a fish, so he asks the owner to wait a moment. It's nothing serious, except the man will be rewarded very well. At the same time, those three idiots are running off with all of the protest's money. One says they made it this far, so that bastard won't find them now. One asks why their bags are so heavy. Another says they should rest since they're out of breath too, and asks if they grabbed all the bags. The others say yes, but then something flashes right past Xiangwu's face and nearly takes his head off. The proto thinks they really had the nerve to steal his money and run, and they panic when they realize Xiangwu already found them. He figures they weren't hard to track while carrying a golden axe. They quickly claim they were only bringing it to him, but he tells them to stop lying unless they want their heads sliced off. They admit they made a huge mistake, and the proto says he'll have to use this right now. One of them asks if that isn't just a stone for scrubbing feet, and he tells them to keep watching. They'll find out soon enough. Then he starts rubbing the stone. A pillar appears right behind him. The stone turns into a square block in the proto's hand, and he explains that the laws made by King Hammurabi in ancient Babylon include one of the most famous lines ever written: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Just like that saying, whatever your enemy does will be returned to them. It's the perfect counterattack relic. He adds that this is a new relic he got today from the auction house. He managed to get it a little early because of a favor he did for one of the staff members, calling out, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He says he'll answer their betrayal with betrayal of his own. Right after that, all three of them get wrecked, and their wrists are bound. The proto says he wasn't sure how it would work, but it seems everything went perfectly. Like the Code of Hammurabi says, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, sends back whatever attack an enemy uses on you. But since the Code of Hammurabi is also a book of law, he wondered if this relic could also limit the present and future actions of enemies, because that's what law is really about. The three ask what exactly the proto just did. He says it was nothing much, just testing the relic's power. As long as they don't betray him from now on, nothing bad will happen to them. But if they try anything again, their bodies will be cut to pieces. The relic, tied to the Code of Hammurabi, has started watching the actions of the chosen targets, and they're all stunned. The proto says they can think of it like they signed a slave contract with him. They ask what that even means, because that can't be possible. He says that bastard is probably telling the truth. Since the stone pillar appeared and vanished in an instant, Xenon saw it, and asks if he's some kind of psychic. The proto says obviously, and adds one more thing they should know. The world will be turned upside down soon, but they'll be fine. Wanna know why? Because they're his precious slaves. Still, he says even a slave contract isn't all bad. If they do their jobs right, he'll reward them. He points out they can earn more money than what they just tried to steal, saying he'll let them have all the money they want, so they agree, but ask what kind of work they have to do. The proto says they'll find out soon. And the next day, Zarangu shows up already complaining, saying he remembers being told to come at 9, but asks what this is supposed to be. The proto says their confusion makes no sense. This is part of their job. He asks if they see that little sprout over there, then says their mission is to take care of it. They stare in shock and ask why that tree is wriggling. The proto tells them it's not going to bite, so they need to hurry and plant it in that pot. He warns them not to make him repeat himself. That sprout is worth $500 million, so they'd better treat it carefully. They're stunned by the price, and then the proto starts asking what kind of clueless fool that is, saying the way he's holding it is good, that's how it likes it. Humans are supposed to touch it like that. The sprout says it will accept them for now, and the proto realizes those three really do have high social traits. He explains that last night he made a contract with the sprout, but it screamed so loudly he couldn't sleep. He says the plant hates users with strong dominance traits, and usually prefers ones with high social traits. That makes those three the perfect babysitters for the plant. He gave them the job mostly because he didn't want to deal with it himself, but they really are perfect for it. Then while he's thinking, someone calls him. Even without saving the number, he recognizes it right away. CEO Kwan wants to speak with him, but the Prota acts like he has no idea what this is about, and asks what business he could possibly have. He notices it's that old man's personal number, which means the investigation has already started. CEO Kwan gets right to the point and says he heard the almond sprout from Irene Holton. Ended up with him. The Prota notes how fast he works, and CEO Kwan says he'd like to talk with him about that matter. But the Prota says if this is about the almond sprout he has nothing to say, and since he's busy he hangs up. He cuts Kwan off completely, and Kwan gets furious. A subordinate asks what went wrong, and whether the talk didn't work out. Kwan says the brat didn't even listen, he just hung up. The man is shocked, calling it rude. Maybe the kid didn't realize who was speaking. Kucha says that's pure stupidity. He even introduced himself as the CEO of TKBM, and now he hopes the boy burns in hell. Ignorant or not, the brat still has the almond sprout relic, and out of every relic he's seen so far, that one has the strongest aura. He knew he should have done everything possible to get it last night. If not for that interference, he would have fought to the end. The subordinate starts apologizing while wondering how any of this is his fault, since he did everything he could in that situation. Then he realizes he needs to solve this somehow, because this could be the perfect chance to earn even more recognition from the chairman. So he says he'll take full responsibility and do whatever it takes to stop that boy from keeping the sprout. He asks if it would be okay to get his hands a little dirty to secure the relic, adding that the target is just a nobody. It shouldn't be hard. Then he asks for permission to use some relics from the company storage. Meanwhile, Song-woo is shocked that the sprout is talking about Kwon Tai-jong from KBM. He wonders how the hell it even knows who that is. But when he hears that the Prota hung up on the guy, he says the sprout is seriously rude. Doesn't it follow the news? That man is the most powerful and influential person in the country. But the sprout just thinks they're noisy. Then it says they're being rude to its master and asks if they want to be split in half with that axe. Song-woo says he was only trying to explain things, but the sprout says it's going out for a bit and orders them to keep taking care of the tree. It also tells them to take a picture every day so they can track how the sprout is doing. If they cause trouble again, they already know what happens. Song-woo gets mad and says he knows. He's the kind of person who will do anything to get what catches his eye. Soon he'll figure out where they are and try to close in. So if they want to keep the plant safe, he has to deal with the people chasing him. And since the plated axe is reacting now, that means the hunt has already begun. He headed out on purpose to mislead whoever was after him, and in the end, they finally cross paths. The sprout notes that it's Yang Song-woo, and is working alone. That makes it look like they're underestimating him. But then he notices the man has a relic. Even with its aura hidden, he can still feel it. If that's the case, this is a good chance. Yarrow keeps asking how many times already they failed, wanting to know if they're sure this time. How is he supposed to trust them? He asks how hard it can be to track down just one person, and says if this keeps up, they won't be getting paid. Then the bastard looks to the side and sees the Prota drinking alone. Yang walks over and asks if he happens to be Ju Hyan. The Prota realizes he took the bait and is glad the guy is that stupid. He doesn't even notice he walks straight into a trap. Yang sees the Prota is completely ignoring him. He knows the kid hurt him, so he tries again, but gets ignored again. So he slams his hand on the table and asks if the Prota is deaf, saying that when someone talks to him, he should at least answer. But then the Prota suddenly turns and throws him to the floor, demanding to know what he wants. He slams him and asks who raised him. If he wants something, he should speak like a decent person instead of yelling in someone's face. Yang snaps back that the Prota started it. The Prota ignores that and says now that Yang is close, he can feel the relic's aura even stronger. He decides he'll take that relic and teach this idiot a lesson too. Sun-woo figured out the plant was with the Prota, just like he suspected, so he sends someone to track him down. That person was Yang. He came alone and even with several relics, he still isn't enough. Yang demands to know how the Prota dared to hit him. Meanwhile, the Prota thinks Kwan must be looking down on him if he only sent Yang. Then he says he'll take every relic Yang has. Maybe that will teach him some manners. After getting humiliated, Yang fumes, but forces himself to stay calm for the president's sake. He says they met last night at Miju's, and that's why he's here. But the Prota asks if he's serious because he doesn't remember seeing him there. Yang tells him to stop playing dumb. He knows he saw him. Then the Prota acts like he finally remembers and calls him that loser who was sucking up to the old man. Yang gets even angrier. He demands to know what the Prota had just said. A notification pops up. The opponent is losing his composure, which weakens his control over his relics. The Prota realizes he was right. That's this bastard's weakness. Yang has always been easy to shake with a few words. He acts tough, but deep down he's full of insecurity. He was once the heir to a major company, but because of his reckless behavior, he messed up, went too far and ended up disowned and thrown out. Song Woom is the reason he found any success at all. He may work hard for that old man, but chasing the president's praise has made him obsessed with proving himself. Back when he worked for TKBM, this bastard did everything he could to pick fights with him, and if you hit his weak spot, he always loses control and blows up. So Yang asks if the Prota is done talking, because he's not letting this slide. He points a staff at the Prota and prepares to strike. The Prota notes that's exactly why Yang can't properly use high-rank relics. Their performance depends a lot on the user's mental state, so all he has to do is use that against him. Then the Prota brings up Sukwan's earlier call and asks if he really needs that virility plant so badly. Yang asks what nonsense he's talking about. The Prota says it's simple. He's not handing over that plant so easily. In fact, if they ask nicely, he might even give it to them. It was a gift, so if he really wanted to, he could hand it over. Yang gets furious, but he suddenly bows his head and thanks the Prota for cooperating, politely asking if he could give them the plant because it's very important to them. Even so, he's already thinking that once he gets the plant, he'll tear the Prota apart. The Prota starts laughing and asks if he actually believed that. Then he says someone this funny would make a great subordinate. That makes Yang snap again. He uncaps a test tube, rushes the Prota, and says he should have done this from the start. He vows to turn him into a slave and kill him, but the Prota asks if he's really going to use that. He warns him not to. Yang panics when it doesn't work, while the Prota calmly dodges his attack. Then he grabs Yang by the head, he slams Yang's face straight into the wall, and asks if he didn't warn him. Yang starts screaming because his nose is broken. The Prota says of course he didn't really warn him. After Yom's control over his relics dropped, the system reports that the opponent's relic control has fallen hard from rank down to rank D. Yom stares at him and asks if he knows about relics. The Prota says of course he does, and that he'll be taking that from his hand. Yom quickly begs him to wait. The Prota identifies it as a possession relic and declares that he is its new master now. The relic reacts, asking who the Prota is. It can tell Yom's control is no longer strong enough, so it accepts the Prota's command. Then the Prota throws it onto Yom's back. Yom panics and begs him to stop. Anything but that. The Prota explains that this relic is called the Zombie Priest's Voodoo Powder. It's an A-rank possession relic, and it has a nasty ability. Voodoo began among African people who were enslaved, and one belief said that those guilty of their sins would be turned into zombies. That rumor spread so widely people started treating it as truth, and that belief eventually gave birth to this relic. He explains that if you touch or inhale the powder, you temporarily lose consciousness and become a zombie. Honestly, being used by his own relic suits Yom perfectly. This should slow Sukwan's next move and any attempt to chase him, so he needs to hurry and grab his things while he still can. He decides it's time to leave. Sometime later, Kuon and Taeyeon hear what happened. They head to the jail to see Ion, and he asks if that man is one of theirs. Kuon leaves him there, and the man repeats the question, asking if he really belongs to them. One of them says yes, that's right, he's their department leader. Later the Prota sees the news. Ion stripped naked and ran through the streets causing chaos. Kuon is furious over that disgraceful stunt. Ion calls for the president and asks what they should do, since the authorities don't seem willing to ignore the case. Ion still doesn't appear mentally stable, and Kuon says there isn't much they can do. They'll have to follow orders. The scandal spreads across the United States and even reaches Korea. His name gets tied to it too, so Kuon rages over how Ion dared to bring shame on him. Then he orders them to recover the relic that Bastard was using immediately. But one of the men speaks up. He says that when they arrested leader Yun, he had nothing on him. It looks like all his belongings were confiscated or stolen, which only makes Kuon even angrier. One of them says they'll start checking every place Yun visited. Kuon says that's unnecessary. It's obvious the person who did this to Yun also took the relic. That makes them realize someone else was behind Yun's condition. But Yun is highly experienced with relics, so who could have done this to him? Kuon says it had to be that bastard Seo Ju-won. He may have a powerful group covering for him, and is clearly skilled with relics too. Then he orders them to send his lawyer Lee Jing-hai. In his eyes, the Prota is still just some kid. Give him a little candy and he'll stay quiet. At the Las Vegas National Airport, Makaran Shang Yu asks Seo Ju-won what happened this time. The Prota tells the kid to speak more respectfully and make sure none of this gets lost. The boy says it doesn't even look valuable. The Prota thinks he picked up a good number of relics here, and now all he has to do is get them safely back to Korea. From Korea, he already has the Egyptian embalming knife, the gold and silver axes, the fire rope, and Panamasa. At the auction house, He got the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace, and last but not least, Emperor Qin's medicinal plant. He also has the zombie powder he stole from Yang Sai-Wu, along with the Foxtail note and Homer's glasses. That's more than enough to fund his relic raids, and from here on out, he'll be able to collect even more. But then Seo-kun's lawyer shows up and asks for Seo-ju-1, introducing herself as TKBM's exclusive attorney. The Prota notices her right away. She's Seo-kun's left-hand person. He wonders what she's planning. She meets with the Prota and says they know he has Mr. One's belongings, so there's no need to deny it or make excuses. In fact, their president thinks his skills are impressive if he managed to beat Mr. One, so she says she's here to offer him a job. They want him working with TKBM's excavation team, and the Prota realizes why she came. It's basically a slave contract. The woman looks surprised at his blunt words, then says he won't get a better offer than this. They'll give him $100 million plus a yearly salary. They won't interfere with his daily life, and his work would only be tied to TKBM. Even so, the Prota turns it down. He says the offer means nothing to him, and he already knows what that old man is planning. She tells Seo-ju-hyun she'll give him some life advice. Since she's older, he should watch his words when he talks to people. It's better for everyone. Still, she'll let it slide this time because he's young and inexperienced. Then she asks if he understands what stealing from them could lead to. If Seo-kun decides to act, he could vanish like a bug crushed in some tiny shop gone without a trace, and anyone tied to him would disappear too. The protagonist Ju-hyun smirks and says there it is, her real face. Then he asks if she's threatening him. He says she's basically telling him to work for them if he wants to stay alive. Then he says he has some advice for the lawyer too. If she wants to pick a fight, she'd better choose her target carefully, assuming she cares about staying alive. He adds that the only one disappearing here is her. That's when she notices his zombie relic. She says he can't use a relic like that with so many people around unless he wants the whole world to learn relics exist. Now he sees why she was acting so confident. He asks if she really thinks he can't do it. That catches her completely off guard. Then Sung-woo hears a scream from where Ju-hyun is. They wonder if they should go check. The woman yells at him to get it off her. He threw zombie powder on her arm. She asks if he's insane and can't believe he's actually using his relics. So Ju-hyun says he doesn't care whether the world finds out about relics or not. He's not like them. Then he tells the others to film it. The glowing powder looks pretty nice, so they should record everything and upload it everywhere. The woman realizes he's completely unhinged. Seeing that she's still standing after touching the powder, he figures her relic control must be pretty high. So if she has a relic on her, she should use it now because his next move won't be so easy to dodge. At that point, she realizes she has no choice. She grabs a bottle and fires a water cannon at him, but he barely reacts. Instead, he calls out the Code of Hammurabi and sends the water back at her. Using an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, he reflects the attack, soaking her completely. She stares in shock and realizes that relic is the Code of Hammurabi. He confirms it. Then he pulls out a silver axe and orders it to cut down the enemy trying to harm him. She quickly begs him to stop and admits she lost. Right then, Seo shows up and asks Ju-hyun what the hell he's doing. Is he really trying to kill someone in broad daylight? Seo Ju-hyun tells them not to worry. It won't kill anyone, but it will destroy everything valuable she has that leaves her stunned. He attacks again while other people rush over after hearing some kind of blast from the cafe ahead. Seo Kwon's men hear the commotion too, and so does he. He's shocked, wondering how Ju-hyun dared to do this to him. Meanwhile, Seo Ju-hyun is amazed that the story about spirits living inside objects was actually true. It looks like the woman dropped a relic, and he wonders what kind of power it has. Seo Kwon asks what these relics even are. Ju-hyun spots the Montmartre pane of Paris, a disposable type relic, and tells them they'll find out soon enough. Then the relic speaks to him, ordering him to obey its voice. It warns that this place will soon fall into deep chaos, and is shocked because the voice belongs to the crow. Ju-hyun Wo asks who he's talking to, and says he's creeping him out. Why is he talking to thin air? Ju-hyun realizes nobody else can hear it. The crow orders him again to obey at once, but Ju-hyun snaps and tells it to stop giving him orders. He's furious, saying it sent him to the past with no warning, and turned his life into some cheap game. Now it finally decides to talk. The crow warns that he'll regret ignoring it, but Ju-hyun fires back, asking why he trusts a relic's words. Just then, Sung-woo walks up and says Ju-hyun really put on a show. He asks if it's Sung-woo or Hyun, and Ju-hyun is surprised to see Sung-woo there. He answers yes, and Sung-woo gets even more confused, asking what's going on and whether the kid will be okay. Sung-woo says it's his first time meeting him, and they greet each other. But before he can do anything, Sung-woo realizes his body won't move. Ju-hyun instantly understands that Bastard is using one of his relics, and a dark creepy aura is pouring off him. Ju-hyun grabs one of his daggers and charges in. He slips behind Kwon and presses the blade to his neck. He says this kind of behavior is a problem. He shouldn't try to control humans, especially someone else's subordinates. For his own good he should stop. Kwon suddenly sounds terrified and says, he understands, so that's what happened to Yun Seo and his lawyer. At the same time, everyone realizes they're free again. Then Kwon admits Ju-hyun's skills are better than expected, and his relic control is exceptional too. He says he doesn't think he can hold back anymore, which catches Ju-hyun off guard. Kwon explains that he once heard a prophecy. One day the world would learn relics exist. Ju-hyun realizes he must have gotten prophecies from a future guide. Sung says he doesn't want that day to come yet, because he still has many plans for these relics, so he decided that if he gets rid of everyone who knows about relics, the day from the prophecy will take longer to arrive. Then he asks if that isn't the perfect reason to get rid of someone like Ju-hyun, and fires a black beam at him. Everyone nearby gets hit by it. Ju-hyun realizes Kwon is finally showing his true fangs, but Kwon is confused. Why aren't they disappearing? That relic should have sent one of them to a distant dimension. Ju-hyun asks if he means this relic right here. Chung freezes, wondering when it got stolen. Ju-hyun says he took it just now. As Kwon can see, he's very good with his hands, and now he'll make good use of it. Kwon is furious. He demands to know how the kid dared steal his relic. Ju-hyun shrugs and says he should have protected it better. After all, the skill people praised most about him was his light fingers. So how does that bastard like it now? His theft skill rises to rank D. He unlocks the title, the thief who impresses even the gods, gets a rank up for the skill, and gains a new ability, light fingers. Ju-hyun thinks this whole game-like system is still going on. But whatever, he just tells it to inspect the relic stats. It's the invitation of the lonely god, SS rank, even reaching divine rank, a consumable relic with 43 uses left out of 50. He's shocked it's divine rank, though his domination control is still too low to handle that kind of relic well. He had honestly wanted to send that old man to another dimension. Even so, he puts the relic away. Kwon asks if he still plans to fight, saying he made a huge mistake if he thinks that was his only relic. That surprises Ju-hyun. He always knew Kwon carried several powerful relics with him. One of the strongest was the Conqueror's relic. It can take over someone's mind and force complete obedience, much like Irene Holton's relic. This one is a parasite-type relic. Ju-hyun never learned the exact details, because that old man kept it secret. All he knows is that it's hidden somewhere inside Kwon's body. He thinks about cutting off Kwon's arms and legs to learn more, but that won't work, because the bastard also has an armor relic. Kwon asks what's wrong. Is the kid scared now? He says he hasn't even fully activated the relic yet. Ju-hyun realizes that in other words, Kwon's body is basically an armed fortress, but because the Conqueror's relic affects human awareness, once it activates it becomes wildly unstable and chaotic. If he really uses it, the whole area will fall into chaos. Ju-hyun asks what all this noise is about. He thought Kwon didn't want relics exposed. Kwon says that just means he'll have more people to deal with later, but he decided Ju-hyun would be an even bigger problem if he let him live. Now he should just stay quiet and obey, until a relic suddenly speaks, ordering those foolish humans to stop at once. That shocks both of them. Then Curve appears and warns that this place is dangerous. Fierce jackalhounds are already here, and if they keep using their powers they'll wake them from their long sleep. Kwon is startled. He can tell it's a relic, and its aura is strong enough to mean it has to be high rank. The protagonist thinks about the jackalhounds and wonders if this ties to some old legend. Then it hits him. Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. That would make this place a tomb holding Anubis's relic. Kwon thinks this is incredible. He says that after killing the boy he'll take that relic too, and his aura flares even more. But another relic cuts in, saying they're far too naive. Right then, the ground starts shaking, and everyone is stunned. Kwon blurts out, asking what the hell this is. The protagonist gets a flood of alerts. An abnormal amount of deadly Egyptian aura is pouring into his body. Because of the power of these death relics, his own relics start taking damage, and a huge number of powerful relics strong enough to bring about an apocalypse begin to emerge. The protagonist can't even believe it. This is the Great Catastrophe, the exact event that marked the start of a chaotic age ruled by relics. The airport is split in half as ancient Egyptian structures burst from the ground. It really is the tomb of Anubis, and the airport, or rather the whole world, is turning into one giant tomb. The Great Catastrophe was when massive tombs started appearing all over the world, hitting places like Las Vegas, Tokyo, Seoul, and many more. the system announces that malicious Egyptian tombs have started appearing across the world, and the protagonist is left wondering what he's supposed to do now. Then Mr. Angu calls out to Seo Ju-hyun, asking what the hell is going on. He brushes it off, saying it's not a big deal. They're just trapped inside a dangerous tomb, and as they can tell, this all happened because that old man couldn't stop showing off his power. He adds that this never happened before, when he used his relics. So Mr. Angu asks if that means they're trapped and how they're supposed to get out. The protagonist says that if they want to leave, they just need to close the tomb. Once it's sealed, it should disappear. But shutting this one down won't be easy. In his past life, it took him 3 months to clear a tomb created by the Great Catastrophe. But things are different now. Still, he says it's actually good that they started right in the heart of the tomb, and tells them to follow him so they can find the supposed master of this tomb. But then Kwon tells them to wait. He says he never gave them permission to leave and attacks the protagonist again with his relic. The protagonist asks if he's really doing this now when they should first be figuring out how to end the tomb. Kwon says he can think about that after killing him, and once that's done he can claim this tomb's relic too. The protagonist realizes Kwon is insanely arrogant, but not without reason. Since backing down isn't an option, he decides he'll do whatever it takes to survive. Then Kwon orders his relics to obey him, and they all kneel before the old man. The protagonist thinks, as usual, the old man is way too impatient, but Kwon has taken aback that he still talks so crudely, saying that's no way to speak to someone who is now his master. At the same time, Sung Dukkor realizes they're being crushed and tells Jo Rang that they're going to die. Kwon finds it strange. He can't seem to conquer any of them, even though most people would have already lost consciousness. Then someone tells him he was right. Those cursed humans really do have the potential to dominate him. Both the protagonist and Kwon look over an alarm and demand to know who they are, and the things in the sky answer that he should be the one answering. Who does he think he is, causing trouble inside their domain? The protagonist realizes he's free. The Conqueror relic must not be working properly, and he knows exactly what it is, a divine rank relic of Set. Out of everything that could have appeared in front of him, it had to be that bastard. In Egyptian mythology, Set was one of the 9 major gods, the god of the desert, darkness, chaos and evil. Because of that, Set's relic is brutally violent and malicious, and it's known for ruining the life of any relic user who possesses it. Then another relic appears, saying it's unthinkable to be ruled by a human, and they need to get rid of them. Set agrees at once. They should destroy those filthy humans without mercy. The protagonist is shocked. Another one showed up, and then realizes there are 2 of them. He figures out the black dog must be Onibus, and that flashy collar has to be Osiris. The jewel symbolizes Osiris. Osiris was one of the 9 major gods, the god of fertility and the afterlife. Onibus was the god of death and tombs, the one who guided the dead into the afterlife. Then he realizes Set is here too. He can hardly believe it. All 3 divine rank relics showed up in one place. No wonder his past life had countless tombs. Set asks what kind of trial they should give these humans while they enjoy killing them, but Onibus says he isn't sure yet. Set tells him to wait, saying it doesn't matter. There's no reason to give them a fair test. Onibus snaps back and tells him to have some dignity. Set scoffs, saying he's already annoyed enough having to share space with those filthy humans. At that moment, the protagonist gets several alerts. He finds it interesting. The system says that because of a malicious relic's hostility, his immunity has started rising. He figures those cursed hounds clearly don't plan to let him live, then wonders what that comment even means. Cedric declares that he'll go first, because the best way to deal with such worthless beings is to crush them with force. The protagonist is shocked when Set charges in, full of hatred and ready to kill everyone. The moment Cedric's relic attacks them, the other 2 strike as well. In seconds their malicious auras surround him. Everyone starts bleeding and panicking. Some even collapse. Sang-woo shouts, asking what they're doing and whether they're okay. The protagonist says that, as expected, without immunity the body quickly starts to break down. Then the old man drops to the floor, asking what's happening and why his body is like this. The protagonist realizes not even that old man is safe from this aura, so he says they need to get out and find shelter. Since they're useless to those relics, they should be able to escape. Sang-woo says he doesn't know whether to be happy or sad about that. Then he tells everyone to get up and hold on tight. But another person warns Sang-woo that he's bleeding too. Still, he has to get the other one out. The old man demands to know where they think they're going, then asks the protagonist how he's perfectly fine. The protagonist tells him to call it the difference in their abilities. The old man snaps back, cursing at him. Set asks why that human is still in perfect condition, and Anubis wonders if they underestimated him. Set tells Anubis to do his job properly. Then he notices that young man looks familiar. It's the code of Hammurabi. The protagonist asks if that's really all they've got. They ask what he plans to do with that, since the rank of their relic is higher than his. He tells them they'll regret underestimating him. Then he unleashes an even stronger aura, straight at the protagonist. But the protagonist summons eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, making them taste their own poison. The code of Hammurabi blocks the attack and sends it right back at Set. He stares in disbelief, asking how that's possible. The protagonist says that's what happens when they only look at ranks and let their guard down. Anubis says it looks like they'll need more than just aura, and tells them to use their abilities and attack him. But Set refuses, saying that if they use their abilities, their lifespan will drop. Then he says he's sure of it now. The scent he noticed before was definitely the crow's, and he can smell that crow coming from over there. Osiris is shocked and asks if he means the trader who wanted to help humans, but says that's impossible, because that mangy thing is already sealed away. Anubis even asks if Set has finally lost his mind, but Set fires back, saying his nose works perfectly fine, and that Anubis is the one trying to pick a fight with him. The protagonist finally understands why they hadn't been fighting each other earlier. Set and Osiris were both here, so conflict between them was unavoidable. In Egyptian mythology, Set and Osiris were enemies. Set committed a terrible sin. He grew jealous of his brother Osiris, and ended up killing him. The history behind these legends also affects how relics interact with each other, and that makes this situation work in his favor. He knows he has to strike while they're distracted, but Anubis notices the protagonist is planning something, and asks if they can get themselves together and focus on their task. When they keep arguing anyway, he decides he'll have to handle the problem himself. The protagonist says he seems to be the only one here who's fully aware, and decides to take out Anubis first, but Anubis just calls him arrogant, and says fine. Now he'll see if he can survive this. A glowing circle opens under the protagonist and swallows the ground beneath him. He curses, asking what the hell this is, and Anubis says someone like him will never pass. The protagonist is shocked and realizes this is some kind of test. Then he drops into another place and lands hard, his back aching. Looking around, he sees a giant scale. Anubis appears before him and says this is the scale of judgment. His trial starts now. The protagonist finally gets it. This is Anubis's last card, and if he clears the test, that bastard will be his. Since aura attacks do nothing to him, Anubis switched to this, but it only gave the protagonist a chance to take him. In his past life, he met the original user of Anubis's relic. The man said the relic asks many questions, and the answer is simple: say no. He can't remember every question, but he does remember they were easy. If a child could answer them, he should be fine. Anubis announces that all the judges are present, and now he'll ask 42 questions. If the protagonist answers no to all of them, he passes, but if he lies even once, the beast in the dark will see his guilt and devour him. The protagonist realizes that matches what the boy told him. Anubis begins with the first question. Has he ever stolen? The protagonist freezes. Not only has he stolen, his whole life was built on it. Anubis is pleased. Already knowing that, the protagonist tells him to wait because he's still thinking, but Anubis moves on and asks if he has ever lied. That one hits too, because he's done plenty of that. Then come more questions: murder, destroying another person's property, wanting someone else's wealth, and many more. At last, he understands the trap. That child didn't pass because the questions were easy. He passed because he hadn't lived long enough to commit all those sins. Anubis can tell he's starting to crack and asks if there isn't at least one of the 42 questions he can't answer no to. As expected, Anubis says, a human is covered in sin. He grabs the protagonist by the waist and says his heart is heavier than iron, so he belongs in hell. As Anubis prepares to feed him to the monster, the protagonist stares at it in panic and begs for 1 second. He realizes he's completely messed up. Thrown toward the creature, he panics when he notices he's falling again. He crashes into yet another place, landing in a mound of sand mixed with dead remains. He groans that the fall hurt like hell. Then he looks to the side and sees a crowd of ghosts rushing him. His shock grows when he realizes he can barely breathe. He grabs a bone from the ground, then he dares them to come at him. He doesn't care if they attack all at once. He swears he'll kill every last one. After landing the first few hits, he actually takes them down, but there are way too many. One monster lunges in to bite him. He manages to hold it back, but the rest still swarm him. He wonders if this is really the end if he's about to die again. Then the crow speaks to him once more, saying it looks like he needs help and calling him a complete idiot. The protagonist suddenly starts to shine. That light pushes the ghost back for a moment. Then the crow appears in front of him again. The crow says it's been quite a while since they last met. The protagonist asks what he means. Isn't this the past? How is that even possible? The crow laughs and says that no matter the timeline, he is still the same one. The protagonist has no idea what he's talking about. Then he glances aside and sees those monsters coming after him again. The crow says nothing will change in this space, but he'll help him get out. He adds that it would be more fun to beat Egyptian gods with Egyptian powers. The protagonist asks what the crow even is, and why he's helping him. Instead of answering, the crow releases his power and wipes those things out. Outside, both Sed and Osiris think this is taking longer than expected. Then they see the dome starting to break and wonder if it's finally over. But Osiris says something is wrong. The judgment space made by Anubis is being destroyed by force. Cedric can't believe a mere human could do that. Nearby Quan just watches from the ground. When the space finally shatters, the two are stunned. They recognize the power of the sun god, Ra. The crow is using Ra's power, and Sed curses, saying he knew it was that thieving crow. Osiris asks Anubis what happened, and tells him to get up, but Anubis has nothing to say. Sed says it's obvious the crow did this. He was sure that bastard had been sealed. So how did he get free? He says he still remembers the crow siding with humans, destroying his own brothers and stealing their powers, an unforgivable sinner. The protagonist asks what they're talking about and whether it's true, but the crow says nothing. Osiris tells Sed they have to use their powers, deal with this now, and warn the others. Sed agrees. There's no other choice. He'll end this here. He unleashes all his power at the crow. The space around the crow starts breaking apart, and the protagonist is shaken. Countless heads rise from the ground and rush toward him. The crow says at one stop with this place this time, the dead will rise across the whole world. He says he can't help the protagonist anymore, and the protagonist answers that he knows he wasn't expecting much anyway. The crow asks if he isn't scared. He says there's no escape from this tomb now that everyone else is gone. But the protagonist asks if he really thinks he's an idiot. Unlike before, he can use his relics here, and he already knows they're hiding somewhere nearby. Their true forms are just objects that can't move. So is he wrong? As the monsters charge again, the crow watches with interest and says this should be fun. He's looking forward to what happens next. The protagonist starts cutting through every zombie in his path, swinging his sword and shredding whatever comes at him. They realize the human is actually enjoying this. Sed says he has limits, but the army of the dead does not. Those ashes are Sed's true form, and Osiris's hourglass is his true form too. Then Nobis spots something and asks what it is that's the Anchoress. Osiris tells him to pull himself together, saying they've already handled the human for him. But then Osiris tells Sed to push harder this time, and Sed agrees. They'll destroy him in one blow. The mummies power up, growing even larger and denser as they all rush the protagonist at once. He can't believe what he's seeing. He dodges the first attack from the giant thing, and when it passes by he strikes back, but his sword gets stuck in all those wrappings. He mutters that it's tougher than he expected, but he still has another dagger. The moment he pulls out the relic, it reacts to the energy around it, almost like it's home. The protagonist says this is an Egyptian embalming dagger, so of course it's reacting to another Egyptian relic. With Anubis is not nearby, he feels way stronger. He asks the relic if it can find Anubis, saying he wants to pay him a visit, and decides that sounds perfect. Then he tells it to lead the way, and calmly walks through the sea of mummies. Sed talks about how much better this feels. Now that they're bigger, there's so much more room. Anubis asks if they're using his power, and Osiris says yes, they had no choice. Sed says he doesn't know why, but the crow predator relic is free. Anubis is shocked, and realizes that's why he lost. Sed agrees and says the timing couldn't be worse. They need to warn the others, but the protagonist appears and rips off Sed's relic head. Sed can only ask how the protagonist knew. The protagonist tells him to die. Then he splits Sed in half, and Osiris screams as it happens. The protagonist instantly turns on Osiris too, and cuts him down. His hourglass shatters, and Osiris can only think this can't be happening. Anubis cries out to Osiris, desperate over what just happened, but the protagonist charges him too and tears him apart, revealing Anubis's relic. Anubis asks why he's doing this, and the protagonist says it's simple. He orders him to open the trial again, because the last result was clearly wrong. Anubis says he has never held 2 judgments in 1 year, and even if he did reopen it, the protagonist still wouldn't pass. The protagonist says that won't happen this time. Then he tells Anubis to change the questions, unless he wants to be torn to pieces again, and poor Anubis has no choice but to agree. The protagonist says Anubis's relic had no choice but to reopen the trial, and the Great Scale and the 42 jurors appeared again just like before. Then he notices not all of them are fully restored. Anubis asks the first question in a tiny voice near him, and the protagonist realizes he used to be much bigger. He tells him to shut up and grabs Anubis by the neck. The protagonist orders him to ask only the questions he gives him. For the first one, he has Anubis ask if he stole from his neighbor, and Anubis is totally confused. He asks what kind of question that is. If the trial is this simple, then what is the point of judging anyone? The protagonist doesn't care. He says this new afterlife judgment is his now, then asks Anubis if he thinks he is dead, and tells him to repeat exactly what he says unless he wants to die. He threatens to tear him apart if he refuses, and Anubis asks why humans always want to control them. Anubis wonders if he really does not care about smashing him to pieces. The protagonist says he will control him if he can, and if not, he will destroy him. If Anubis breaks, then they were never meant to work together. Is that clear? Anubis has no choice, so he asks if the man committed theft. The protagonist tells him to say it louder, and Anubis repeats the question. But the protagonist warns him to watch his tone, then kicks Anubis in the face, and orders him to speak with respect toward humans. So Anubis asks if this gentleman committed theft, and the proto answers yes. Then Anubis moves to the second question but hesitates and asks if he is really going to do this for every single one. The protest says yes, of course. He makes Anubis change every question to favor him and answer yes to all of them. By the end of the trial, Anubis's relic is left crying. With that, he clears the mission from the Great Tomb. One of its 3 relics has fully surrendered to him, and he conquers the Great Tomb of Anubis's relic. Then when he finally closes the tomb, Anubis's relic is in his hand. A bunch of notifications pop up. Since he obtained a divine rank relic, several stats and effects have increased. Because he defeated a divine rank Egyptian relic, his dominance over Egyptian relics goes up. According to Anubis's relic, his resistance to death-type relics also rises, reaching rank C. He gains the title Tomb Raider, which boosts his tomb excavation skill past rank E. He also gets the title Dishonest Tomb Raider, which lowers his affinity with relics a bit, but improves his tomb looting traits. The proto can tell the crow had a lot of fun deciding where to use those titles. Then he says that aside, he is going to close the relic's tomb, and everything starts returning to normal. The whole city begins rebuilding itself. Meanwhile, Kuon wonders if the Great Tomb is collapsing, and asks if he really got the relics that Brat actually did it. He thinks about Juhyun and realizes he is terrifyingly capable, not some kid he can just get rid of. If he cannot kill him, then he needs to make him work for him. The system announces that part of the Great Tomb covering the land has been defeated. There is not enough power left to maintain it, so it vanishes completely from the world. The proto thinks he can finally breathe fresh air, until Kuon calls out to him. Kuon says he did not expect such skill. He admits he was rude before, and apologizes to the boy, then says he wants to make him an offer and asks if the proto would like to work with him. But the proto remembers Kuon wanted him dead, and Kuon says that was before they knew each other. He says relics are changing the world, and in this new age people like the proto have the most potential. As president of TKBM, he promises full support. He says the boy should swim in bigger waters, and he wants to help grow his talent and power. He tells the proto to work for him, and the second he hears that, he gets furious. He says Kuon has the nerve to call it working for him when he really just wants to use the proto. Doesn't that show exactly how twisted he is? Sure, he will invest in him, but only to squeeze out results, then throw him away the moment he feels like it. That is all he wants to use him, yet he is calling it partnership. The proto says that would make even a dog laugh. Kuon realizes his real intentions have been seen through. He brushes it off, saying he is only talking. Why be so touchy? Right now he has more than the proto, so naturally it may look like the proto would be working under him. Besides, expecting returns on an investment is normal. One hand washes the other. That is how the world works. The proto thinks he really does sound like an old snake. Carbon tells him to think it over. To gather relics he will have to face danger like this again, and handling it all alone will not be easy. If he gets hurt, Carbon can use his connections and companies to get him the best hospitals, but the proto lightly slashes his neck. Then he asks what exactly he is talking about. Is he offering health insurance? He says he cannot stand there listening to this old man's nonsense anymore. He still remembers the day Boscania Rasica ended up in Carbon's hands, the tree he bought at the auction. Carbon treated him like a slave and used his illness as bait. The old man smiles, and the proto sees him taking the cut to his neck without panic. Carbon says that surprised him. It was a very good strike, unbelievably fast. Then the spilled blood starts returning to his body. His wound closes right away. Seeing that, the proto can only think it is disgusting, and Carbon says that is the power of his defensive relics. The old man agrees, and the proto says that body must be Achilles soaked in the river Styx, at least a divine rank relic. Achilles is a warrior from Greek mythology. His mother was the sea goddess Thetis, and his father was the human Peleus. Thetis wanted her son to be immortal like her, so she'd dip him in the river Styx while holding his heel. Achilles gained a powerful body, but his heel stayed his weak point. The Prota says Achilles died from an arrow to the heel, so this relic should share that same flaw. The problem is, he does not know where that weakness is now. Even after his neck was nearly severed, it healed at once. Then the old man asks if he finally understands why he is beneath him. He says the Prota may be talented, but he cannot beat him. He is not trying to fight, he is trying to become his ally. Isn't the answer obvious? The Prota responds by calling on Muramasa to gather all its power. It asks what he is doing. Then he asks if it has ever heard of rebellion, because that is exactly what he is about to do. He admits Kagan is right that the obvious answer would be to stand by his side, but he does not want to. Kagan can just assume he does not like him. That only makes the old man even more shocked. The Prota adds that Muramasa is the perfect weapon for rebellion, and it gets stronger the higher the enemy's rank is, so he is going to test it and shut Kagan's mouth. With Muramasa's full power, the old man thinks he is insane, and asks why he is taking it this far. Then the Prota slices the old man in half, and Kagan coughs up blood as he is thrown back. But the Prota can tell it still is not enough, even as the whole area explodes. He says that attack used all of Muramasa's power. It can force out strength several levels above the relic's normal limit, but the relic ends up breaking. The old man called him excessive, and honestly he was right. It was reckless. Still, leaving that enemy leader alone would have been worse. After taking that hit, the old man is nearly dead. The Prota guesses Kagan's relic activated on its own because it felt threatened. If he had been inside the relic's range, he would have been in danger too, and if Kagan reflected part of the impact with the coat of Hammurabi, that only blasted him even harder. Hammurabi's relic took some damage too, but Kuon suffered absurd damage. He crashes to the ground in terrible shape, and the Prota says the Achilles relic and the Domination relic both took heavy damage, so Kuon should not be able to do much for a while. But his Muramasa is completely broken, and Hammurabi's relic was damaged too. He says he did all that and still could not kill him, which is beyond annoying. Then Shangyu arrives, calling out to Seoju Hyun. He asks what happened, and the Prota is surprised they are still alive. Then he asks why there is a dead-looking guy lying there, but the Prota says he wishes the man were dead. He just is not, so Shangyu asks if he is going to kill him, and the Prota looks over and tells him to leave Kuon there. He will be stuck in the hospital for a while anyway, and there is no easy way to kill him right now. Then he says he is hungry, and tells them to go get food. He is not even sure any restaurant survived that blast, but the boy asks the Prota to wait for him. The Prota snaps that they should speak properly, because his patience is gone, so they start calling him sir. At the same time, a reporter interviews people, and says they are covering the damage caused by the anomaly. Reports are coming in from witnesses who saw monsters. One man says dead bodies came out of the ground. They were mummies. He says he wishes it had all just been a movie. It is also reported that some people use strange objects to unleash superpowers. The Prota watches all of them, and realizes the world knows about relics now. Seeing Yu asks what those relics are, and the Prota says he put them on the bed, and the boy asks if those are the items he meant. The relics start complaining, and the Prota says reminds them that he said the world was about to change. From now on, people with strong relics will take control. Shangyu asks if those relics are almost broken. The protagonist says that's the problem, but he already has a fix. He mentions he has some friends, and the boy asks what he means by that. Then the protagonist makes a call and tells Irene that even if the timing is bad, he may have found a way to break her curse. She gets excited right away, while he thinks it's not exactly true, but it's not a full lie either. He knows he needs to be more active if he wants to solve that curse, so he tells her there's just one person she needs to find for him. He says he was hoping she could help, and Irene quickly asks who she needs to look for. Then the protagonist tells her he's after Yuji Ha, a relic restoration expert. Any relic can be ruined by low durability or reckless use, and once one is destroyed, it normally can't be brought back. Still, some relics can repair other relics, and the people who use them are called relic restorers. Yuji Ha was one of the best of them. He had almost total control of that market, and was known as the king of fraud. Soon enough he caught Kwan's attention, and the two ended up in the same tomb raiding group. Now the protagonist needs to make him work for him, so broken relics stop being a problem. On the way to meet Irene, he thinks that girl must think being on time is a joke. Shangwu asks who this guy is, and the protagonist starts explaining about Ji Ha. The boy asks if the protagonist isn't better with relics, and he says maybe. But restoration is a dangerous job. Most restoration relics lean toward art, and they need an extremely high match with the user. If he tries it himself, it'll turn into a huge headache, so if he can't do it, someone else will. He says it so coldly that it sounds like something a slave trader would say, and Shangwu starts getting nervous. Then Irene calls out that she's a little late, and says she'll come down as fast as she can, but she shows up in a helicopter, shocking everyone. She says she wasn't far away, but traffic was terrible, so this was the fastest way. Then she apologizes for being late. The protagonist is stunned that she even has a private helicopter, just like he thought. She's in a whole different league. He tells her it's fine, and says they should talk somewhere else. She asks who he's looking for, and he says it's a Korean man named Yoji Ha. Then asks if she knows him. She says no, and adds that she's never heard of him. The protagonist says she might not know him because he's using a fake identity. Then he asks if she knows anyone who collects art. She says her brother does, and he also meets with people who share that hobby. That catches the protagonist's attention. He says that's perfect, and asks her to have her brother ask around if anyone knows a man like this. Then she looks at Yoji Ha's portrait. She asks if he's really sure that's the person he wants. He says yes, wonders why she asked, and then asks if she knows him. She says of course, he scammed her brother last month. That surprises the protagonist, and Irene explains that she saw him when she visited her parents' house. She remembers him because he was handsome, and she was honestly shocked that her brother got fooled by him. Her brother bought a piece of art from him, but it was fake. Even worse, 20 people ended up buying that same piece along with her brother. The protagonist isn't surprised at all. He was the king of fraud, after all, and had been ripping people off for a long time. Then Irene says she doesn't think they'll be able to find him. That catches the protagonist off guard. She explains that she heard he died, which shocks him even more. Apparently, he got caught trying to scam her brother's friends, and her brother saw it happen with his own group. No one knows if the brakes failed or if he was driving too fast, but his car smashed through the guardrail and fell off a cliff. Even the police declared him dead. The protagonist is stunned that Jae-ha is supposed to be dead. To him, that makes no sense. Jae-ha should only be 26 right now, and it should take 5 more years before they ever meet. So how could he be dead already? The protagonist starts wondering if the timeline has changed. Now that he thinks about it, not everything has happened the same way as before his death. The relic that caused the Great Tomb to appear used to be Indian, but this time it was Egyptian. Things are no longer unfolding like they did in the past, and that's a huge problem because he really needs Jae-ha's skill. Irene says they'll still try to find him, but then she asks what he meant. Is he saying the guy might still be alive? The protagonist says this is Doran they're talking about, so they have to hold on to some hope. If you dig deep enough, there's a whole list of people reported dead that I don't think really died, but I can't say more without proof. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Kwan watches the news report that the anomaly seen across the world had traits similar to the tombs that had started appearing recently. The reporter says the next segment will cover the government's decision to study relics. When Kwan gets furious, asking when people will stop talking about this, he says he works so hard to keep relics secret, and it all became pointless because of Mr. Jo Yun. Kwan says he needs to kill that brat, but then wonders why his body still isn't healing. One of his men tells him to calm down. Just then another man walks in laughing, and asks what happened here. He notes that President Kwan looks terrible, and Kwan realizes it's Edward. The old man immediately orders the other guy to step outside. Edward says Kwan has been awfully busy lately, even summoning a tomb that huge. Kwan swears he had no idea there was a tomb at the airport, and says it was an accident. Edward says that doesn't matter now. It still doesn't change the fact that everything started after Kwan activated his relic. He tells him to lie low for a while because his clients are upset, but Kwan asks what he means, pointing out that everyone already knows about relics. Edward says yes, and he's the one who told them. Kwan immediately asks why he would do that. Edward explains that he's not just an arms dealer, he sells information too. Kwan realizes then that Edward doesn't care about earning his trust. Edward says that to gain trust, he has to spread accurate information. He adds that when someone makes a mistake, his job is to fix it. But then he looks at Kwan and asks why he still isn't healing. Kwan says he has no idea. His relic of mortality should be working, but it isn't, so it must have been damaged. He blames everything on that bastard, Seju Kwan. Hearing that name, Edward grows interested. He thinks this young man is impressive if he managed to identify a relic of mortality like that. Edward says the damaged relic is Kwan's problem, and all he needs to do is repair it. Edward asks what he means. There's actually a way. Edward says he'll give him the contact of a relic restorer. In return, Kwan just has to keep collecting relics while Edward continues acting as his broker. Then Edward tells him to take care, while Kwan stays there fuming. Outside, Edward orders his subordinate to investigate Seju Kwan, and the young man agrees at once. Meanwhile, That same relic restorer is busy. Annoyed by the ringing phone, he asks who's calling and complains that it broke his focus. Then he sees it's Edward, and when he picks up he says it's been a while. Edward replies by asking what miracle made him answer so fast. He jokes that if Jiaha answers right away, it must mean he's broke. The young man admits Edward knows him well. He explains that he got caught while scamming people with fake artwork, so now he's pretending to be dead. His car is wrecked, he had to pay people to stay quiet, and being stuck inside is driving him crazy. Edward is amazed. The guy has forged so many things, and now he's even faking his own death. Jiahao asks if that was supposed to be praise and says he'll take it that way. Then he gets to the point and asks if Edward called because of a job. Edward says yes. He tells him a relic restoration request just came in, and Jiahao says he hates those jobs because they're exhausting. Edward asks if he thinks making money is easy, then says this request came from a major figure, Chairman Quan, the president of TKBM. Jiahao is shocked and asks if he's serious. Edward asks what he thinks. At least this time he won't have to worry about getting paid. That instantly cheers him up, and he says he's definitely taken the job. Meanwhile, the protagonist heads to the address Irene sent him with Song Giy, who asks if he really believes the man is alive. The protagonist says he won't die that easily, then tells them to head inside. At the entrance, the receptionist greets them. The protagonist asks if Yo Jae-ha is there today, and the woman looks surprised. She apologizes and says Sen's Guan Yu isn't in the office right now. The protagonist simply nods, then he says he can feel him, and he can also sense the energy of a relic, but Sen's Guan Yu cuts in and messes everything up, asking if Yo Jae-ha really isn't there or if he's just pretending. The protagonist wonders what that idiot is doing, but Sen's Guan Yu insists they need to make her talk. He shuts that down right away. They came here to lure out Yo Jae-ha, so Song Jiu needs to think. Then he politely apologizes to the woman, but she says she doesn't know why they came, and they shouldn't act like this. She adds that President Yo Jae-ha died in a car accident. The protagonist sets a suitcase on the table. Acting shocked, he says Yo Jae-ha is dead, and asks what he's supposed to do with all this. Now, it's the perfect bait. She asks what's inside, and when she looks, she finds relics, more than 10 of them, with some looking like high-rank ones. The protagonist reads her expression right away and knows that's exactly what she's thinking. Good, this will settle things. Then he asks if she recognizes them, and asks for help. He says they're all valuable, but damaged. It doesn't have to be President Yo Jae-ha, he just needs someone to restore them. Since she works for Yo Jae-ha, he says she must be skilled too, and asks if she can handle his relics. She pauses to think, then she asks for a second and says she needs to use the bathroom. The protagonist tells her he'll wait. He already knew she would do that. This girl is Yo Methane, Yo Jae-ha's secretary, and she's just as greedy as he is. There's no way she'd pass up a chance to grab those relics, which means Yo Jae-ha is definitely alive. So she calls him and says they have a problem. Someone showed up asking to have relics restored. He tells her to send them away since he's dealing with TKBM right now and will be busy for a while, but she says that's not the issue. She explains that the visitor brought over 10 relics, and some even look like divine rank Egyptian relics. That leaves him stunned. Then she says the guys seem easy to fool, and asks what she should do. He starts thinking this is a pretty tempting offer, then decides to count it as extra cash. He tells her to take the relics to the restoration room. He'll be there soon to make perfect fakes and swap them with the real ones. So she comes back, apologizes for the wait, and the protagonist calmly says it's fine. She says his problem looks urgent, so she'll restore them for him. He thanks her, and she asks if she can move the relics to the restoration room to check their condition. She says they need special tools to inspect them. Sa Gyung-woo looks shocked, but the protagonist agrees. Then the boy quietly asks what he'll do if she runs off with all the relics. But the woman tells the protagonist to look over the estimated price and contract while he waits. He thinks the bait really did hook a big fish, while the boy worries they've lost control now that everything was handed over. The protagonist knows he has a point, so he treats this like a gamble. Now he just has to see if his plan works or blows up in his face. Seriously, protagonist, you're bluffing. Did you forget the look on your face when he said that? Without a plan to back this up, you're in real trouble. Meanwhile, once Sainu Jiwayu hears all that, he says they really hit the jackpot this time. He says it's good she called, because some of these seem high rank. She asks if they're really safe, since one of the visitors looks like he might be in a gang or something. He says of course they are, and tells her to watch he can make a fake relic in no time. She agrees. Then he says this one will be easy and points to a certain relic. It's called the secret signature of a fake painter who shocked the world, a B-rank Esper relic. The protagonist realizes this must be the relic Sion Gyu mentioned. Yoja have plans to use it to copy the relics and steal the real ones. If you touch a relic while holding the secret signature, it can make a flawless fake. And this forgery relic doesn't just copy appearance, it can mimic some functions too. It does all that with its own aura, which keeps people from noticing the difference for 12 hours. But the protagonist is living this life for a second time. So when Sion Gyu asks what the hell that bill is and whether relic restoration is always this expensive, he sees the price 10 billion won for a tiny scratch and calls it robbery. The protagonist says it doesn't matter, because he won't be the one paying. Then the woman returns, apologizes for the delay, and the protagonist asks how the relics are. She bows and says she's very sorry, but they're too badly damaged, and she doesn't think they can be repaired. According to her, they're on the verge of being destroyed. The protagonist asks, "Really?" Then he flips everything over, startling her. He demands to know what kind of scam this is. Sion Gyu asks why he suddenly got so worked up, and the protagonist says this woman swapped his relics with fakes. She instantly realizes she's caught, and he asks what he should do with her. She starts shaking all over, begs for mercy, and admits the real relics are in that room. She swears it wasn't her idea, and pleads for her life. At the same time, Jae-hao wonders how he got exposed and thinks he needs to get out of there, but the protagonist kicks the door open and sends the girl flying aside. A huge pain hits his head, but the protagonist walks in and says he's got him now, then orders his rope to tie him up. The guy panics and asks what that is, wondering if the protagonist had more relics hidden away. When Jae-hao comes to, he begs to be let go, but the rope just keeps messing with him and asking him to play. The protagonist ignores that and asks where his stuff is. The man says it's in the safe, and begs him to take this thing off. He keeps pleading to be released, but the protagonist tells him to shut up. He's getting his things back first. The guy can't believe it and asks how he knows the password, wondering if he came here for this from the start. The protagonist asks if that even matters, because he's the one who tried to cheat him. That leaves the guy speechless. Either way, the protagonist knows this man is finished. He already knew he was a forger. Still, Jae-hao wasn't always like this. He used to live a normal life as a talented artist. More than that, he even studied painting at a famous school in the United States. But after putting in all that time and effort, he lost the art style he developed to his own mentor. That man was Richard Jang, and he became world famous using the style he stole. Jae-hao tried to speak up, but it changed nothing. Unlike his mentor, he was unknown, so his career collapsed and everyone thought he was just jealous. After that he changed and started using his talent to trick people. Then the forgery relic came to him, making that crook even worse. The protagonist says he might have been able to talk things out with him if he weren't already so deep in trouble. Like this, there's no way he'll listen. But the guy asks what he even did wrong, calls the protagonist an idiot for getting fooled, says he hopes he gets castrated and keeps throwing insults. That burns through the protagonist's patience. There's no talking to him now, so he asks if he knows what relic this is, and the man says it's called Shakespeare's pen, a relic that makes whatever is written come true. The guy asks what he plans to do with it. The protagonist writes that Jae-hao, age 16, is nearly dying from pain while tied up, and that the pain is coming from between his legs. All three of them can practically feel that pain with him. The guy starts thrashing around, and the protagonist asks what he thinks. This is his story now. The man screams, calling him crazy, then immediately apologizes. He says he won't charge anything for repairs and will do whatever he wants, just spare him. The protagonist sees it's working, so he says of course he won't be charging him anything. He says he wants a deal, and if he agrees, he lives. The guy asks what kind of deal, and the protagonist puts down a master-slave contract. The man thinks there's no way he'll become anyone's slave, and the protagonist says slave is too harsh, exclusive contract sounds better. Still, the man doesn't see much difference. He gets 0 repair fees, has to come whenever called, can't take jobs from anyone else, and gets no say in what he does. He asks what that is, if not slavery. If he breaks the deal, even the code of Hammurabi will punish him. Everyone there is stuck in this together, and the protagonist says his relic friends will explain the rest. He tells him to calm down and read the whole thing. It's not that bad. There's a contract fee of $6 million plus extra pay every time he restores a relic. He'll also provide food, clothes, housing, comfort, and protection for as long as the deal lasts. In other words, he'll take care of him from now on. Where else could he find a deal like that? But the guy asks if he even has the power and skill to keep those promises, saying he has no idea whether he's lying to him, and then he makes a run for it. And Senji asks if they should go after him, and the protagonist says yes, he had no idea there was another door. He tells them not to be too harsh on the kid. Even with the contract binding him, he still has to win the boy over. Force only goes so far, and this kid will get a divine rank relic someday. The boy runs off while calling someone Chairman Kuon. He introduces himself as Yu Jiha, saying Edward probably mentioned him, and Kuon says he has. He just did not expect to call this soon. The boy says of course he had to reach out right away, and Korin thanks him for it. He says he heard Korin wanted a relic restored, and he is willing to do it. Korin then tells his subordinate to turn off the TV. He says it has been a long time since something went this well. Then he says they can settle the details of the deal. But just as they are about to close it, loud noise erupts on the other side, and the boy begs someone to stop. He yells for them to let him go, and starts cursing the protagonist's men, so the protagonist tells him to hand over the phone. Then he speaks to Chairman Kuon, surprised it is him. It sounds like the old man needs some relics repaired too, and Kuon recognizes the voice. The protagonist says that is too bad because Yu Jiha is his personal repairer now. He tells Kuon to enjoy looking for another one, insulting him as he hangs up. Kuon is furious at the protagonist. He curses him, realizing this is the same guy ruining his plans again. Then Hei asks what is wrong with the protagonist, and he says that is what he wants to know. He asks if the boy really wants to side with Kuon, or Kuon Taijun, basically calling him an idiot. The boy still does not get it, so the protagonist tells him to think carefully. If he follows Kuon Taijun, the only thing waiting for him is death. No sane person would choose that, but the boy says he does not care. Why should he work for some random guy who just wrecked his office and made a huge mess? The protagonist realizes the kid is way too stubborn, so he will need a different approach. He pulls up a chair to talk properly and introduces himself, saying he is from Seoul. He says he leads a new excavation group, and wants to offer him a job as their repairer. Then he asks about the boy, but Hei cuts in, asking if an introduction is supposed to change anything. The protagonist notices he is at least listening, and that is enough to try smoothing things over. So he pulls out a notebook and says if the boy will not talk, he will fill in the story himself. His name is Yu Jae-ha, an art student who studied abroad. He used to be an amazing artist with real passion, but now he is stuck making fake paintings and scamming people. The boy says he has no idea what he is talking about. The protagonist says there is no point hiding it. The news is already everywhere. Someone even copied his art studies, and that goes beyond simple imitation. The copy looks exactly like the work of the famous artist Richard. The moment that name comes up, the boy snaps, jumps up, and lunges at the protagonist, yelling at him to shut up, because he knows nothing about real art. But the protagonist stops him with one hand, and the boy blurts out that that bastard Richard copied him. The protagonist asks if he is serious. Richard copied him. The boy says yes. Then the protagonist says art is not something you can just copy and paste, and the boy agrees. That is exactly why he could not last as a forger. But that man copied even his thoughts, like he had read his mind, and that should have been impossible. The protagonist says it is possible. The boy is confused, and he explains that since the kid has used relics before, he should know a relic can make something like that happen. Richard is a relic user, and his relic lets him become whoever he wants, perfectly copying that person's skill and knowledge. The boy asks how he can be so sure, and the protagonist says he knows a lot about relics. Then he makes an offer. He can help him take back the art and reputation Richard stole. The boy is shocked, and the protagonist adds that in return he will work for him. Sounds like a good deal, especially since it is exactly what the boy wants most. The chance to get his artistic honor back shakes him, and the protagonist thinks that should seal it, but the boy tells him to wait. He asks for more time to think, and the protagonist is stunned that he is still hesitating. So he asks if the boy wants to test whether TKBM would do the same for him, but the boy says no. The protagonist tells him to do whatever he wants, and throws the phone at him. He says he hates being compared to that old man, but he will respect the boy's choice. The boy admits he is not that stupid. No matter how nice the protagonist acts, he still does not trust him. Then the protagonist tells him to take this too, tossing a necklace at the boy. He says it is a relic that will protect him. If the kid is going to work for him, he cannot let him get hurt. Still, the boy thinks he will never pick him. If both offers are equal, Chairman Kwan is 100 times better. The protagonist knows this will not be easy, and the next day the boy goes straight to a meeting with Kwan Taijun. Chairman Kwan says it is good to see him in person, and asks what condition he has. The boy asks if he knows June Richard. Kwan says of course he is a world-famous artist, more than just a genius. Then he asks what this is about. The boy says that man took everything from him and used a relic to copy his work exactly, building his current reputation on it. He begs Kwan to expose him, promising that if he does he will sign a contract with Chairman Kwan. But instead the chairman starts laughing. He says it is interesting, but unfortunately the boy picked the wrong person. Then he speaks to Richard saying he just heard a very interesting story, and asks if he knows Yu-Ji-Ha, before repeating everything the boy said. The protagonist had let him go because he knew this contract would never happen. Kwan is very close to John Richard. In fact, they are more than close. Richard was a key member of Pandora in the future. Richard talks to Yu-Ji-Ha and asks if he did not already tell him to stay dead unless he wanted to die for real. Was the humiliation not enough? Kwan tells Richard to calm down and says he will handle it. The protagonist figures poor Yu-Ji-Ha probably wants to cry by now, while Kwan smugly points out that he and Richard are good friends. The boy says he did not know that and asks them to forget everything that happened. But Kwan stops him right there. He asks who said he was allowed to leave. One of the guards grabs the boy by the neck. He begs the guard to let go, but Kwan tells them not to break anything. He still has work for him. The boy asks what kind of mafia this is, shouting that this is kidnapping. Then he remembers the relic the protagonist gave him. He thrusts it forward, thinking it is an attack relic, but nothing happens. Still, the boy is shocked. The protagonist says he showed up right when the boy was most desperate. This time he is sure the kid will stay by his side. That was the whole point of the plan. And judging by the reaction, he jokes to himself that the boy might have even fallen for him. That kind of manipulation is rough. Sure, the kid needed a wake-up call, but this was still cold. Meanwhile, Kwan keeps asking what the protagonist is doing and he says it is a rescue mission, telling the boy to get up already. Kwan keeps cursing Soo-Jae-Han. He asks if he is really pulling this again and the protagonist tells the old man he is not there to start trouble. He just came to take that guy. Then he asks what Kwan plans to do. Fight with his broken relics? But the old man tells the boy to go to hell and orders his men to finish that bastard off already. The protagonist says Kwan leaves him no choice. He pulls out Shakespeare's pen and starts writing. The boy notices and the protagonist declares that the guards chasing Yu-Ji-Ha will suffer terrible pain before they die. Once again the pain hits right between their legs. After pulling another cruel move like that, he takes the boy to his apartment. Once they arrive, Yu-Ji-Ha asks what he wants from him, and the protagonist says obviously he wants relic repairs. The kid is the repairer for his tomb raiding group, but the boy points out that he called it an excavation team. The protagonist admits he lied. He needed to win him over, so he used a nicer word for what they really do. The boy keeps calling him a liar, but the protagonist tells him not to call him that. He should say leader with some respect. The boy fires back that the protagonist is younger than him and keeps cursing him out. So the protagonist smacks him, tells him to shut up and get to work, and the boy finally agrees. The protat orders him to fix all those relics in 3 days, but the boy says there's no way that's possible. How is he supposed to repair everything in just 3 days? He says he needs at least a month for each relic. Still, the protat can tell the kid is way too slow. He asks if relic repairs really take that long, and the boy says yes. He says the protat clearly doesn't get how hard this work is. On top of that, all his relics are in terrible shape. For this set, even a year wouldn't be enough. But the protat says he's lying a lot. He asks if the kid feels any guilt at all, or if he plans to work once a week. The boy shoots back that he doesn't. So the protat asks what if he proves fast relic repair is possible. The kid doesn't get it, and Jorge Kaon asks if he'll be able to keep up with that speed. The boy asks how he plans to prove it, and the protat says he'll show him. He just needs to borrow the repair relic. The kid says holding a repair relic doesn't mean repairs happen by themselves, then tells the protat to go ahead and try. He notices it's the Ocean Palace Flower Garden Brush B rank, and asks how much durability it has left. If he uses it, the charge could drop a lot. The boy says there's enough, and tells him to stop admiring it and start. He adds that if the protat fails, he'll have to give him a month for each relic. The protat asks what happens if he succeeds. The boy says he'll put his salary on the line. That makes the protat grin. He says the kid shouldn't say things like that so easily. Then after he pulls it off, the boy can hardly believe it. He asks what kind of insane speed that was, and why the protat is even this good at relic repair. The protat really does manage it, at least for a bit, then says he wins. The boy is stunned and asks why he even needs him if he's this skilled. He says the protat can do everything on his own, but the protat tells him to take a closer look at the relic. The relic starts complaining to the boy about that awful domination power and tells him to go away. Then the protat explains that repair relics and him don't get along. If someone has high sociability, they can handle these guys better. That makes the kid realize the durability really did drop a lot, even after one use. Still, he tells the protat he can't work that fast. He honestly doesn't think he's the repairer the protat wants. The protat tells him to stop whining and get to work. He says he'll improve with time, but the kid gets annoyed that the protat won't leave him alone. Then the protat says the person he hired isn't who he is now, but who he will be. He tells the boy to work hard because he'll get better that much. He guarantees. The kid asks what the hell that means and wonders if he's some kind of fortune teller. Then he gets a call and it's from Edward. At the same time, the protat asks if the elixir plant is doing okay. The boys say yes and that it has calmed down a little. He says good and tells them to keep it up. But then he gets a notice from Crow. His craftsman skill rises to C rank, letting him adapt to and learn how to use any object he touches. He also earns the title Restoration Expert. New abilities unlock including F rank, Tomb Restoration, and the protat wonders what kind of skill that even is. Tombs collapse once the relic is taken. So what is he supposed to do with an empty tomb after restoring it? While he's thinking, Yoji Ira comes over and says someone he knows insisted that he pass along the phone. And when the protat answers, someone speaks to him. He knows that voice right away. It's Edward. The boy asks how the two of them know each other. The protat says it's obvious Edward is the man known as the King of the Rich, an Englishman, and a major investor in the relic market. By now he's probably already working behind the scenes as a middleman among relic users in the market. Edward is surprised that the protat knows him and says this is getting interesting. The protat says this guy brings valuable information, but most of the time blood comes with it. Edward says he heard about a talented young man bold enough to mess with Seo Kwon, so naturally he got interested. He says he wants to recommend a new job and asks what the protat thinks, and the protat tells him to just say it. Edward tells him to slow down because information like this comes at a pretty high price, but the protat says that doesn't matter. He asks how he's supposed to decide without even knowing what it's about, and Edward realizes he really isn't ordinary. He says fine, he'll explain. Then he says a reward has been placed on a tomb in China. If his excavation team joins, they'll get a share of the payout. The condition is that any relic they find goes to the government of China. He says they need that relic theft done. The protat asks if that's all and Edward says that's right. He asks what he thinks, and says that if things go well he'll consider giving him VIP member status. But the protat says Edward won't consider it. He will give him the position. Then he asks who made the request and tells him to explain everything. That leaves the old man shocked. The protat tells him not to underestimate him. He knows too much. He wouldn't mess with the Chinese government just for a few relics. That means someone else must have asked for this. He asks who would try to stir up something this big, and Edward finally realizes again that he really isn't some normal kid. He says he'll tell him everything he knows. The request came from Kira Clark and the protat is clearly surprised by the name. He explains that she's a general in the US Army in charge of all relic-related missions, and a terrifying woman known as the Queen of War. He doesn't want to get involved with her this soon, and he definitely doesn't want to help her. But Edward says she's collecting geographic type relics, and apparently the relic in that tomb is a geographic type. The protat thinks that makes sense. The Queen of War has cornered the market on geographic relics, and one of those would be very useful to him. Then Edward says that's everything and asks who this guy is. What is the protat going to do? And with that he accepts the offer. So the protat takes the first flight out and Giraffe says this is ridiculous. He asks why they're leaving already when they just accepted the job. The protat says if they accepted it then they're going. Then he realizes the protat booked the plane the second he hung up. The protat tells him to repair relics instead of talking so much. Then Irene shows up and says she hopes the seats are comfortable. The protat notices she's there too and says that thanks to her getting a plane so fast was easy. He adds that all the nearby airports were destroyed, which made things difficult. Meanwhile, Giraffe thinks she's beautiful, then realizes he's seen her somewhere before, and the protat tells him to greet her since she lent them her private jet. The boy says it's a pleasure to meet her, and she says the pleasure is hers, then calls him a scammer. The protat says she's Irene Hill. He asks if the boy has heard of her and says if he has a problem with her he should say it now because he'll be seeing her a lot from now on. The boy is shocked that she's from the Irene Holton family, so he quickly apologizes for his mistakes and begs her not to hand him over to James Irene Holton. The girl agrees, but the protat asks her to scare him a little. He says the guy is way too lazy and wanted a whole month just to fix one relic. Even after being brought into work, all he thinks about is slacking off. She asks if he's serious and the boy begs the protat not to do this to him. Then the girl says this man is an important business partner to him and if he wants her to stay quiet about his brother he'd better work hard. He can only nod, but the protat says she doesn't have to be that strict. He adds that this boy will also help solve her problem. From now on she needs to learn how to use relics with him and that catches her off guard. The protat explains that the relic bringing her bad luck is a parasite type and lives inside her body. That means they won't be able to fully remove it, so the best option is for her to learn how to control it and use it. They're still looking for a permanent fix, but for now they need to do everything they can. He says he uses domination and sociability to control relics, and she needs to slowly learn both methods, and even if suppressing her relic is hard because of how strong it is, they're trying to reduce the problem. She just agrees. Meanwhile, in Macau, the girl's bad luck starts affecting everyone. One man asks why every stock he bought is crashing, and another tells him not to buy those for a while unless he wants to go bankrupt. Then the protat says 2/3 of Macau have turned into a tomb. The entrance is near Taipar Island, and the bridge leading there is damaged. He's sure that's the relic's doing, so the only way in is by boat, and he says the problem is figuring out whether this relic has some kind of link to boats, but then the boy starts cursing. The protat asks what's wrong, and he says his relic is gone, and the protat asks how he managed that. But then several people all around them start losing their relics. Then the protagonist gets an alert. A thief is targeting relics, and even his are taken. 3 of his relics are gone, and he admits the thief is pretty skilled. Still, the thief missed his most useful one. He orders the rope to tie that bastard up at once. The boy asks if the protagonist got robbed too. He says unless the thief can teleport, there's no escaping that rope. When the rope doesn't come back, he heads over to see if it already caught the thief. Meanwhile, someone has been trapped inside the women's restroom. The boy points it out, and the protagonist says that's unfortunate. He heard noises coming from there. Inside the rope has the thief tied up. It signals the protagonist and is shocked when he sees who it is. Then J.A. Ray asks if he knows the girl, and he says yes. He explains that she's using the Medusa relic and works for the American government. J.A. Ray instantly freaks out. He asks if looking into her eyes will turn him to stone, but the protagonist tells him to relax. The boy says that's easy for him to say, then asks what the hell is wrong with her hair. The protagonist snaps his fingers and the rope wraps around the girl's hair. He tells her resistance is useless and she starts calming down a little. He explains that before Medusa was cursed, she was famous for her beautiful hair. So how is he supposed to explain that beauty through a little girl like this? He says if she wants to use Medusa's relic properly, she needs to at least be fully grown. And so, the protagonist says he won't go easy on her just because she's a kid. A relic user is still a relic user. He asks if she understands and warns her that if she tries anything funny, she'll regret it. Then he tells the rope to let her go. While Gary thinks they somehow seem like the villains here. Once free, the girl just keeps pouting. The protagonist says she wasn't acting alone. She insists she was, then threatens to report them because her side has plenty of people. He asks how many. She says a bunch of students from her school came too, and the protagonist estimates around 20. She feels like a whole digging team, so he asks why they're here. Garai says the United States put Edward in charge, and Edward hired them. The protagonist figures they want to make sure the relic ends up in American hands. They already know how big the Chinese excavation team is, and with how obsessed Kira Clark is, this relic must be incredibly useful enough to steal. The boy asks about the job, since the protagonist is clearly changing the plan. He says they can just fake it, but the protagonist shuts that down. The Americans will find out eventually, and tricking them wasn't his original goal anyway. Instead, he smacks the boy and reminds him of page 1 of the contract. Paragraph 5. Pawns do whatever the king says without questioning him. The boy silently begs his past self to never sign that contract. Even so, the protagonist thanks the girl for the information and says they need to move before the Americans get in their way. He says he should probably seal her mouth so she can't talk about them, but Garai stops him. The relic still hasn't been repaired. That makes the protagonist furious. He tells him to fix it fast because it was damaged when he fought that damned old man with the coat of Hammurabi. It's not unusable, just not at full power. Then he warns the girl, if she reports them to her friends, she'll suffer unbearable pain. The same goes for using her relic. After that he orders the boy to take every relic she has. The boy hates it. They really do look like the bad guys. The girl asks what they did to him, but the protagonist leaves her there in the restroom and says they can't waste any more time. The boy still asks why they're heading to the tomb now. They barely have any repaired relics, and this was never part of the plan. The protagonist snaps that he already told him to repair them faster, clearly fed up with the boy. Since they now know the American excavation team is here, they have to hurry. The boy asks if they're really going in empty-handed. The protagonist says that's still better than having relics stolen right in front of him. He says he'll figure something out, and the boy asks if he even prepared for this crazy stunt. Meanwhile, at the American camp, one agent is stunned that the girl lost every relic she brought and demands to know what she did. Linda Walker tells Thomas to calm down. Yelling will only make it worse, but Thomas says they never should have put a child on the team because she ruins everything. The girl fires back that she ruined nothing, and says her name is Vivian Lucy, also an agent of the CIA. Thomas can't believe what he's hearing. She lost all the relics, so what else would he call that? She insists she didn't lose them, they were stolen. Both of them freeze in surprise, and the girl realizes she said too much. She remembers the protagonist's warning. If she tells her friends about them, she'll feel unbearable pain, and the same thing will happen if she uses a relic. Thinking about that threat, she gets scared. So when Thomas presses her about the theft, she claims she forgot. He tells her to stop messing around. Linda steps in and gently tells Vivian she needs to tell them the truth so they can prepare for whatever is coming. She reminds Vivian that she promised to help them, and the girl says yes. She starts by saying it was two men, and then the relic activates. She suddenly notices a tickling feeling and drops to the ground laughing non-stop. Thomas stares at her and demands to know what she's doing, telling her to quit fooling around and talk. Then she realizes the unbearable pain is actually intense tickling. She's relieved it doesn't hurt, but she still can't fight it, and thinks this cruelty might actually kill her. Meanwhile, near the entrance by Taipar Island, several ships arrive. JRR tells the protagonist he has no idea what they're doing. They really boarded without a single useful relic. The protagonist tells him to bring over everything they took from the girl in case something helps, but he says none of it is useful, and JRR starts thinking they're doomed. Then someone calls out to them, saying they brought a lot of boats. They say that many vessels are the minimum needed to sail through, so they'll allow them in. Then everyone notices the sky has changed. They've entered the tomb. One of the men asks what they're doing and says they're in an emergency situation. JR asks what he said, wondering if they're in trouble since he spoke in Chinese. The protagonist translates the ships are under attack by monsters. The boy panics and then more creatures rush straight at them. Humanoid fish leap onto the hull and everyone wonders what they even are, as the creatures start throwing things. The arrows hurt badly, and then they spot a snake biting one man's arm after shooting out of the water. Someone shouts not to fire because it'll explode. The protagonist thinks the man who got hit is done for. He says there are fewer monsters than he expected, and they're not that big either. The boy asks if he's serious, and he says he may not need any relics at all with that staff around. JR relaxes, thinking maybe he won't die here after all, but then two ships crash after losing control. The protagonist notices they're becoming unstable, and the boy tells him to look. It seems the people have been possessed. The protagonist realizes that if they get bitten they'll be controlled too. A relic confirms it. That's exactly how tiny variables can wipe out whole expedition teams. That's how long voyages go. The boy asks what they're going to do, and the protagonist can already tell this will be a pain. He tells the boy to run, but the boy reminds him they're in the middle of the ocean and asks where exactly they're supposed to run. The protagonist says while those idiots deal with the monsters, he'll start activating relics. He adds that it's good those guys are human too, that's all he needs. So he uses Shakespeare's pen and writes that everyone being controlled by relics will realize they're idiots and start licking the floor, and somehow, that's exactly what happens. They start doing what he wrote and JR is left wondering what just happened. The protagonist says now they only need to deal with the monsters. The relic comments that he handled that pretty well. The protagonist asks why it feels like the relic is talking directly to him, and it says it expected no less from the man chosen by the crow. It adds that rumors about him have spread through all the relics. JR is shocked that relics talk to each other, and the protagonist says they're even more attention-starved than humans. The relic snaps back, calling that damned human a lower life form, yet he dares call relics needy. It says there's no reason to worry. Soon even his disgusting tongue will fall silent, because every relic has turned its rage toward his arrogance. The protagonist says that would actually be great, and he'd be thankful if they really did that. JR agrees because that would mean they'd all come straight to him into his bag. The protest says relics talk too much, and if they wanted him that badly, they should have set a trap. That leaves the relic speechless. He keeps pushing, asking why it won't tell him one more thing. This time he asks about the crow everyone keeps mentioning. What is it? Even the Egyptian relics brought up the crow, so it must be a big deal among them. The relic snaps back, asking why it has to tell him anything and saying he can figure it out himself. The proto can tell he struck a nerve, so he mocks it, saying he gets it. It can't answer because it forgot. He thought relics were smarter than humans, but this is just sad. That bait works. The relic fires back that it remembers perfectly and demands how he dares insult its intelligence. The proto tells it to prove it, already thinking it fell for the trick, and it does. The proto is surprised when it blasts lightning into the waves, shaking everything around them while the relic starts explaining that the crow was a divine relic feared and respected, able to devour enemies and take their powers. It says the crow used to be a powerful ally, but one day it made a contract with some human and betrayed them all. After that, countless relics were eaten by the crow and others became slaves to that human. Unable to stand by and watch, they sealed the traitor away. The proto is stunned. That means the tomb he entered before dying was the crow's prison. He says he knew that tomb felt strange compared to normal ones. If that's true, then it makes sense all the subordinates there were wiped out. Still, he thought the crow could devour divine relics, so he asks how they managed to seal a monster like that. The relic laughs and says fighting a head-on would have been hard, so they trick the human instead. Humans are simple, show them something better, and they'll abandon anything. That's how they sealed the crow and killed that foolish human too. Then it proudly tells the Prota to bow before its perfect strategy, but he barely reacts. He says he doesn't care about the plan. He already got the useful information he wanted. He admits he was wondering who this annoying crow was, even thinking about whether to team up with it. After hearing all that, he decides the crow sounds like a great ally. The relic is stunned and asks if he was even listening. Siding with that crow means becoming the enemy of every relic. The Prota shrugs it off. He says he never planned to be friends with a bunch of idiot relics anyway. That makes the relic finally lose it. It screams that it's had enough, tells him to die, and sends even more monsters after him. Jay is shocked by how many there are now, but the Prota calmly figures this is just the second wave. Even so, he keeps cutting them down. Fighting beside Jay, he realizes the swarm never ends, and the boy notices they're getting surrounded. He points out that the monsters are ignoring everyone else and going only after them. The Prota thinks they can still win, even like this, but the boy hears something snap and notices the Prota's knife has finally broken for good. The embalming knife is done, and the boy says that's why he told him to be careful. The Prota cuts him off and tells him to run. Without another relic to fight with, they can't stay here, and the boy gets even more annoyed at him. The Prota tells him to head for the cabin, saying that without another combat relic, he'll have to give up this fight for now. Jay asks what he's talking about, since he doesn't even know how they're still alive. The Prota says, "This tomb is brutal. It's huge. It controls the sea, and getting out won't be easy. That idiot relic got mad, started making giant waves, and sent its minions after them. Since he already knows where it is, all he has to do is reach it. The problem is, he has no relic left to get there, and the back of the ship is at least clear so they can escape that way." He tells Jay to find any boat he can, because they have to cross the sea and grab that relic. The boy asks if he even knows how to drive one, but then some people shout that the thieves are here, and Thomas curses them out, asking the girl if these are the ones who stole her relics. The Prota spots the girl and realizes that if she's with them, they must be an American excavation team. He also notices a few familiar faces. They welcome the pair in their own hostile way, but the boy says to leave them alone. Still, the Prota is more interested in the nice stuff they're carrying. He says he'll handle them, and tells the boy to find a boat and rope. As the boy moves, Thomas charges straight at the Prota, demanding to know if he was the one who stole their things. Thomas says he's taking them back, but the Prota asks who gave him permission to do that. Then he notices they seem to have some other relics too, and asks why not settle this properly. Thomas responds by saying he'll crush the brat and attacks the Prota out of nowhere. The Prota barely dodges and notes that Thomas is fast for a guy that big. That relic is probably rank A. The Prota tells him to hand it over, then slams an elbow into his stomach and punches Thomas in the face. But even after that hit, Thomas doesn't go down. He just turns back toward the Prota like nothing happened. Then he comes after him again, trying to land a clean blow, while the boy runs off. When the Prota gets clipped, he feels the relic's aura and realizes that metal pipe isn't just a pipe. There's a sword hidden inside. One direct hit from something that's strong and fast would be bad, so he decides not to fight head-on, and summons a silver axe. Thomas sees that and says the Prota finally understands how serious this is, but adds that it still won't save him. He attacks again, but the boy ducks and strikes Thomas from the other side, forcing him to defend himself for once. The Prota asks if he really believes that, then orders the axe to destroy any enemy threatening his wealth. In the silver axe, he strips Thomas of all his clothes. Now standing naked in front of the Prota, Thomas is stunned, while the boy bursts out laughing. The Prota tells him he should have dodged, asking why he tried to block it. Then he grabs the pipe and orders it to show its true form. The relic reveals itself as the floral skull sword, granted by the king of Brave Singra, a disposable Renki relic with durability at 2,594 out of 5,000. The Prota says it's amazing, and the sword looks full of life. But then Jay shouts to him, and the Prota realizes the timing is perfect. He tells the big guy he'll put the sword to good use, but Marcos yells for him to come back and return it. Before he can do anything, a bunch of monsters appear around him, leaving him completely lost. The Prota just runs off laughing at him, and then Jay asks where they're going now. The Prota tells him to keep going straight because he'll guide the way, adding that they'd better have plenty of fuel. Jay says they do and asks how far they need to go. The prota starts estimating the distance, but then a rock slams toward them, and Marcos orders them to stop right there, already dressed again on another boat. They shock his friends manage to save him, and the little girl is furious at the two of them. The prota says he'll try something else, and throws a rope over. It catches Linda by the arm and he orders it to drag her off the boat and bring her to him, dumping her into the water. The prota warns them they'd better grab her fast, because that relic spread monsters through the water to catch her. Linda struggles there close to drowning, while Marcos tells her to hang on, and orders the girl to turn the boat, but one of the men protests, saying the prota will get away if they do. Marcos shouts that he said turn it. He's furious now, swearing the prota will pay for everything he's done. Meanwhile, the prota reaches a small island, and says the relic is hiding right under that tree. They're almost there, and when they finally reach the shore, they stop there. The prota's sword starts reacting, and the relic is shocked he found it. It says that if he wants to control it, he'll need to offer a sacrifice, something that satisfies it. The prota asks what it'll do if he says no, and the relic has no answer. Then the prota says it's time to eat. The relic asks what he's doing, and the prota says it should show him how sharp it really is. He throws his sword up into the tree, and the relic starts screaming, but the prota follows with a slash aimed right at it. The tree trunk splits in half, and the relic can't believe it, falling backward. The prota watches as the relic is exposed. It's a kind of map, the treasure map of West Zenri, a ranker relic with only 2 out of 500 durability left. The prota is seriously surprised by that relic, and Jay asks about Zenhe. The prota explains that with the treasure map of the West, he sailed across the West collecting treasures, while Zenhe explored the Northern Sea under the Ming Emperor's command. After 60 fleets he traveled through Southeast Asia, past India, and toward Africa. Historical records say he returned with all kinds of treasure. The prota can tell this was an incredible achievement. He tells the boy to repair that relic as fast as possible, because cutting the tree wrecked almost all its durability. The boy gets mad and tells the prota to please treat relics more carefully, but then the prota orders the relic to close the tomb and says now the scam can begin. Then he heads to the urban district of Macau, and the prota asks how long it'll take to make the fake relic. The answer? He just started. He asks the protagonist if they're really going to hand over a fake relic, because it still feels way too risky. He wonders if it's even worth the danger when they're already getting paid well, and asks why they don't just hand over the real relic. Irene agrees it's dangerous and says they should avoid making more enemies, but the proto-occasionist says this has to be done, especially if they want to solve her problem. She still doesn't get it, so he tells her to place her hand on the relic. The moment she does, he orders the relic to listen and start marking every place tied to her bad luck. That's when he realizes it's working. Then Turkey gets marked, and he says they'll probably have to go there to fix her problem. That's why they needed this map, though he also wanted it for himself later. The boy points out that even if they need it, the fake will vanish after a while, so they're bound to get caught. They're dealing with Kira Clark, and she'll chase them to the ends of the earth. The protagonist says that's exactly right, except the boy is very right about the part where she never stops chasing them, which only confuses him more. Then he explains that Kira is trying to corner the market on geographic relics, and she likely has several already. That means she can keep finding tombs and taking them over. She also knows one thing for sure: Columbus's map is the biggest problem in her collection, because once it marks a place, it can read details about both the tomb and the relic. A lot of tombs around the world are already in her hands, and one of them is in Turkey. Going there now would be insane. Worse, she wouldn't just learn everything about their relics, she'd definitely go after Irene for hers too. Honestly, he doesn't have much to lose when it comes to relics, but Irene is different. There's no way Kira would ignore a powerful relic like that. Still, because it's a parasitic relic, she can't just steal it outright, which means she'll do anything to get it: kidnapping, blackmail, whatever it takes. She has no limits. In fact, that may have happened before he died, because he can't think of any other way someone like Irene could become the goddess of destruction. Still, he tells her not to worry. He won't let anyone lay a finger on her. Irene gets flustered, while he secretly thinks things will go differently this time. The Queen of Failure's power and the Irene Holton family's riches will be his. His real motive is even worse than it looks. That's why, he says, they need to pull off this scam. They have to provoke Kira and draw her out. It seems she's somewhere around that family too, and once she finds out the relic she worked so hard to get is fake, she'll lose it. That's when he'll step in and say he can explain everything. She'll probably agree to meet him, even if it's only because she wants to kill him. Then Jay asks what he plans to do once they meet. The protagonist says he'll destroy all of Kira's precious geographic relics. The boy realizes the plan is even crazier than he thought, but the protagonist tells him to be quiet and get back to work. He figures that if he leaves Kira alone, they'll run into each other eventually anyway, so he might as well use this chance to finish her off for good. Somewhere else at the CIA base, one of the men asks if they're saying the tomb sealed itself before they even found the relics. So that means some idiot stole it first. They apologize, and he adds that Agent Thomas and Agent Linda were captured by China, then sarcastically says they did a fantastic job. They try to defend themselves, saying they never expected an attack, and no one thought a skilled relic user would show up. They had no intel on that. He snaps back, asking if they're blaming headquarters for not informing them properly. They say no, but then another man rushes in and says General Kira is calling. He's shocked she's already on the line, and tells everyone to brace themselves. They are dead, but when she speaks, she asks why everyone sounds so grim, and tells them to cheer up, because she isn't angry. The blonde man is completely confused, and Kira says they got the relic. He asks how, since they clearly lost it. She says they did fail, but she used other methods. It's a little disappointing though. She wanted them to finish the mission themselves. Yet the world-famous CIA still failed, so she made a request to Edward, and he delivered. The exchange should happen very soon. Then they ask if they can at least investigate the skilled user, and everyone agrees. Kira says she's very interested in strong people. Meanwhile, Yu Jiaha finishes the fake relic, and it gets delivered to Edward, who most likely passes it on to Kira. Since there's no trouble after the exchange, it seems even Kira didn't notice it was fake. Thanks to that, Yu Jiaha can focus on repairing relics, and several of the protagonists' most used ones along with the map get restored. He also tells Irene to practice using her relic. It's hard to watch, but she's still a beginner. Edward pays them right away, so they treat themselves to an amazing meal. The boy is stunned by what the protagonist orders and asks how much it costs. The protagonist says that old man is going to lose his mind when he finds out, and it should happen any minute now. Right then, Edward starts cursing him out, calling him a filthy scammer. He demands to know what the hell he sold him, and what he did. The protagonist acts surprised to see Edward, and tells him to come over. Then he asks the boy if he has any idea what he supposedly did. He asks Edward what he's talking about, since he handed over the geographic relic he requested. Edward says that's not what happened at all, and calls him a crooked swindler again. The protagonist wonders if he finally figured it out, then tells the old man to calm down. There's no way he'd scam a future business partner, so he asks what went wrong, and tells Edward to explain. Edward says the relic he gave him disappeared, and now General Kira wants his head. The protagonist wonders if they broke it by using it the wrong way, but Edward says they claimed it was working just fine. Of course it was. The protagonist thinks the forgery can copy abilities to a point, but Edward says that's not the only problem. There's something worse. When the relic vanished, some people vanished too, and one of them was the Prime Minister of England. Jay blurts out, asking how the Prime Minister could just disappear out of nowhere. Now this is getting huge. The old man asks if the boy thinks he knows anything, and says they were supposed to be in a meeting with the general when it happened. Then he says they're all dead. Jay asks what the protagonist is going to do now. The protagonist only gives a sly smile, and Jay can't believe he's laughing in a situation like this. He asks why he's smiling when the Prime Minister of England has disappeared. Isn't this bad? The protagonist says yes, but it's also a great chance. The boy is totally lost. He explains that Kira is drowning in problems too, and desperate times are perfect for pulling scams. Then he tells him to watch and learn. Jay asks what he's planning. The protagonist turns to Edward, tells him to wake up and asks how long he's going to sit there like that. The old man is baffled. Then the protagonist asks if he can contact Kira right now, saying he needs to speak with her. Edward is shocked that he wants to talk to the general. He warns that calling her in a situation like this could make things even worse. The protagonist thinks he's just scared to face her directly, though he lets it slide since the man is old. He says he's not asking to give some dumb excuse. What he's about to do might actually help Edward, and Edward starts to believe him. He tells the protagonist to wait a second, but the protagonist says he knows. Just contact her already. It's better than sitting still and waiting to be killed. So Edward agrees. He calls her, and in the end Edward really does connect to Kira, and it sounds like she tears into him first. Then he tosses the phone to the protagonist. The protagonist says it's an honor to speak with the general. She replies that's nice because she never expected to be talking to him like this. She heard he messed with one of her men and took the relic, and since the relic he delivered had problems, it's fair to say he's responsible. The protagonist says you could definitely say that, and she's clearly surprised by the answer, but he adds that being blamed for the wrong thing isn't very fun. All he did was take the relic and hand it to Edward. That makes her furious, and she says she'll kill him if he's lying, demanding that he clearly explain what he did with the relic. But the protagonist insists he did nothing, and she keeps cursing him out. Then he says he wants to help, which is why he called. He heard what happened to the Prime Minister of England, and even he can't ignore something that big, since it happened after their trade. Neither she nor Edward will want to do business with him again. That's terrible news for someone like him, since his only real skill is using relics. If he loses all those business contacts, how is he supposed to make a living? Jerp is stunned by how shamelessly the prototype lies. He says that's exactly why, as a little extra favor, he'll help them now, and keep the door open for future deals. She pauses for a moment and asks how he plans to help. Is he really saying he can find the Prime Minister of England? Right then, the prototype realizes he has her attention. He says that's exactly what he means, and Edward told him she has some geography relics. That catches her off guard. He quickly adds that Edward probably let it slip by accident, so she shouldn't be too hard on him. Then he asks to use those geography relics, but she says they already tried, and none of them could find him. The Proto says he wouldn't have offered if he planned to use them the normal way. He wants to bring out their hidden powers to track down the Prime Minister. A lot of people think relics can only use the powers everyone already knows about, but that's wrong. He says he can tap into the hidden ones too. Both of them are shocked by what the Proto says. Still, they clearly think he sounds like a crazy scammer, and the Proto wonders why they keep letting themselves get fooled. She asks if his saying relics really do have secret functions, and whether that's even possible. The Proto can tell she's starting to believe him. He says yes, and claims he got past Sia and took the relic by using those secret powers. So what does she think? She goes quiet for a bit, then says fine, he can use one of her relics, but only on her terms. He has to go where she tells him, bring no relics, and do everything under her men's watch. The Proto says that works for him, and after the call ends, Edward says he can't believe the Proto actually convinced the general. The Proto brushes it off like it was easy, and he tells Edward to stay put and rest since he has to go alone. Edward starts thanking him. Then Gara asks about the boy, and the Proto says he's coming too, he won't run. He also tells him to finish the repairs, and the kid can already tell this man is way too harsh. Just then the Crow sends the Proto a few alerts. He earns the title Indestructible Scammer, along with new status info, and becomes a tomb raider, who scams instead of digging up tombs. The Proto realizes that Crow is watching everything. His social skill drops, but his chance of deceiving relics rises even more. Now he can show relics just how rotten he is, and he wonders why he'd ever need to do that. Calling it stupid, he tells everyone to get back to work, and tells Edward he can go home. Edward only wishes the boy good luck. A little later, Gara calls and tells him where to go. It's a hotel near others he's seen before. She told him not to bring any relics, but a soldier doesn't go to war unarmed, so he shrinks his other relics and disguises them to take with him. Since he's using domination to keep up their appearance, they keep draining his strength, so he needs to finish this fast. Gara notices they're at a very fancy hotel, and the Proto says of course they're dealing with someone of her rank. Then the receptionist asks the boy if he needs help, and the Proto says she came over because he looked lost. He tells her it's fine, they're just there to meet someone, and he politely wishes her a good day before slipping away. Soon two men who are obviously from the CIA come to meet them, and the Proto realizes someone came to receive them. They ask if he is Seo Ju-hyun, and he says yes, assuming the general sent them. He tells them to lead the way, and they turn around and tell the Proton to follow, taking him straight to the general. She welcomes Seo Ju-hyun. She says she doesn't sense any relics on him, so it seems he can follow orders after all. The Proton says of course, but then Gara speaks up saying she thought a general would be older, and asks if someone that young can really hold that rank. The Proton says maybe she's wearing makeup, then tells the kid to be quiet. He asks about the relics and she says they're over there, leading him to another room. When he gets there, several maps are spread across the table. The Proton spots Barbarossa's pirate map, rank B, Anaximander's world map manuscript, rank C, and Columbus's map rank A, and he says he'll deal with all of them. She tells him to prove it, and warns him to work fast, or he'll end up with a bullet in his head. The Proton tells her not to worry, then asks if she can hand him that pen. She's clearly surprised by that, and warns him not to try anything funny, but he says she should know he can't do much against those relics with just a pen. Then he moves in and gets ready to write, but one of the men stops him, asking what he thinks he's doing to the general's precious relic. The Proton says this step is important, if he wants to bring out the relic's hidden powers, and the general tells them to let him continue. Though the man still argues, she warns that this had better be worth it, and the Proton tells her she can trust him. She absolutely cannot. If there's one thing you should never do, it's trust this guy. They ask what he's scribbling, and what that drawing is. He says they're called tomb glyphs, the language of relics. Since relics have their own way of communicating, it makes sense they have their own writing system too. She asks how he can read it. He says it was mostly luck, and that in the past he used to have the archaeologist's relic. The crow must have done something now that he no longer has it. While it keeps wondering what he's plotting, then he says the relic is about to release its power. She tells him to show her, and he admits that hidden powers and all that are a lie. The writing on the relic was never meant to find the Prime Minister of England, and he already knew where the Prime Minister was before he came here. Because he used Jinrei's map, the answer had already been decided. Then he says he found him. Once he learns where the Prime Minister is, she asks what he's talking about, and the Pranda says he's in the Sahara Desert. If she gives him a sheet of paper, he can write down the coordinates. He adds that the Prime Minister might be moving, so she should search the whole area, and since it's a desert, they need to find him fast. The general immediately orders them to contact the nearest Special Operations Unit and authorizes the use of search relics at close range. They should find him quickly, and with that they leave the room. Then the two of them are left in a very tense silence, and he says that now that he did his part, she should let him go. But she points a gun at the Pranda and says not yet. He can say that only after the Prime Minister is rescued and safe. She says they'll stay there until he's found, and the boy asks if they really can locate him. The general tells him not to worry. Her men are skilled and will find him in no time. While they wait, she asks why he doesn't tell her more about the relic language. The Prada says sorry, but that information is bargaining material. So she asks if he expects to negotiate without giving anything first. He says he gets it. Since there's not much else to do, he'll at least spell it out for her and explain the next step later. She says that will have to do. Then the Prada signals to JRP and starts writing something on the paper. But then someone rushes in and tells the general they found Prime Minister Albert. She's shocked and asks if he's safe. The man says yes, he's exhausted, but his life isn't in danger. The Prada says that's a relief and tries to leave, but she tells him to finish what he was doing. Still the Prada asks if she isn't pushing it too far, saying it sounds like she has no plan to let him go. Isn't that right? She asks what else he expected, tells him to shut up and follow orders, and says she can't let someone with abilities like his walk away. He'll keep cooperating until they learn all his methods for using relics. The Prada's now seeing what she really wants, asks what she'll do if he refuses. She looks surprised, but then something explodes nearby. She demands to know what happened. At that moment, the relics start burning and she orders everyone to put out the fire fast, trying to stop it as quickly as possible. But one of the men can't put it out, and on top of that he's also under the Prada's control. He starts tearing up that cursed map and she yells, asking what he's doing. He says they need to get rid of the maps and soon all of them start ripping everything apart. The others try to stop the controlled men, until one of them shoots the man tearing the map in the leg. The general says this is obviously the work of a relic. She turns to Yuhan and demands to know where that idiot went, realizing he planned all of this. Then the man beside her reports that they vanished, and the two of them they vanished, and she immediately realizes the protagonist set the whole thing up. Outside they appear inside a fountain. G is shocked they really got away, and the protagonist says it worked, even if showing up in the middle of a fountain is a little unlucky. He's completely soaked, but it was still worth it because he drew everything right in that short time. He adds that drawing is one thing he's always been good at. The protagonist explains that right after the bomb went off, he handed G the escape relic. Then using the chaos as cover, he drew the fountain on the ground with the relic. It worked perfectly. Before heading to the meeting point for this mission, he had G memorize the shape of that fountain. The relic he used was the one President Wong's lawyer carried, the paint of a painter from Montmartre in Paris. He says it's a clumsy way to escape, but now he has hope since he found someone who can draw well. G asks what he pulled this time, and the protagonist says it was nothing that special. When he asked to borrow their pen, he made Shakespeare's pen look like the other one and switched them. The moment she handed it over, he used it. What he wrote on the map was in order to make them panic. He also memorized a few names so he could make the effect stronger, remembering when he spoke to the receptionist and the two men who brought them there. On the way, the protagonist asked if he could know their names, but the man told him to shut up and just follow. Even then, he kept pushing, telling them not to be like that. He said this whole mess with the enemy would be awful, but he'd fix it for them in return. All they had to do was ask the general to go easy on him, since they'd be friends soon. Of course, they thought that sounded weird, but the other man ended up talking to John. The protagonist says he wrote the command using both of their names, in a relic language they would never understand. As for the hotel employee, James Hang, he pushed her into deciding to commit terrorism from extreme stress, and the place he tied it to was room 2002. And for John Smith and Jim Evans, he made them see an evil spirit in the map. They believed that if they didn't tear up an artifact, General Kim's life would be in danger. James is stunned. The protagonist asks what's wrong, bragging that he knows it's amazing and that the kid can say it out loud. Anyway, that woman can't chase them now. All they need to do is head to Turkey. Meanwhile, back with her, they tell the general that the connection has been established. Richard shows up and asks General Clark what happened. She asks if he knows how to restore relics. She says her relic was damaged and orders him to start repairs as soon as they return to the United States. He agrees without issue, saying repair requests have been piling up lately. He even got one from TKBM, not long ago, and was already working on it. But she says she thinks the person who ruined her relics is the same one who damaged TKBM's. Hearing that, he asks if that person is with UJ. She says that if they ignore him, he's going to become a huge problem. Richard tells the general not to worry too much. Soon Pandora will be created. Once that happens, normal people won't even be able to own or use relics, so a bunch of rich people want to shut everyone else out and keep all the power for themselves. How original. After that, the protagonist takes Irene to get something to eat, a kebab, and she gets all shy and excited. She asks if this is really okay, wondering if something happened to the vendor. He asks what she's even talking about. Then she says it's nothing and just thanks him. They're in the middle of Turkey. She says she bought something for him to eat too, then adds that all her relic training was worth it. Nothing bad happened while she went out to buy food. She says that's all thanks to the protagonist. But the second she starts feeling happy, a billboard outside begins to fall. Other people suddenly get stomach pain, and someone starts driving wildly, nearly causing a crash. He asks if she still thinks it's not too early to say thanks, and the girl admits is right. Even so, he tells her she's much better than before. For now, he thinks she's gotten a handle on affinity. From here on, she should focus more on domination. She asks what he means because she still has so much to learn, but he says she only needs the basics of skill and affinity. It's just to stop the relic from damaging her body since it's a parasite type. If not for that, he never would have put her through all this. So now she gets it. Affinity doesn't matter that much. The boy looks a little offended by that, while the girl simply agrees with the protagonist. Then they tell them to finish eating so they can leave, and sometime later they arrive at Cappadocia. The protagonist finds it strange because the tomb is still there. Since the relic is inside Irene's body, the tomb should have vanished. One side of it is collapsing too, which makes it even stranger. There are people all over the area, and they look like soldiers. On one side are American Special Operations units, the guys working for Kira. On the other side seem to be Turkish soldiers. It looks like the two sides joined forces. With security that tight, not even an ant could get through. There's no way they can just walk in. But the protagonist says that doesn't mean there isn't another way, and the boy is surprised. He reminds him that he's not a digger, he's a tomb robber. Then he tells him to watch closely and learn how tomb robbers do things, so he leads them over to another spot. Jay complains that somehow they always end up in bathrooms, and this one smells awful. The protagonist says it just keeps happening, and he doesn't like it either. Usually the area around a tomb is protected by the relic's aura, but there's always a blind spot. This time it's right there. They're gonna open a hole and sneak in. But then Jay asks if that relic is basically C4 in relic form. The protagonist says no, it's not a bomb. It's one of the relics he stole from the American excavation team, the amazing D-rank sweet potato that makes you fart easily. The boy asks what kind of useless relic that is, and the protagonist says that's exactly why it matters in a situation like this. A tomb robber's basic skill is making openings, and with this power he can create a hole. That means he can get through tomb walls even dynamite can't scratch. Still, they don't have enough destructive power, so they'll break the relic and use it like a trigger. He tells the other two to cover their ears. Then he starts pouring aura into the relic until it begins screaming. The protagonist tells it to hurry up and blow because he's using up his energy. The relic begs him to stop, saying it hurts, but it actually does explode. That blast alerts everyone outside because the bathroom starts glowing, and they realize the relic has blown up. The protagonist tells them not to worry. The relic can't damage anything except the tomb. Then a hole opens right in front of them. He proudly asks if that isn't a beautiful hole, saying it leads straight inside the tomb and calls them in. Yu Ji-ha notices the soldiers making noise and wonders if they've been found. The protagonist says it's fine. There should be somewhere to hide inside the tomb. But Yu Ji-ha points out the path is blocked, and the protagonist asks how many more relics is going to have to blow up. Once again the relic starts screaming, and outside they realize the sound is definitely coming from inside the tomb, so they rush in. Back inside, the protagonist makes a huge opening. The boy is shocked they really made it in. The protagonist says he already told him and wonders why he still doubts him. He tells them to wait there a bit while he gathers some information about the tomb. The two of them start getting nervous, asking him to take them along because it's way too scary to stay there alone. The protagonist just agrees and keeps walking, reading the inscriptions on the walls. He finds it interesting and Irene asks what he discovered. The protagonist says the relic of this tomb is the touch of Midas, so the relic inside her body is probably that one. The boy asks if he means that Midas, the guy who turned everything to gold with a touch. He says that makes no sense, because her problem is the bad luck happening around her. But the protagonist explains that in the story, the golden hand was also a hand of misery. He tells him to remember how the story ends. In Greek mythology, the god of wine Dionysus offered King Midas one wish as a reward for protecting his teacher. Midas wished that everything he touched would turn to gold. Dionysus thought it was foolish but granted it anyway. The blessing didn't last long. Everything Midas touched, even food and water, turned to gold and he started starving. Desperate, he begged to be saved, and Dionysus showed him how to undo the wish, bathe in the Pactolus River, and the power would be washed from his hands. So he brings up the Pactolus River. If there's something here connected to that river, there may be a way to separate the relic from her, and if that works he'll get to take yet another relic for himself. He says that's the plan, and the girl is shocked, but then, just as the protaler tells her she needs to do it, bullets start flying at him. A hail of shots comes at them and they realize soldiers found them. Everyone runs. The soldiers rush into the tomb, already firing as they chase him down. Irene asks how they can even shoot inside the tomb, and the protaler admits he is not sure. He guesses the damage to the tomb changed the rules. He quickly checks on Irene and she says she is fine. Still, he notices she is running out of breath and knows they cannot keep this up much longer. So he suddenly stops and the boy asks why. The protaler tells the two of them to keep going ahead. He says he will deal with the soldiers himself. Running away is not his style. When the general hears her men in Turkey are calling for backup, she gets furious. Her subordinate reports that several agents stopped responding, and the last report said they were terrified. The general tells her to continue. The woman explains that according to those reports 3 people broke into the tomb, 2 men and a woman, apparently unarmed. The general does not buy that for a second. She says they must have at least one relic and the subordinate apologizes. Then the general thinks it over again. Once she realizes which 2 men with relics this must be, she gets even angrier. Back in the tomb, the protégé uses his relic to draw them in close. One soldier mocks him, saying it does not matter what relic he has. How is he supposed to beat them with just a knife? Then they open fire on him. The protégé takes off running and they chase after him. He thinks through the plan, first lure them with the relic's aura, then boost his speed with the sword of the flowery knight. If he pulls them in one by one, they will take the bait and walk straight into his trap. The soldiers shout that he has nowhere left to run and tell him to surrender because he is surrounded. They order him to drop his weapon and put his hands on his head, but the moment they step into the trap, a flashbang goes off, and they have no idea what just happened. Several of them freeze in place as their bodies turn to gold, and the Prota charges the rest. He goes right after the remaining soldiers. Taking them down is way too easy. Most of them do not even realize what hit them. They crash to the ground hard, and the Prota says those guys never had a chance. Irene is stunned by what CIO did. He tells them to move, since he found where the river is, and the boy asks about the soldiers. The Prota bluntly says they are dead, then asks what he thinks. The boy realizes he really is a terrifying guy. After that, they head deeper into the tomb toward the river. The boy is shocked by the lake, and the Prota says it matches the glyphs exactly. He tells Irene to try bathing in it, and she is caught off guard. He explains that Midas got rid of his power by bathing in a river, so maybe she can separate herself from her relic the same way. Then he puts a hand into the water. He says there are no traps and promises they will stay nearby so she feels safer. Irene nods and says she understands, then starts taking off her clothes. A moment later, she steps into the lake. As she goes in, the boy asks CIO if he plans to peek. The Prota says he is only staying alert in case something happens. The boy reminds him he said there were no traps, but the Prota says the relic itself could attack once it comes out. He warns that they cannot let their guard down, and the boy reluctantly agrees. While the girl bathes in that water, she wonders if this will really work. Then her relic starts reacting. It emerges, saying its other half is there. Irene panics, and the Prota is shocked. The second he rushes forward, it is revealed that the relic sleeping in the lake has awakened. The gold relic releases a dark aura and a huge wave of luck reaches him, but too much luck can bring disaster. He says he gets it now and runs toward Irene, yelling for her to get out at once. She says her body will not move and her hand starts turning into gold. She screams that to the Prota, and he jumps in, shocked. He dives into the water beside her, wondering how things got this bad, and forcing himself to think fast. He insists this was not a trap, since the glyph said the sleeping relic was submerged. He thought the relic was fully sealed inside Irene. So now he wonders if there was another one, all along. Then it clicks. Of course there is another relic. The tomb is still standing, and the traps were never triggered. He tells Irene not to worry because he is here. At that moment the relic snaps at him, asking who the hell he is and telling him not to interfere because it is taking its brother back. Irene calls out to Sayo, warning that he will turn into gold if he stays near her. The Proto realizes that is why he cannot swim properly. The relic says she is right and tells him to leave the woman behind and go if he wants to live. It says it only needs her dead so it can pull its brother out of her body. Since it finally found its brother today, it is in a good mood and will let him go this once. Irene keeps calling to the Proto, but he tells her not to worry, which surprises her. Then he says the relic keeps talking about its brother, and if he follows that idea, everything makes sense. The Midas relic was split in two. One half became the golden hand, and the other became the hand of misfortune. That unlucky hand got stuck inside Irene, and now the golden hand is trying to kill her so it can pull the other half out. So they will do the same thing to it instead. They will use domination to make that relic theirs. As the Proto acts, the girl starts using more and more of her power. He tells her to use domination and do everything she can to help. If they combine their power, this will be easy. The relic starts to give in, and it screams at the two of them. It yells for them to stop right now because it hurts, shouting that it already told them to quit, but Irene refuses. She tells it to stop resisting and submit to her already. The Proto sounds proud, saying that is how it is done, and that he is glad to have such a good student. At last the girl manages to move the water itself. When it is over she looks back in surprise. Her body is returning to normal, and he says that is great. It looks like she pulled it off. She says even the mark changed, and the Proto explains that the contract is complete now. He tells her the problem is solved. She now has both the golden hand and the hand of misfortune, so the balance is restored. The disasters that used to happen around her should not be a problem anymore. She starts thanking the Proto, saying it is all because of him. But then he asks her to wait because water went up his nose. Once they come out, the people outside are panicking over the fact that they still cannot contact anyone. One of the men tells the general that none of the agents inside the tomb are responding and that they may all be dead. She coldly says that is their job and asks why he is even hesitating to say it. He apologizes to the general. She says she is sure it was them, no doubt about it, and orders him to tell HQ not to send reinforcements to the tomb. He agrees but starts to question that choice. The general says she will use a relic to wipe them out. He warns her that the whole historic site will be destroyed, and the Turkish government will definitely be furious, but she says she does not care. As she heads there, the Proto is with the other two, and they ask if they can finally run out of there now. Irene agrees and says this is enough for one day. The Proto says they are leaving, then complains that they have not even been inside that long and asks why they are whining so much. Jay says it is because they are stuck in a tomb and he just wants fresh air. Then the whole place starts shaking, and they are stunned as the goddess of war attacks and blows the place apart. Her power destroys the tomb entrance, and her curse spreads inside too. Jay is shocked that the tomb is collapsing and asks the Proto what is going on. He says it is Kira. Then Jay says he thought they had already dealt with her relics, but the Proto explains they only took out her geographic ones, since she used her strongest relic together with those geographic relics to unleash her full power, and he never took that one from her. This is still possible. He says that is why she was called the goddess of war. She has Sekhmet's relics. In Egyptian myth, Sekhmet was sent to punish humans, and her relic lives up to that name. It has overwhelming power and can destroy any target, no matter how far away it is. That is why Kira collected every kind of geographic relic she could find. All she needed was her enemy's location to wipe them out completely. The tomb keeps collapsing, and Jay asks if he died and if this is heaven. But the Proto tells him no, this is hell. Then he asks what that was and whether it was a relic. The relic actually talks back, complaining that it is heavy and asking what he thinks he is doing. The Proto says this is not how the Code of Hammurabi was supposed to be used, but at least it saved them. Irene asks if they are going to suffocate in there, and the boy suddenly panics, wanting out no matter what. But the Proto says there is no way they can just leave like that. He tells him to calm down and remember how they got in by blowing up relics. They will get out somehow. But the boy asks if they have not already blown up too many relics doing that. What happens when they run out? Are they really going to blow up useful relics too? The Proto says yes. The kid asks if he's serious and Sayo says yes. The only thing that matters now is getting out alive. They can always find more relics later. Then he says he wants to try something before they do anything else. He explains that the tomb restoration skill he got a few days ago is still something he doesn't fully understand. Since tombs start collapsing the moment they take the relic, He used to wonder what the point was in restoring an empty tomb. Back then he had no idea when he'd ever use that power. But trapped inside a collapsing tomb like this, it might turn out to be one of the most useful skills he has. So he studies the skill description carefully. It says it can restore any path, and that is exactly what he needs. Then he puts his hand on the ground. Right in front of everyone, he activates tomb restoration. The rubble starts floating. Caesar realizes the range is really short, but it should still let them move forward. Irene sees that they finally have a way out and that they might actually survive. Then MC reminds the kid that their contract said he would handle his daily needs and keep him safe. The kid says there are times even that isn't possible. Irene wonders what contract they're talking about, but he tells him to trust him a little more. He says he won't let any of his subordinates die this time. That makes the other two pause. They both wonder what he meant by this time. Outside, the soldiers ask if there's any update, but the answer is still no. They complain that it's already been 3 hours since the tomb collapsed. Someone asks if they're using search relics, saying it shouldn't be this hard to find them with all of Seo's relics giving off aura. The soldiers say they are using them, but nothing is showing up. Then they start worrying about how they'll explain this to the general. One of them reports that a tunnel appeared inside the tomb. It looks like it leads to a nearby city. So they head there, and a superior stops an officer who is running over asking what happened. The officer says he has something urgent to report to the general, but the superior says she's busy with another emergency. A woman says she'll pass the message along, and the officer thanks her. At that moment, Kira is already on a call. She is speaking through the baby. He asks who called him, and the girl inside the room answers that it's General Kira. He's shocked, and she explains that this is one of the side effects of using the Sekhmet relic. He warns him that this information is strictly confidential, and he says he understands. Then he asks if the side effect is the transformation, saying it fits the name since many people believe Sekhmet was actually Hathor, the fertility goddess transformed. That means she used that terrifying relic and wiped those guys out. But he says that's not the only reason he came to report. It seems they escaped. The general starts crying, and Richard says this is bad. He asks her to calm down because he can't understand anything like this. The girl says she's asking about how things are going with Pandora, and he asks how she even knows about that. She simply says she has good news. Pandora has finally held the opening ceremony for the International Tomb Administration System. From now on, every tomb and relic will fall under Pandora's control. They told the world that relics are a Pandora's box that will only bring chaos. A new law will ban the possession, trade, and transfer of any relic. Breaking that law will be treated as terrorism, and the offender will be punished harshly. Pandora claims it will protect all humanity from relics. Seo mocks the whole thing. Take people's relics for yourselves, then call it protection. After that, he says they have returned to New York to the private plane of the Irene Holton family. They had planned to go back to Los Angeles where the almond relic is, but Irene asked them to come to her house first because her parents wanted to see them. She had told her family that she was finally free from her bad luck, and the Holtons were so happy they wanted to invite the person who saved her to dinner. Of course, the protagonist takes the chance. After making an enemy as big as Kira, he needs someone powerful enough to cover for him. If this works out, it will fit perfectly into his plan. But things are never that easy at John F. Kennedy International Airport. The kid asks Seo if he isn't getting ready to get off the plane. MC says he can feel several strong relic auras in the airport. Irene can hardly believe it, and he adds that it looks like some people are waiting for him. One of them tells him to stay calm because they are from Pandora, and this is a security measure for his protection. They announce that anyone carrying a relic must step forward because Pandora will now take custody of all relics. Naturally, nobody likes that, and they ask if Pandora is really not going to let them pass. One agent says the detector found that a tall man nearby has a relic. The man runs, shouting that they can forget it because the relic is his. They call him a thief, and the Pandora agent repeats that anyone with relics must step forward. Then the blonde man nearby says his first mission is going well. He orders them to punish anyone who resists to set an example, and one of the soldiers agrees with the colonel. Another reports that they detected a strong relic close by and they suspect it is tied to wealth. The blonde man is surprised. He praises them for the good work and tells them to show him where it is. Meanwhile, Irene arrives with Seo. He tells the other two not to be so nervous. The kid asks how he could be calm when they're surrounded by enemies, but the protagonist says that may be true. Still, he has a trump card. That trump card is Irene, and the girl is startled. Seo says they now have the complete Midas relic, so why not test it here? She says she's never tried it before, but he tells her it's simple. Just do what she did when she first controlled the relic. If anything goes wrong, he'll help her. Just then, Pandora's people surround MC and order him not to move. The blonde man introduces them as Pandora, the International Tomb Administration Organization, and says they know this group is carrying relics. He acts shocked that Pandora is already here, thinking about how they pretend to protect humanity from relics. In truth, their goal is to gather every relic for a chosen few and build a monopoly. Because of them, the world became horribly unfair in the future. But as far as Seiya remembers, Pandora was not supposed to exist yet. It should still be at least 3 years too early, so the future has changed again. The blonde man says they don't seem scared, but they don't need to be. Pandora will let them go as soon as they hand over their relics. Seiya tells them to get lost, and the blonde man can't believe what he just heard. The protagonist asks what right they have to demand his relics, then warns them to back off if they want to live. The blonde man is stunned by the threat and says it sounds like MC thinks this is some kind of joke. He adds that maybe a bullet to the head will bring him back to his senses. He tells him to go ahead, while glancing at Irene. Then he quietly tells her to use her power now. She starts calling it out as subtly as she can. The blonde man calls Seiya arrogant and says this is the last warning. He orders his men to fire, but the moment they do, the weapons twist back and hit their own users. They're shocked and one of them yells, asking what the hell is going on. The protagonist asks Irene if she saw that. She did it? She asks if she did it right. He says yes, and tells her she did great for a first try, taking her hand as he speaks. Then he tells her to push harder this time. If the relic goes wild, he'll help her control it. She agrees, and the blonde man says Seiya may be clever, but he'll see if he can get away this time. He orders all agents to draw their backup weapons. Then he tells them to use the relics provided by Pandora and attack with those. At the same time, MC and Irene unleash her power. Seiya asks how these people dare try to fight him, then uses Irene's power to strike from a distance. The system announces that the entire airport has been swallowed by extreme bad luck. The whole area becomes the domain of the Hand of Failure, and a huge evil aura starts tormenting the enemy relics. He says it looks like it worked really well this time. Irene is glowing now, using her power at full force. She has complete control, and the enemy relics start breaking apart. Everyone is horrified, and even their bodies are affected. They begin coughing up blood onto the floor. The blonde man asks where they think they're going, as they try to run, but Sabo walks straight up to him and grabs him by the collar. He says the man can tell all of Pandora this. Instead of making garbage laws, they should use what they have to do something useful. That is, if he manages to make it back. Right after that, the entire airport starts exploding. Meanwhile, the news reports that a major explosion took place at John F. Kennedy International Airport on March 1st at 2 o'clock. The number of dead and injured has not been confirmed yet, and the damage will make operations in the area difficult. Experts say Pandora will not come out of this unharmed, and Sabo says they deserve it for being crushed by their own plan. Since Pandora drew the most attention at the airport, people will suspect them and the backlash will hit hard. He thanks Irene. Thanks to her, they beat them without much trouble, but she says he doesn't need to thank her. Even so, he asks if she's feeling sick, or if anything feels wrong in her body. She says she feels fine, and he finds that strange. She used a huge amount of power, so there's no way side effects should just not show up. Relics always demand a price when they lend out their power. They make their owners suffer every time they use it. And Irene used a massive amount of power to blow up the airport. Her relic is definitely going to ask for something in return. The problem is, he has no idea what it will want. Then the girl suddenly starts to cough and says her chest feels strange, and that golden light coming out of her is even weirder, which shocks him. She says she can't breathe, and he realizes it's finally starting. As her condition gets worse, the driver asks if she's okay, and Gerard asks what happened. She says again that she can't breathe, and he understands the side effect has begun. That was expected. She used too much power when she blew up the airport. But what kind of effect is this? It's clearly attacking her body, and that could get ugly. So he tells Irene to calm down and says he'll try to suppress it with his domination. But then all that golden aura rushes to her head, and he asks what happened. Telling her to wake up, he gets more and more nervous, while Gerard asks why she changed so suddenly. Then the girl stands up, and he is thrown off by how odd she seems. Irene stares at him with her eyes wide open, and they turn an even deeper blue. The way she's acting starts to scare him, and he awkwardly asks if she's okay, because honestly, she looks kind of unhinged, so he calls out to Irene again. But the one who really loses it is Jaha, because the girl suddenly throws herself onto him. He can't believe it, and blurts out asking why she's acting like this. Then Jaso asks if he's okay. He says he is, and it looks like her side effect is over. He says she fell asleep, and wonders if it really ended that fast. That's when the system explains. After using the Relic of Madness, the user reveals their hidden greed. They develop a powerful craving for what they want, and will do anything to get it. He snaps that if the system was going to say that, It should have said it earlier. Then it adds that this time, what she wanted was his body odor, and he just stares in disbelief. Then the girl suddenly wakes up again, and turns bright red, screaming in embarrassment over what she did. He almost goes deaf. She apologizes to Seo Ju-hyun, saying she has no idea why she did that. She tells her it's fine. It was the relic forcing her to pay the price for using its power. So she asks if that means she shouldn't use it, unless she has to. And he says yes. Then he casually asks if she likes the smell of men's sweat. She turns red all over again, but he quickly brushes it off, saying never mind, that was a weird question. He isn't even sweating, so what kind of smell does she like? Meanwhile, at the Irene Holton mansion, Jae-soo speaks to him and says that like he thought, something feels off. He asks if he can stay in the car, and the protagonist asks what he means. Jae-soo says he can't face George Irene Holton. If George sees him, he'll kill him. But Irene tells him not to worry, because her brother isn't home. He says he already knows that, and that's exactly why he came with them. He just has a bad feeling, but the protagonist says he's being paranoid. He tells him to stop talking nonsense, and get out of the car. They'll be visiting the Irene Holton family a lot from now on, so he needs to stop hiding. If they find out, he should beg for forgiveness, because he has to pay for what he did. Jae-soo says George will kill him first, then points at the protagonist, and says he scams people too. After that, everyone gets out of the car, and Irene says she'll lead the way. It's been a long time since she came home. She was scared her bad luck would affect her family, so she stayed in a hotel. Now she doesn't have to do that anymore, and it feels like a dream. She starts thanking Seo Ju-hyun again, but he tells her not to. After all, she helped him a lot at the auction too. Then she suddenly looks surprised and he asks what's wrong. She says that blue Ferrari belongs to her brother, and Gerard immediately freezes up. It all hits him at once, and George recognizes him as the scammer who sold him a fake adventure. He instantly starts yelling. Irene calmly asks her brother if he was home after all, and he says yes, he got an urgent call from the house. Then he says it's been a while, and Gerard begs for forgiveness, admitting he messed up, but George tells him to shut up. If he wanted forgiveness, he should have asked sooner. This time, he's going to kill him, so he stops pretending to be dead. Jae-soo begs the protagonist to say something, saying he'll die if this keeps going, but the protagonist says he has to pay for what he did, and Jae-soo realizes he really is cold. Still, Jae-ha argues that his life is too valuable to lose over one little scam. He says they helped cure George's sister, and he was part of that too, so can't George just let this go and count it as payback for being tricked? George pauses and says that now that he thinks about it, Irene did tell him they helped undo her curse. The protagonist says exactly, that's why he wants him to let this one slide. But George fires back, so what? They didn't remove the relic from her body. If anything, they made it complete. How is that supposed to count as freeing her from a curse? Then he says the protagonist must be a scammer too. Of course he is. He's standing on Gerard's side. He points a pistol at him, but Irene steps in front. The protagonist says George knows nothing about relics and keeps shouting like he does. He explains that the relic had been inside her from the start, and all they did was help her control it. That relic can never be removed from her body. George asks how he can be so sure. How can he guarantee that? Is Irene supposed to live like this forever? He tells him not to make him laugh. He says he'll just wait until he finds a relic expert who can remove it from Irene. It finally starts to really annoy the protagonist, because George hasn't listened to a word. His rejection of relics runs way too deep, and he remembers the Irene Holton family is deeply Catholic. He'd heard they hated relics. Even so, does George really have to pick a fight like this? Then Irene tells her brother to stop saying that because it's hurting her. She says that even if the relic fused with her, she's still the same person. Nothing has changed, and she asks him not to speak to Seo Ju-hyun like that because he saved her. That finally calms George down a little, and he says he went too far. Still, he warns Irene that the relic is dangerous. He says it's going to kill her, and the protagonist realizes George knows something, so he asks what happened. Did something happen? George says it's none of his business, and the protagonist becomes completely certain that something definitely did happen. Irene quietly watches while George gets irritated and says he already told him it's none of his business. Then he orders him to leave before he puts a bullet in his head. The protagonist can tell this guy is unbearable. He tells him to forget it. He'll just go talk to their parents since they were the ones who invited him. But George tells him not to even think about it. He's not seeing their parents, and they don't want to see him either. That makes the protagonist angry, and he tells him to stop being a pain before punching him in the face. Then he tells Irene to keep an eye on him and not let him go anywhere. She's stunned by what Seo Ju-hyun is doing, but he says he needs to talk to her parents right now. Something is clearly wrong, and she starts to worry. Then he rushes into the house, calling for Mr. and Mrs. Irene Holton, and telling them to answer. George tries to stop him, asking where he thinks he's going, but the protagonist catches that awful feeling and the smell of rotting flesh. At that point, he knows for sure it's the stench of that cursed disease, so when he goes farther inside, he finds Mrs. Irene Holton in terrible condition. Irene asks what happened to her mother, and George says now he finally gets it. He told them they couldn't see her. Then the protagonist asks about Mr. Irene Holton, and George says he's in the same state in the next room. The protagonist asks how long they've been like this, and George says he doesn't know. He rushed over after they called him, but they'd already been sick for a while. That's why they stayed away from relics. But things still ended up like this. Then Gerard asks what this is. What kind of disease is it? George says he doesn't know the details, and doctors are still looking into it. But the protagonist says they don't need to. This is relic syndrome. George asks if he knows that disease, and he says of course he does. Better than anyone. He's had it himself. He explains that it's an illness people get after being around relics for too long, especially those the relics look down on because of their strong affinity. All kinds of symptoms show up: hallucinations, mental problems, bleeding, infections, organ failure, and more. In short, it tears your body apart inside and out. George asks if there's a cure, but the protist says there isn't. This disease wiped out a third of Seoul, and people who lived near relics met the same end. While people were dying with no hope, others took advantage of medicinal relics. He worked himself to death just to buy medicine and ease the pain. Anyone who never went through that could never understand the pain. He remembers that back then, almost everyone had this disease. George can't believe it, and asks if his parents are going to die like that. But the protist says no. George is stunned. Then he says he has a few medicinal relics. He asks if the protator plans to use relics on his parents, and the protator asks what other choice there is. He says he gets George's fear, but relics have to be used when it matters, or is he just going to watch them die? Irene steps in and says it's okay. He can trust George, and that finally makes him give in. George asks the protator to show him, but the protator says now isn't the time. George thinks he's being messed with, and almost lunges at him, but Jane tells him to calm down. George says he won't, and the prodigan explains he has the relics. They just haven't awakened yet. He tells him to wait a few days. Once they wake up, he'll bring them over, and it won't even take a week. Still, one thing keeps bothering him. Their condition is already in the final stage of the syndrome, and it shouldn't move that fast. Irene says her parents sounded normal on the phone. If they were this sick already, they wouldn't have even been able to talk. The prodigal agrees. The relics haven't been around that long, so it's too soon for the disease to get this bad. So he asks if someone might have made it worse on purpose. That isn't just possible, it's the only explanation. Long ago, they got sick by accident. Since then, they stayed away from relics so completely that it became a family tradition. And not long ago, Irene was possessed by a relic, and he helped her. That's why he was invited here in the first place, for the disease to get this bad between the invitation. And now just doesn't make sense. But if someone already knew about the illness and boosted it with relics, then everything fits. He asks George if his parents had any recent guests. George says he just got there, and his parents always have visitors. The protee says one of them may have been a relic user, and George admits that's possible, since they never banned people who liked relics. The protee says that's exactly the problem. Someone could have brought relics into the house. George is shocked that a relic user could do that. The protee says someone is clearly behind this, and George nearly loses it. He explains that since they were only in the early stage before, someone must have sped up the syndrome, most likely with a relic. George asks who did it, but the protee says that's his job to find out. First he has to go back and awaken the medicinal relics. George agrees, but Irene says she's going with him. The protee is surprised and asks if she shouldn't stay with her parents, but she says staying beside them won't help right now. She'd rather help him get the medicinal relics. George asks what she's thinking and says it's too dangerous, but she fires back. Should she just stand there and watch? She can't do that. She says it's like the airport. She can help. The protee agrees and tells George not to worry. He'll make sure she stays safe, so they head out together. He gets in the car with everyone and says that right when he thought he could finally relax, everything fell apart. Jehar says he looked like he was about to wet himself. The girl quickly apologizes, but the protee laughs it off and tells her not to worry. Her parents will be okay. Jehar asks what they're doing now, and the protee says they're going to find a partner for the almond tree. The boy asks what he's talking about, and the protee says it's called the Shufu relic. He gives a quick explanation. It's the key to awakening the almond tree into a true medicinal relic. Shufu was a Chinese sage and one of the men hired by the first Qin emperor to find the elixir of youth and immortality. After convincing the emperor he could get the recipe from the Qians, Shufu was sent off with thousands of children, soldiers, and treasures. But once he sailed out, he never came back. Legends say he found a faraway land and became its king. There's no proof he found the elixir, but the elixir of youth and immortality is actually a key that has to be assembled. The boy asks why they're going to the subway, and the protee says he needs to meet someone. The boy asks why it has to be in the subway, saying it's weird like always. But then the protee walks over to Mingjing with a grin when he sees him. He tells the old man to wake up. When the old man doesn't move, the protee yanks him up and throws him to the ground. Joey immediately asks what's wrong with him and why he's hitting Mingjing. The old man finally gets up and asks what is wrong with him. That old man is Edward. Georgia asks what happened to him, and the protee asks if he's enjoying his lazy life. Edward is shocked that instead of Seo Juhin it's him, and he starts complaining that all of this is his fault. He tells him to look at what happened to his life. The protee asks what he means. He did keep his promise and got him to the Prime Minister of England. Edward snaps back. So what? He sabotaged Kira's relics and she got furious, took everything from him, and now he's forced to hide. He says she went insane and asks what the protee plans to do about it. The protee says he'll handle it. He'll give him a way out, but in return he wants information. The old man asks about what? The protee asks if he knows the Shufu relic. Edward says no, which is obviously a lie, and the protee knows it. As Mr. Kyung got the Shufu relic through Edward, it was obvious he was mixed up in this, so the protee tells him to take a look at what he found, saying he may need to report a wanted man. Edward quickly tells him to stop and admits he sold it to that crazy Kira. The protee is surprised. He asks why she would need a relic that attracts children. Edward snaps back, asking if he thinks he's some kind of good person. He just wanted money. The protee realizes Edward probably doesn't know much. He's just trying to protect himself after all the trouble he went through because of him. So he decides to be a little nicer and tells Edward. Didn't he say he'd be his future business partner? He meant it. If Edward helps him now, he'll help him make a fortune without bowing to those Americans. Edward doesn't believe the kid can really make him rich, and the protee says he should know by now how capable he is. That gets him to agree, and the protee thinks he has him. Edward's love of money never changes, so he explains that the Shufu relic by itself seems useless, but it's one of the materials needed to complete a powerful medicinal relic, and he already has everything else. All he needs now is the Shufu relic. Hearing that, Edward is caught off guard. The protee says that with this relic, they can make countless medicines and get rich just by selling a few. He asks if that got Edward's attention, and he says he isn't lying. He really plans to start a drug company. It will sell medicine for relic syndrome at a low price plus other medicine to stop people from being controlled by certain medicinal relic users, and he'll still make money from it. Then once they board another plane, 2 agents approach the protee and say it's a pleasure. Irene explains they're her guards and her brother wouldn't let her come without them. Jera asks if it's really okay for them to come. The protee says he'll count it as extra help and adds that he has no problem with it as long as they don't get in the way during the raid. Everyone agrees. The guards say Irene talked a lot about him, and they heard he's amazing with relics. The girl blushes, and they promise to do their best to help. The protee says great, they're on the same page. He tells everyone to move, then says Edward told him the relic is in Ghana. It looks like someone there was planning to make a deal over it, but Edward says something felt off when he looked into Ben. Even though this was tied to a tomb, none of the special forces were used. It looks like they're trying to keep everything as quiet as possible. The protee asks if they're hiding it on purpose, and Edward says that's what it looks like. The protee finds that interesting. While Jera already has a bad feeling about it, soon they arrive in Acre. Once they're there, the protee watches a muscular woman with several other agents and says he found them. He's sure those people work under that man, and the woman is a relic user. Then the boy asks what they're doing, and the protee says it looks like they're just hanging around a casino. Then he asks what everyone thinks. How about winning some money and getting a relic too? He tells those 2 to stay close but remain outside. Irene asks if he'll really be okay alone, and he says they just need help from the outside, asking her to use her bad luck power when he gives the word. He says this will count as her training for the day, and she agrees right away. Then the 2 of them head inside. Everyone keeps gambling and drinking like normal, while the protagonist scans the room. People chat around them, and then he walks up to a blonde man and taps his shoulder. He tells him to move if he's done, because he wants a shot at playing them. The woman says she's never seen him there before, and asks who he is. They've been winning big, So does he really think he can beat them? He says yes, that's what makes it fun. The woman tells everyone to sit, the game starts, and the protagonist notices the glasses and ashtray nearby. They hit it well, but they're using a relic to mess with the cards. He can tell it's a nasty trick. Now he wants her to learn what bad luck feels like. So he starts turning the game around, pulling a 4 of a kind and then a straight flush. The woman gets more and more nervous until he lands a royal flush. She can't believe it, and says this has to be a joke. The protagonist enjoys watching her panic. He says she's probably wondering why all the good hands keep going to him instead of her, even though she used a relic that boosts luck. That shocks her even more, and she asks how he knows. The protagonist explains that it's a coin blessed by the goddess of fortune, one of the prayer offerings that became a relic. There are a lot of those though, and the more common a relic is, the weaker it gets. If they want the rank, it's C rank. But around her right now is SS rank. Bad luck. Irene is spreading her full power over everyone there, except him and Yu-Ji-Ha, and he says she's gotten much better at using it with control and precision. So naturally, he ended up with the best luck out of everyone hit by her misfortune. The woman asks if he knew about her relic from the start, and he fires back. Did she really think she was the only one who could sense relics? Shaken, she pulls out a suitcase full of cash from under the table, but the protagonist says that's not enough. She asks what he means, and he says she has to pay for cheating. Since he's feeling generous today, he'll settle for just $1 million. Then she can leave, but she starts arguing that it makes no sense. The protagonist had expected her spirit to try leaving her body, so he slams his sword into the table and calls her pathetic. He says, since he's so generous, he'll accept something else because she's short on cash. Her relic, the one that attracts children. He adds that it would also be nice if she told him what Kira is planning. That makes her realize this was his goal from the start. She says it doesn't matter, because she won't tell him a damn thing. But then she starts losing control, and a sharp pain hits her stomach. The protagonist is surprised, because he didn't do anything. They ask who left broken glass around, and when one of her teeth falls out, the protagonist realizes Irene is behind it. Outside, one of the guards asks if she's okay, and she says no. She's losing control of her relic. He reminds her that he warned her not to let it get out of hand, and now he asks what they're supposed to do. Back inside, the woman gives in. She says she'll tell him what he wants to know, everything she knows, if he just makes the horrible pain stop. The protagonist tells her she should have talked sooner, thinking there's nothing he can do for her now. She says there's a forest to the north, and a tomb is hidden there. The general plans to take that place, and the protagonist is surprised. Yu-Ji-Ha asks what she means, and she admits she isn't fully sure. Apparently only children can enter the tomb, which is why Kira Clark is using that relic there. That clears it up for the protagonist. He'd been wondering why she needed Shufo's relic. The woman says that's all she knows, and begs him again to stop the pain. He apologizes, and says that part isn't up to him. What he can do though, is make her forget the pain. Then he pulls out that same relic, the zombie relic, and Yu-Ji-Ha is stunned. He tells the protagonist that honestly sometimes it feels like they're the bad guys, but the protagonist says they're only doing what's needed. If they let these people go, they could sell them out, and he refuses to let the turkey incident happen again. The boy ends up agreeing, and then he gets several notifications saying he earned the title Wretched Villain. His titles so far are Dirty Intimidator, Violent Relic Destroyer, Cursed Villain, and those titles combine to unlock a secret skill, Orndo Charisma. It has amazing synergy with domination power. His first impression on evil relics will now be terrifying. The protagonist sees the evil relic support notice, figures people are basically mocking him, and asks where Irene is because he can't find her guards either. A bad feeling hits him. She must have lost control after pushing herself too far, and he figures using her power that much had to come with consequences. Then one of the guards rushes over and says they have a problem. He lost track of Miss Irene. The protagonist gets worried, and the man explains that she suddenly felt intense pain. When he tried to hold her, she shoved him away and ran. He chased after her, but she vanished, and he has no idea how she got that strong and fast. The protagonist realizes this is the risk. He says she might come back here, so one of them should stay while the others spread out and search. Yu-Ji-Ha says he'll cover that area, and the other guard says he'll check the opposite direction. The protagonist wonders how he's supposed to find her, and thinks using Zhong's map may be the only option. But Irene's things are with him, so he'd have to go back to the hotel. Then he remembers the relic and says he only needs to feel the aura coming from Irene's relic, and that aura should be stronger than the relic itself. He focuses and finally finds the second girl nearby. He heads to a motel and wonders why she would go there when she already has a perfectly good hotel room. Something feels off. so he asks the person at the front desk if he can help. Did he see a young blonde woman? The clerk asks if she's with him and says she came in running, begging for a room, and she started making a scene and asking for alcohol. So he gave her a room for now, but is worried things might get worse and asks if he can handle it. The protagonist takes the key and heads up. When he enters, she's calling out for Seo Juhyun, and the protagonist is surprised. So this time the effect turned her into a drunk. He wonders how many bottles she finished, because even if the effect doesn't kill her, that much alcohol is enough to knock someone out for hours. The best thing to do is let her sleep. He tells Irene to relax and get some rest. He'd been wondering where her bag went, but it looks like she brought it with her. The moment she sees him, she lights up, happy that he really came. He looks at this sleeping beauty mess and asks how much she drank, but she suddenly pulls him onto the bed. He's caught off guard, and she says she only had a little while waiting for him. The protagonist gets nervous because he thought the effect had worn off, and he also asks why she's suddenly so strong. She just gets more and more excited, turns over and climbs on top of him before planting a huge kiss on him. Even after that kiss, she stays bright and cheerful, and the protagonist has no idea what's going on until another notification pops up. It says that this time she will go after his lips. He can't believe it, and tells the crow that next time, it needs to warn him sooner. Meanwhile, the general is still furious. She says that luckily her subordinate made it back to the United States safely. Then she asks how the investigation into the people on the blacklist is going. The subordinate says Seo Juhyun's group went from Turkey to New York, then straight to Ghana, using Irene Holton's private jet. She thinks it over and says there was a woman among the intruders in Turkey, a woman connected to Irene Holton. She wonders if Irene joined them. Then she asks if anything happened in Ghana, and he says the news isn't good. Some of their men in that area started acting strange, caused a public disturbance, and got arrested by the local police. It looked like they were being controlled by some kind of relic, and the general realizes it was them again, but she asks why Ghana. There's nothing there they should want. Then he asks if there wasn't a relic in Ghana, and he says that relic has nothing to do with combat, so it makes no sense for them to go all the way there just for that. Still, all the evidence says otherwise. The subordinate asks if she'll attack with the relic again, and she says not this time. If they escape, she'll just get hurt again. Instead, they're changing plans. They'll see how far he'll go for the Hyudong family. Then the protagonist starts getting chewed out, and Yo Jae tells him he could have at least said something. Why couldn't he call and let them know he found Irene? They were out all night. How were the others supposed to know when to stop searching? The protagonist says he already told him there were some unexpected events. Yo Jae asks what that's supposed to mean. Was he too busy to call? The protagonist says a certain someone was on top of him and wouldn't get off, so there was nothing he could do. Somehow the danger made her insanely strong, so he asks if they actually did it. But the protagonist shuts that down right away. He says nothing happened beyond what he already told them, and asks what kind of person they think he is. Jae just calls him boring. Then the bodyguard warns Irene to stay away from alcohol from now on and says he's keeping a close watch on her. She agrees, even though she insists the drink wasn't really the problem. After that, they get back to the mission. They're almost at the tomb's territory. Then the protagonist starts getting a few notifications. He enters an area only children are allowed into, and finds out the tomb has already been cleared and claimed by someone else. That catches him off guard. It looks like whoever came here took only the relic and left the tomb open, which makes him wonder why anyone would do that. Still, he decides it doesn't matter. They'll find out once they get there. Then the protagonist asks Jae to hand over one of the low-rank relics. Jae asks if he's planning to blast open the way again, and the protagonist says yes. That's exactly the plan. Even the relic complains about what he's doing. He blows it up and opens a hole to get through. That leaves him stunned, and even the bodyguard asks if that thing was basically a bomb. The protagonist tells him not to freak out yet. If he's already this shaken, he'll pass out once they really get inside. The bodyguard can barely believe it, because the protagonist slams on the gas and drives straight down into the opening. Everyone panics, saying this is insane, and that they're leaving the road. But the protagonist says they are on the road, his road. The bodyguard is totally lost, and the protagonist explains that the relic is deep at the bottom of the tomb, and using the normal route would take hours, so this is the fastest way. Then a stone wall appears right in front of them, and everyone thinks they're about to crash. But the protagonist tells them not to worry, because he drives straight through it with the car, blowing apart a huge section of the mountain. The bodyguard is shocked that the car actually stopped and they're still alive. Jara says he really thought he was done for, and the protagonist gets another notification. It says this tomb has been taken over, and human-made items can now be used inside. That means he can use his phone again. Then Jara calls out to him, gets his attention, and points out a tea plantation. He can't believe something that huge is underground. It's as big as 3 football fields, and there are children working in it. He wonders if they're hypnotized, since none of them reacted to the explosion at all. The protagonist agrees. Something is definitely off. The crow explains that the humans are under the control of the Shufu relic, and it's making them gather tea leaves. That strikes the protagonist as odd, because this tea field was created by the Shenong relic. Jori doesn't really get what that means, so the protagonist explains that Shenong from Chinese myth was linked to farming and tea. In the legends, Shenong made farming tools, taught people how to grow crops, and tested all kinds of plants to tell medicine from poison. People even said tea leaves could help cure poison. Jori asks what that has to do with the Shufu relic, and the protagonist says that answer has to be somewhere in here. Then he starts piecing together what happened. He says this tomb was made by the Shenong relic, and when Kira explored it, she found this huge tea plantation. She wanted to use it, but if she took the relic, the tomb would close and the whole plantation would be lost. So instead, she kept the tomb open and harvested the tea leaves. For some reason, only children could enter, so she used the Shufu relic to bring them in and force them to work without complaining. For now, they decide to split up and search for the Shufu relic. The protagonist adds that he wants the Shenong relic too, if possible. That tea smells way too good to ignore. Then he hears a scream. Jorain is being attacked by one of the children. The kid bites him, and his arm starts hurting badly because they're completely out of control. The protagonist looks over at the other children and sees they're ready to rush him too, so he asks if they really want to try him. One glare from the protagonist nearly makes the 2 kids cry. Then he orders the rope to tie up all the children, and it grabs the boy attacking Jorain, lifts him up and pulls him in with the others, finally getting Jorain out safely. The protagonist asks if he's okay. Jorain says he's fine. His arm is just tingling a little. Then the protagonist checks on Irene, and she says she's fine too. Every child who got close to her passed out, but Jorain warns him that more are coming, and they start gathering around them. The protagonist can already tell this is going to be annoying. It's like dealing with tiny zombie kids. You hate hitting them, but you still have to, and the children keep getting more violent, ready to charge. Jorain says they're all coming after him. The protagonist is uneasy for a second, but then he realizes this might help. The Chu Yuraim relic could react and show itself. Jorain says they'll bite him to the bone before that happens, making it clear he really does not want to get bitten again. The protagonist tells him to calm down. He won't let that happen. Then a relic speaks up asking who's bothering its children, and complaining that they can't work like this. The protagonist spots who showed up and tells everyone to stay close to Irene because a relic will protect them. He says this relic is so mad its aura is leaking everywhere, so he orders the rope to bind anything that gets in his way, and it rushes ahead. It snatches up the children and carries them off. Then the relic asks who they are. The protagonist says he's the person who's about to become its new owner. The relic snaps back that it won't allow that. Still, the protagonist warns the children that he won't go easy on them just because they're kids. That threat scares them badly. He says he has important business here and hopes they understand. Then a worm crawls past him and he instantly knows that's the relic. He tells it to quit fooling around, steps on it and grabs it by hand. The relic asks how he knew, and the protagonist says it was obvious. Some cranky little thing was spreading its aura everywhere and yelling. He asks the other 3 for a favor and tells them to go to the car and bring back one of the bags. While they do that, he says he'll negotiate with the relic. He tells it he knows it loves money, so he'll buy it, just name the price. The relic perks up and says now they're finally speaking the same language, but warns him he has no idea how expensive it is. Jareen asks why he's bargaining with a relic, and the protagonist says this is the right way to handle this one. According to the stories, Shufu had everything and still wanted more. It never came back, so it became known as a greedy relic tied to extortion. To make a contract and use its power, you need to offer a huge fortune. That's why he brought all the cash from the gambling house and everything else he could fit in the car. He also warns that this little creep can drain every cent you have. Jareen stares at it and asks what kind of awful relic this is, calling it a monster. The protagonist says it's still better than relics with vague, confusing conditions. At least this one is honest. The moment the relic sees the pile of money, it lights up and says now he's really talking. The protagonist says there's 1.5 million there, and the relic admits that's real money. Very nice actually, but even then it says that still isn't much, and asks if he really thinks it's worth so little. The protagonist says he expected that, then tells Jare to open another bag. He says he brought more, and the worm gets excited, saying money is pouring down on it. The protagonist thinks this is already more than President Kwan paid in his past life, so it should be enough. He asks if it wants to work for him now, but the relic tells him to wait because it's still counting. Then it says it's still not enough. Its current owner paid way more, so he needs to keep trying. That makes the protagonist wonder just how much Kara paid for it, but Jare reminds him the money in the second bag isn't his, and asks if he's really okay with this. He says this relic is even worse than he thought, so the protagonist throws in more cash. In the end, all the money he brought still wasn't enough. He even had to add the expensive jewelry he packed just in case, and on top of that he used the deed to one of the Irene Holton family properties. Only then does the relic give in, saying his wish is its command. At last they're happy it worked. The relic says he looks kind of broke, but he sure has money, then asks what he wants done. Instead of answering, the protagonist puts it in a jar. He says he finally caught it and plans to make good use of it. The relic immediately asks what he's doing. The protagonist gives his first order: make the children collect every tea leaf. Since the hypnosis ended, they've all scattered, and they're already heading toward the exit. But the worm relic warns him that the Shinong relic will get angry if they do that. Still, the protagonist says he'll handle it, and the relic says fine, then asks for $58,000. The protagonist asks if she still wants more money. She says what he paid was only for the contract. If he wants her help, he has to pay extra. He says fine, and promises to pay once they get out. But she doesn't trust him, and demands the money right now. That makes the protagonist lose his temper. He shakes her and asks what she's trying to imply. The relic starts screaming, and he tells her she'll get paid later on credit, so she needs to work now. She gives in and begs him to stop shaking her. With no choice left, she obeys and orders the children to get back to work right away. Jira is shocked by how fast they move, and the relic says they were trained well. And the protagonist says it's time to go and tells everyone to get ready. The children finish harvesting everything, grab some seedlings too, and pack it all up at amazing speed. But even though they finished quickly, there was still a problem. They couldn't just leave the children in the field, so the boy asks what they'll do, and the protagonist says they'll get the children out after loading everything into the car. Then he tells the worm to show them the way out. The worm says she needs to be paid for that last job first, calling this slavery. The protist says fine and adds another $58,000 to the tab. After that she agrees to guide them through the fastest route. The protist tells the boy to grab that thing since it will show them the path. Jay asks what he's planning. He says there's one more relic to collect, then tells the boy to hand over his bag so he can take a few relics that might help. After they say goodbye, the relic there speaks up and asks if they were planning to ditch the plantation and run. She says harvesting is the most important and rewarding job there is. The protist notices she finally decided to show herself. He tells them to leave now and take the children. The relic of Shufu will guide them out. Irene asks about him and the protist says he'll catch up soon. Jay asks how many of his relics he wants and the protist tells the boy to throw the bag to him. Before it can reach the prota, some kind of barrier appears and stops it in midair. Jay asks what's going on. The prota realizes it's an aura device. When he tries to move, he notices the relic is trapping him there. Jay starts yelling for the prota, but he tells them to just leave. They don't need to worry about him. Once he brings the relic under control, the barrier will vanish. But the relic keeps insulting him, asking who's going to control whom. She calls him an intruder and says he'll be punished for taking her belongings from a field. Roots start wrapping around the prota, but he manages to cut them apart. He gets more and more irritated and charges at the relic, slicing through every root in his way. She says he's full of bluffs, but he keeps pushing forward. Then he notices she's hiding among the tea leaves, blending in with the plants. He thinks he can close the gap and do something, but then he realizes what she's releasing is poison. She tells him speed means nothing if he can't breathe and says they'll see how long he lasts inside the poison fog. The prota asks if she thought his tricks were over. He says the D-rank relic Homo erectus, first ember of humanity, is one of the relics he stole from Sia, and is going to burn her field down by setting everything around them on fire. The relic starts screaming saying she's burning and asking how he dares use fire against her. The prota says that was unexpected and wonders why, because he'd heard the relic of Shenlong could control flames, so he didn't expect this to work so well, but it looks like he was wrong. He tells her she belongs to him now, but she says he's dreaming big and shatters the ground, attacking the boy again. She says she may not control flames, but the earth is a different story. She opens a ravine and invites him to meet the depths below. The prota starts to fall and Jay calls out to him, but he says this is far enough and tells her she can go down there herself. She replies that he won't escape this time and tells him to rot at the bottom of the abyss until he turns into fertilizer for the soil. The Prota is stunned, but rocks come crashing down and bury him. Jay starts shouting and the bodyguard tells Irene the tremors are getting worse. They need to leave immediately. But Jay says the boss could die if they leave him there, and he doesn't even have all his relics with him. Then the bodyguard asks how they're supposed to help when a barrier is blocking the way. As the caving keeps going, the boy can't do anything. He tells Irene they have to get out because they can't help him like this. After they leave, the Prota is still down below, pinned by that root with burning leaves nearby. The relic tells him it's checkmate. She says he's just a trapped rat now, and the poison will kill him if not. The flames will. She says he won't leave alive, but the Prota cuts the root and says the relic is using a cheap little trick. She snaps back that he has no right to complain after looting her field. The Prota says Shenlong is a god, so this should be an S-rank relic. That means beating her head on is hard, maybe impossible. So if that's the case, he puts away his sword, and the relic asks if he's finally giving up. She says that would make sense, but the Prota says he just wants to test something, leaving her confused. He says if she dies before he does, maybe he can open a new path. He points out that her copies are packed close together, so if he burns the right spot he can trigger a huge blast and roast her. That makes the relic start cursing him out. She asks if he plans to burn himself too, and what makes him think he can survive that. But the Prota tells her not to worry, he already has an escape plan. He orders that relic to use everything it has. It starts complaining about its durability, saying he's tearing it apart, but the Prota slams the two together and creates fire there. The whole place catches fire. Meanwhile, Jehar watches that massive explosion from a distance with Irene. Then the tomb starts collapsing, with rocks falling everywhere, and the Prota finally gets out. He says he thinks he's not in too bad shape, and Jehar is overjoyed to see him because he thought he was dead. Irene says he got swallowed by that hole, and then the tomb started collapsing on top of him. But the Prota asks how that was supposed to kill him. He says no one should worry over something that small, and adds that he sealed the tomb himself. Irene says the boy was sick with worry over him, but he says anyone would react that way after all. He's his boss, and if he dies, the kid loses his job. That's why he acted like that. Still, the Proax says he liked hearing that, and tosses the relic into the boy's hands. He asks if the boy was worried about losing his job, because now he can be happy that won't be happening. The boy asks what all this is, stunned, and the Proax says it's the Shenlong relic. It was getting on his nerves, so he figured he'd roast it a little, to teach it a lesson. And while they're at it, that rock needs to be restored too. The boy says it looks like nothing but a lump of charcoal now, but then the Prota asks if he wants to quit. The boy says no, and tells him to leave it to him. The Prota also mentions the coat of Hammurabi needs repairs, then tosses it at the boy's head. After that he says they're heading back because he needs a bath and some rest. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, the Prota's three idiot henchmen are taking care of the almond tree. They're playing music, watering it, and even fanning the plant. Shenlong thinks he never imagined he'd end up like a farmer, maybe even a gardener, and wonders how much longer he has to keep doing this. Then the phone rings. It's the Prota himself, and he says it's been a while and asks for an update. Then he says he's heading to New York and tells them to bring everything. Shenlong agrees. One of the others asks if that was the Prota. He thinks he heard something about New York and asks what he said. Shenlong says they were ordered to take everything to New York and tells them to move it all. It's time for a little fresh air. Then Gerard goes to the Prota and calls for him. The Prota finally wakes up and Gerard says they're arriving in New York and need to get ready to land. The Prota is surprised they're already there and almost falls asleep again, but Irene comes over to talk to him, and the Prota is surprised Gerard already woke him. She says they have a small problem. He immediately asks what it is, and she says she can't reach the limousine driver, which has never happened before. The Prota says there are plenty of taxes, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Irene says she'll keep trying to contact him, but they may really need a taxi. They say he needs to be ready for that, and Gerard admits he never thought they'd end up taking a cab. The Prota asks if the driver still hasn't answered, and Irene says no. She thinks something may have happened at home, but the Prota tells her not to worry. They're almost there, and they'll heal the girl's feet, but then he gets a call. It's from Sung Woo. As soon as he answers, Sung Woo says they've been found. They're at the meeting spot, but Americans are on them. The Prota canister asks if they're being cornered, and Sung Woo says they seem to be after the almond tree, asking what to do. He immediately figures this has to be Kira Clark. She's been way too quiet, so she's probably digging into his past. He can't let that happen, so they try calling the elixir, but the elixir refuses to answer. It's still mad about how the proto-canister treated it. Sung-woo asks what they should do now. The proto-canister tells them to switch the meeting point. That should shake them off. Then he warns them not to get caught. If they do, he'll kill them all. Irene asks what happened, wondering if something went wrong with his men. He says he wishes it were nothing, but they need to get this under control. Their job now is simple: reach the new meeting place as fast as possible. They just need to move quickly, so he asks if the driver can go faster, but the answer comes right away. They've been stuck in traffic for a while. He snaps at the driver to do something, but the man asks what he's supposed to do. He doesn't control traffic. He says they're just unlucky. Normally this route is much clearer. Now they have no choice but to wait for the road to open. Irene starts panicking. If something happens to their allies, they won't be able to protect Jellica and her parents will be exposed. Everything starts going bad at once. Then he notices there's been an accident ahead. The traffic light is falling too, and Junior can already tell something is wrong. Too many things are going wrong at the same time. It's way too suspicious. Then they look to the side and realize what's causing it. Irene starts to break down, but the protagonist tells her to get a hold of herself. He's told that emotional swings will affect the relic, and the relic's power is already overflowing, so the protagonist grabs Irene's hand. He tells her to worry later. Right now, panic won't help. She quickly steadies herself, then starts asking what she should do, saying they need to call the police. He tells her to calm down. Bringing in the police now could hurt them too. She asks what they should do instead, and he says he'll have to use his trump card. He borrowed it from President Fazoot. Last time he wasn't strong enough to control it, but things are different now. Meanwhile, in New York, the men keep searching everywhere for Sung-woo. They complain that they were promised payment, but no one listened. Even so, they keep hunting him down. They don't care about foreigners, and they're ready to wipe out every hostile target. But Sung-woo is nearby, disguised as a nun, thinking they actually managed to fool them and that no one would ever see through it, until a police officer shows up saying there was a report about a group of men dressed like nuns. He orders them to stop, but one of them throws the officer aside and tries to run. Now they've escaped the Americans, only to end up dealing with the police too. Sung-woo starts wondering who even came up with the nun disguise, and honestly, why was the cop chasing men dressed like nuns in the first place? It's weird, but while they're running from him, they run straight into those thugs. The gang is already aiming their guns, ready to stop them. Sung-woo realizes everything is falling apart, and before long, they're completely surrounded. He tries to do something, but then another officer arrives and says everyone is under arrest. Before he can act, the officer vanishes, and so do the men chasing them. The protagonist says it looks like he made it just in time. Holding up the card in his hand, Sung-woo asks what just happened and where they are, and the protagonist explains that his relic sent those people away to the cars blocking the road. No one understands a thing. Meanwhile, in Mongolia, they're suddenly falling out of the sky there. They have no idea what's happening or where they are. The protagonist then explains the relic he used, the invitation of a lonely deity. It's an SS rank relic, born from the idea of kamikakushi, the belief that a god takes people away when they vanish. Sung-woo hands over what the protagonist asked for. The protagonist says that's perfect, it's still in good condition. Now they can finally unlock the relic's true power. When he pulls out the relic, it starts talking, saying its gut tells it that Guy must be its other half. The protagonist says it has a sharp eye and tells it to wait a second. He's about to pull him out, but the tree starts yelling, asking what the hell he's doing. It tells him to back off, saying anyone can feel the gross aura of control coming from that human. Sung-woo asks the protagonist to be gentle with it, because all the leaves might rot if he keeps treating it like that. The protagonist tells him not to worry. 1 or 2 rotten leaves won't hurt its usefulness much. The relic begs to be let go, asking where its servants are and telling them to bring it over because this hurts. He tells it to stay still. He's just moving it to a better home. What he forgot to mention is that it'll have a roommate. Then the worm drops inside and calls it the love of its life. The tree asks what this shameful thing is, but the worm says this is fate and there's nothing shameful about it. The tree snaps back, asking how it can say that and telling it to stay away. Then the protagonist throws in the soil and says it's time to begin, while they keep arguing. Once he locks in control, they'll be ready. The tree still has no clue what's going on, but the protagonist gets to work. He pushes the process forward and very quickly the tree is covered in fruit. The protagonist realizes it's finally complete. The juice from that fruit will cure Irene's parents and now he has to bring it to them. They can't wait any longer and the girl lights up with hope. Then when they finally arrive, they reach her parents' estate. The taxi driver asks what happened. There are bodies on the ground and he says he's only going that far. They need to get out fast. The protagonist wonders what happened. Irene sees that her house has been wrecked. Junior asks what happened, and she says that must be why they couldn't reach the limousine driver. The protagonist heads inside with her, and when he looks in, the girl's brother is lying on the floor covered in blood. The protagonist tells him to get up. The boy is shocked they came back and says they were attacked. The protagonist sees right away that the wounds are fatal. Only a relic could leave injuries like that, so he asks who did it. Irene's brother says their parents were sucked into some kind of chamber. The protagonist tells Junior to check the room of Mr. and Mrs. Irene Holton. As the boy heads inside, the phone rings. The caller asks what the problem is, saying they know the group is already there. Then the person tells Irene she must be confused, which makes sense, losing your family overnight tends to do that, but there's no need to worry. Her brother's death was necessary because he was too reckless. As for her parents, they're still alive. The caller says she must obey every order if she wants them to stay that way, and once she makes up her mind she should call back. Then comes the warning. Their patience has limits, and Irene already knows what happens when that runs out. Then Sam Gloman asks what is wrong with this person and who it is. The protagonist realizes it's Kira. She's the only woman twisted enough to do something like this. It has her fingerprints all over it. Junior comes back and says the rooms are completely empty. He can't find them anywhere else either. They were cleared out of the mansion. At that, Irene drops to the ground, heartbroken and shaking. But the protagonist tells her not to worry. They already have a way to fix this. First, they're going to heal her brother. He tells him to eat it and his wounds will close, but the boy says he's ready to die and doesn't need it. The protagonist shuts down that hero act, telling him he's not dying here and to eat it now. The boy complains that it tastes way too bitter, and the protagonist says that's what real medicine tastes like. But as soon as he finishes eating, the wounds really do close like magic. The protagonist tells him he was actually useful after all. Then Irene throws herself at her brother. He tells her not to worry because he's completely fine now. The only thing that matters is saving their parents, but the protagonist says he wouldn't be worried about them if he were those two. He explains that her parents were never being held hostage, and George asks what the hell he's talking about. He says he saw them get sucked in with his own eyes. The protagonist says he believes he saw that, but what got taken were only copies. Junior made replicas of their parents before they left for Ghana. George asks how he could do that, realizing he spent all that time protecting a clone of his father. Junior apologizes and says he was only following orders. The protagonist tells him to look on the bright side. All they lost were clones, so now he should be grateful. Irene says that if that's true, then things are better than she feared. But she asks George how he planned all of this. Did he already know Kira was going to pull something like this? The protagonist says he had some clues. In his past life, the Queen of Failure acted nothing like Irene, so it was only natural to think someone had been controlling her by using her weak spots. He also realized her parents had relic syndrome, which made them perfect targets. Turning them into hostages wouldn't be hard, and since their illness was getting worse way too fast, leaving them alone felt too risky. Still, explaining all that would take too long, so he just says he was being careful. Someone had deliberately made her parents' condition worse, and he couldn't ignore that when he knew an enemy was willing to go that far. Jorge then says he should have warned them. But the protagonist replies that if you want to fool your enemies, sometimes your allies have to be fooled too. Now they're heading out to check on the real parents. Then he adds that they should pay that cheating bitch a visit too. A little later, while they're riding along, Jorge asks how he plans to deal with Kira Clark. She has a very high rank, so getting close to her won't be easy. The protagonist says he already has an answer for that. He contacts Edward and tells him the reporters can release the stories now. His plan is starting. Junior is stunned, and the protagonist tells him that if he's curious, he should just check online. Even turning on the radio is enough. Breaking news comes on, saying there's been a string of child kidnappings in Ghana. The culprit has been identified as American Lieutenant General Kira Clark. It gets worse. They reveal the children were forced to work and controlled through relic-based mind control. Junior asks how this happened, and the protagonist says Kira's supporters are already disappearing. Then he explains that Kira was the one who conquered the Ghana tomb. He remembers the system saying the tomb had been cleared and that human-made objects could be used there. That's when the protagonist realized his phone worked, inside the tomb, the moment he noticed that he knew he could use it to his advantage. Edward had already told him Kira was hiding something extremely secret in the tomb, and if she was keeping it from Edward, it had to be bad. Still, she would never leave evidence behind on purpose. So once he figured out she was kidnapping children and making them work in Ghana, he filmed them gathering seeds. They were also picking tea leaves. He says the footage was Oscar-worthy, and if something like that got leaked, she'd be finished. Good chances like that should never be wasted. So he sent the video to Edward right away, and Edward used his media connections to get the reports published. Now that he had helped Edward stop being homeless, Edward was returning the favor. Once he heard this was a chance to destroy Kira, he was glad to help. That was all the Prota had set up for now, but just hearing it gives Kira chills. George says this could become huge and calls it a great plan, and the Prota agrees. Irene says the story is all over the internet now, and even the president of Ghana said he would help take down Pandora. The Prota calls that great news. On the radio, they add that human rights groups have started protesting, calling the case a modern form of black slavery. The State Department is also responding, saying Kira acted on her own in defiance of orders. Then the Prota suddenly comes under attack. The system warns him that a suspicious painting is threatening him with relic power. He immediately tells George to stop the car. George slams on the brakes at once. The Prota orders everyone out fast and tells them not to leave anything behind. Everyone is shocked, but the second they all get out, the car starts melting and turns into liquid. That liquid gets pulled away, straight toward a painting of General Kira. Looking up, George realizes it's the same painting that swallowed his parents. Gerard stares at it in shock, asking if that thing is really a relic too. If that Van Gogh is the real one, it should be in the Netherlands. Then Kira arrives. She says what Ciro Julijon did was cute. She acts like exposing her is the real crime, not enslaving children, and demands to know how he dared spread news meant to bring her down. The Prota is surprised to see a general who's about to lose her job standing there. He thought she'd be curled up in her room crying by now, but instead she's behind him, asking what he means by bringing her down. He tells her all he did was show the world what she had been doing. She's the one who never should have done it. Sooner or later, karma was always going to come for her. That sends her into a rage. She tells him to shut up, stay out of her way, and asks if he really thinks something like this can stop her. The Prota doesn't buy it. He tells her not to worry, because right now her life isn't worth much anyway. Kira snaps back that they'll be the ones taking responsibility for this, and she assumes he already knows Irene Holton's parents are in her hands. She orders him to hand over the elixir plant, and Irene then fix the reporter's stories or Irene Holton's parents will die right in front of him. Irene tries to speak to Seo Ju-hyun, but the Prota tells her not to worry, it's just a bluff. He asks Kira why she doesn't go ahead and do it. She doesn't get it, and keeps insisting Irene Holton's parents are inside the relic, and that she can pull them out and shoot them in the head whenever she wants. The Prota asks if she's really sure about that. Kira orders her men to bring out Irene Holton's parents so she can kill them, and they move right away, but then they start wondering what happened. Kira is confused, and one soldier says he can't find them, he's sure they were inside the painting. She demands to know what he means. Then the soldiers report that Irene Holton's parents are gone. She turns to Seo Ju-hyun, and demands to know what he did. While the Prota just bursts out laughing at her, he says he's not telling her it's a secret. That only makes her even angrier. Then she activates her own relic. She orders her men to leave no one behind and drag everybody into the painting. According to her, she should have known he wasn't the kind of person who could be talked to. Ju-hyun panics as his body starts turning into paint, but the Prota activates some kind of barrier. Kira is thrown off when the relic stops obeying her, and she realizes something is blocking it. The Prota sees his body returning to normal. They survive because of Irene. Irene says her parents were never really hostages. She tells Salvino to leave this to her and just go save her parents. The relic reacts to the user's emotional shift, and its power starts overflowing. The Prota calls Jorge to come with them, and Jorge can barely believe it. He asks if the Prota is seriously telling him to leave his sister behind and run. The Prota asks what he's so worried about because his sister is basically a war machine. Irene declares that she's going to wipe them all out right now. Kira Clark doesn't like that at all, and tells the girl to try it if she can. Then the weather starts to shift and Irene says Kira Clark tried to kidnap her parents and even hurt her brother. She says she'll never forgive her. Kira Clark hates the girl's nerve and calls her way too arrogant. She says Irene may be a useful relic user, but trusting that power so much is foolish. Then she promises to show her exactly what happens to anyone who stands against her power. She fires an arrow straight at Irene, but as the arrow flies toward the girl, it suddenly explodes. It blows up before it can reach her. One of Kira Clark's men asks if she didn't want to take the girl alive. Kira says that now the hostages are gone. She has no choice but to use her full power. If they leave Irene alone, she'll become a problem. So this is better. But then another man tells her to look. Irene is completely unharmed. For the first time, Kira Clark starts to get scared. Irene says now it's her turn. Then massive explosions start going off everywhere. While that happens, Jorge asks the Prota if he's really sure his sister will be okay. The Prota says he already told him she'll be fine and asks if he doesn't trust him. Jorge still asks what if she isn't. The Prota fires back asking what someone like him who can't even use relics could do anyway. That leaves him completely crushed. Then the Prota says there's no reason to worry. His sister is far stronger than that woman. He adds that they're almost there, so Jorge should get ready to see his parents. Meanwhile, Yangguo asks the Prota if this is really okay, since this isn't a hotel. The Prota says it's fine. He bought an apartment here, so he lives in the building. Everyone is stunned. When they head inside, Jorge's father and mother are there, but the Prota orders them to grab more fruit from the almond tree because what they have won't be enough. The rotten smell hits them as soon as they enter. The Prota says the fruit should normally be prepared as medicine, but they don't have time for that now, so he just squeezes it straight into the sick couple's mouths, and that instantly brings out a healing effect. They can see it's working, but the Prota says it still isn't enough. He tells Jorge to watch his parents and do exactly what he just did, then gets ready to leave. But his grandfather says that no matter how many times he sees this, it never stops being interesting. Then he adds that she has been complaining non-stop. Just then Jorge's father finally wakes up. He comes to and asks where he is and what happened. The Prota tells him to relax. His illness is gone. Jorge rushes to his mother. He asks if she's waking up too, and she is. The Prota says he's heading back to Irene and tells Jorge to stay with his parents. Jorge nods. As the protagonist leaves, Jorge thanks him for what he did. But the protagonist says he's too impatient. It's still too early for thanks. He adds that even though Irene is strong, Akira is still a dangerous enemy. Even in his past life, dealing with her was never easy. Then he gets a system alert, saying the Relic of Misfortune and the Relic of War are nearby. He figures it must still be somewhere close, and hasn't been taken yet. Then Jura tells the protagonist to look over there. Everything is wrecked. He realizes you can only get that far by car, and Jura starts getting scared. But the protist tells him fear won't help in a place like this. Then ahead of him, he spots a golden eye in the smoke. Jura starts shaking. Meanwhile, Irene recognizes Jorge on, and the protist sees she's fine. The kid is nearly scared to death. Irene says Akira vanished out of nowhere. The protist antagonist finds that odd, and she asks why Akira ran in the middle of their fight. He thinks that woman isn't the type to run. Then the system repeats that the Relic of Misfortune and the Relic of War are nearby, and that makes him realize something. He smiles. He says they don't know if the risk trigger went off, and Irene asks what he means. The protist explains that woman has Sekhmet's relic, from Egyptian myth, but Sekhmet also has another form, Hathor, the goddess of fertility. So this relic carries a transformation risk, and she's definitely still nearby even if they can't see her. She's probably changed into something that doesn't stand upright, and there may be a way to beat her without fighting. Still, finding her in this mess won't be easy. He says he'll look, and then it turns out Kira herself transformed into a worm. She's furious, thinking she must have used too much power and triggered the risk too fast. She wonders what she turned into this time, because she can't see anything, and her body won't move right. If that bastard finds her like this, she's in serious trouble. Then Jura almost steps on her while running past, shouting that he found the relic. The protagonist notices that even after saying it was scary, the kid sounds excited. Jura says it is scary, but if he sees something like this, he has to grab it, and this is the painting those bastards had. They left it behind, torn up. He says that even if it's a relic, it's also a Van Gogh masterpiece, Tree Roots, but the protagonist suddenly rips off a piece. The boy nearly cries, asking what he's doing, but then he remembers that since it's a relic, it can be restored, and the protist says it's a purification map disguised as a notebook. He can use it, so he orders the map to show where that item's owner is. Kira's terrified because she's been found, and the protagonist walks over. He asks if General Kira didn't know she might transform, and being exposed only makes her panic more. When the protagonist picks her up, the others wonder if this is really Kira. After all, it's just a worm. The protagonist says it definitely is Kira. This is what she turned into. For now, they've won, and it's all thanks to Irene. They're ready to heal them, so she shouldn't worry. Irene starts thanking Seo Ju-hyun, and the protagonist tells her not to worry. They helped each other. After the clash between the two relics, New York finally calms down, and the Irene Holton couple wants to throw a party at their mansion right away. But there was still unfinished business with Kira. While Kira asks why the protagonist told him to make a copy of Van Gogh's relic instead of letting him rest, the protagonist says he needs it, and tells him to stop whining and get to work. Then he asks how much of the real relic's power can be copied. Kira says he isn't sure. He only made copies before to run scams. They weren't meant to be used, and the protagonist thinks they need to weaken Kira's control power as much as possible. So after a while, they arrive at the Irene Holton's second mansion. The man says it may be a little uncomfortable since it isn't used much, but the protagonist says that's fine. He can destroy this one, just not the mansion they're staying in. The driver is shocked to hear him talk about destroying it, and when they go inside, they realize it's a beautiful house. Then the protagonist tells Kira to pick a room and start working. Finish the copies as fast as possible. Then the protagonist says he's going to start weakening Kira's control power right away. He orders her out, throws her to the floor, and says she needs to be punished for her sins. Kira starts cursing at Seo Ju-hyun, asking who he thinks he is to punish her. She warns him not to think she'll stay like this forever. He should just wait until she turns back, and the protagonist says he thought about what to do with her. But there isn't much you can do with a worm, so he decided to use her to flavor his drink. Then he drops her into liquor and shakes it around while she realizes it's alcohol. Inside the bottle, he basically turns her into a mixed drink. Then it's said that the goddess of war's mood is improving because of the alcohol, and her power is weakening. The goddess of war starts going crazy. The protagonist thinks this is a pretty solid method, and according to legend humans once rebelled against the sun god Ra, so Ra sends Sekhmet to stop them. When humanity was close to being wiped out by Sekhmet, Ra created a huge amount of red beer and spread it across the land. Thinking it was human blood, Sekhmet drank it all, got drunk, returned to her original form, and humanity escaped extinction. That's why this relic is weak against alcohol, and he sees it work just like in his past life, so he keeps giving her more to drink. He says she must have felt like she was dying without actually dying, and wonders if that's because she's in her transformed form. By then, Jira has made a copy of the Ga relic in the next room, and that will be the core of the plan. When he's done, he notices the protagonist fell asleep. As the protagonist wakes up, Jira gets mad that he's been working non-stop while the protagonist has been taking it easy. Semyon says, "That's just slave life, so stop complaining." Then he notices something. Jira asks what that sound is, and if he's hearing things, and the protagonist says Kira Clark's awakened followers are probably surrounding the house. Jira immediately knows that's bad, but the protagonist says he lured them there on purpose. He didn't hide the relic's aura, and even left plenty of traces behind. He asks if that's the copy, and Jira hands it over, still wondering why he did all this. The protagonist says getting rid of Kira Clark alone won't solve everything. They need to wipe out her followers too. Jira already saw how they tried to ruin the Irene Holton family, so he used Kira Clark as bait to draw those bastards in. And when they enter, they order everyone not to move, saying the place is surrounded. Jira notes they came exactly like the protagonist predicted. They demand to know where Kira Clark is, and Kira Clark, still inside the liquor, hears the voices outside, and realizes her subordinates came to save her. One soldier says he'll shoot if they don't talk right now, and asks if they want to be riddled with holes, and the protagonist tells them to calm down. He'll explain everything. Meanwhile, Kira Clark is yelling that she's right there shaking around inside the bottle. The protagonist gets annoyed with her, then says he wants to settle this peacefully. He says the bottle is a new drink he made, and tells them to take it, because it's very valuable, so she spins around inside. Then the bottle breaks and she falls to the floor. There's shock that it isn't just alcohol. They also spot a worm there, and Kira Clark gets even madder at Sayuju Hidden, cursing him out. The protagonist says he thought someone would catch the bottle since he worked hard on it, and worm-fermented liquor is very rare. One of them asks if he's mocking them while stepping on Kira Clark, but she begs them to stop. One man asks what the hell that is, because it feels sticky but hard, and the protagonist gets a system alert. The owner's control power is affected by injuries, and the war relic can't show its full power. The protagonist says her mind broke after being trampled by her own subordinates, and then she transforms back, appearing right under their feet. She starts yelling, asking who they think they are to step on her when she's their leader. The system then says the control power has temporarily declined. The protagonist uses that painting, and their bodies get pulled into it. The protagonist says it's the unfinished go-up drawing they used before. It absorbs everything to complete itself. He asks how it feels to get attacked by their own relic, and Kira Clark starts cursing them out. Then they ask when their general showed up, and more than that, why she looks so awful. She snaps that it's all their fault. The protagonist says she has gone back to her original form. Then she tells them to hurry and find the black spot that marks the exit. Watching from outside, the protagonist asks if they're looking for a way out, but says it's pointless. While they run around, they finally find the black spot. The protagonist says they found it faster than he expected, and Jira got the drawing wrong. He says to make it the craziest thing possible and let creativity take over. Inside, they panic and ask what they're looking at when a monster suddenly appears nearby, covered in tentacles, with one eye and a grotesque mouth, rushing straight at them. At that moment, Kira Clark finally touches that spot, but ends up in a completely different place. She thought the black spot was supposed to let them escape, and the protagonist says it is. Then he says the interrogation is about to begin, and he makes those subordinates suffer for everything they did. In the end, they hand over a flash drive with information on the American army and beg him to spare them. The protagonist says they are useless to him now. They keep begging to be let out and ask what he plans to do. He asks what they expected. Did that journalist really think he'd spare her just for giving him information? He says sorry, but leaving her alive would only cause trouble, and she gets furious at him. The protagonist just says goodbye and sets fire to that thing. And just like that, the goddess of war meets her end. Again, if he had let her live, she would have made his life hell. Later, the news reports that General Kira Clark, who had been at the center of recent scandals, has vanished. Not just her, but key members of her group, TSOF, are gone too. A difficult investigation is expected, since no trace of them remains. Then Jira asks the protagonist what he is doing, asking if he came there just to keep working. He says the Irene Holton family is throwing him a party on the cruise ship. Mr. Irene Holton says it is all thanks to Heian, and his whole family owes him a debt. But the protagonist says he only did what he had to do. Still, Irene Holton tells him not to be like that and to ask for anything he wants. Their family will support him with everything they have. The protagonist immediately thinks of something. He says he has a business plan in mind. So Mr. Irene Holton asks him to explain and tells him not to hold back, since he is their benefactor. Then the protagonist says he has several rare goods he wants to turn into products. One example is the elixir plant. They should already know what it does. He also has a tea tree with great taste and aroma, and the number of relics they can use will keep growing as he clears more tombs. He has also recruited a very talented agent, so once they have the money, everything will be ready. Irene Holton quickly realizes what the protagonist is talking about. He says they will help, and the business idea sounds solid. Then he asks if the protagonist has picked a company name yet. Seo says not yet, and he was thinking of something simple, like Tomb. Just then someone shows up and says it sounds fun, and the protagonist turns to the crow. Then Irene appears and tells the protagonist that the relics are acting strange, so she brought them there. But even so, something weird is still happening. Her own relic asks what that huge power is, and the girl starts to collapse. She says the relic of bad luck is activating on its own, so Seo's mother asks what happened to her. The crow tells the protagonist it looks like he made some friends, but the protagonist tells him not to act clueless, because he knows the crow has been watching the whole time. The crow says this is their first meeting like this. The protagonist warns that he will not let him out again if he causes trouble. He tells everyone not to panic and says they will be fine if they move farther inside the ship. Then Mr. Irene Holton asks what that thing is, and the protagonist says it is just a stalker. The crow clearly does not like being called that. He says the crow is just a creep who keeps showing up out of nowhere. Maybe it is a woman. The crow realizes the boy is actually a little crazy. Then the protagonist asks what he wants now. The crow says he has been watching everything he has done, but it looks like he wants to be an ordinary thief, not a tomb raider. The protagonist says if he came just to lecture him, he can leave. He will decide for himself how he does things, but the crow says he came to tell him something, and also to see his face. The relics keep their eyes on the boy. The protagonist says the purification map told him something similar before. Rumors about him are spreading among the relics, and now he has become their target. The crow says that is true, and the protagonist realizes the relics dislike him partly because he is on the same side as the crow. The crow says his very nature makes relics hate him, since they cannot control him. Relics especially hate humans like that, and the reason he came is to warn him. One of the greatest relics has started watching him. He explains that even among relics there are leaders, the ones who imprison him. So he tells the boy to be careful, because the relics have been acting suspicious lately, and tombs bigger than he can imagine will appear soon. The protagonist says tombs or anything else can try whatever they want. Tools cannot do anything to him, but the crow says his confidence is impressive. He guessed a warning like that would not be enough to scare him. Then he says he found something on the way there, and the protagonist can keep it since he does not need it, tossing a pile of stuff at him. The protagonist asks what it is, and the crow says it will help him. The protagonist notices the crow always says what he wants, and vanishes. When he checks it, he sees Hyungbu's gourd, given by a crow instead of a swallow. It is a consumable rank S relic, one-time use, and the protagonist gets excited. At the same time, GRL is scared because the weird bird disappeared right before his eyes. The protagonist says yes, it left and gave him that relic. The gourd probably has treasure inside, and the boy already wants to open it. But the protagonist explains that it is random. If they got Hyungbu's gourd, something good will come out. If it is a Nobu's, it will bring disaster, and a huge one, since it is a rank S relic. That scares the boy right away, so the protagonist says they will save it for later since they cannot open it there. Then George shows up and asks where he plans to store something that huge. The protagonist tells him not to worry. Then Jo-ra pulls out the painting and says the relic stolen from Kira Clark has turned out to be a really useful storage space. The completed drawing pulls both of them inside, and Jo-ra, who is using it, says this is way too comfortable, and he will never have to worry about carrying heavy stuff again. As for the protagonist, he says they should enjoy the party, and tells everyone to head out now. He says that after returning, he focused on building the company right away, and he made a contract with Edward since Edward already had the money. Of course, it was supposed to be a deal that helped both sides, but that does not seem to be how things are going. Then one day, Irene comes to him, and they talk about an invitation that arrived for the protagonist. He says it is for a party where all the major tomb excavation groups gather, and Pandora is hosting it. But Jo-ra asks if those are not the same crooks, and he adds that the funniest part is that the invitation came from Chairman Guan. Irene asks if he is not going, and the protagonist says no. He has no idea what kind of nasty mess will happen at that party, and one name on the invitation especially annoys him. She asks if he recognized someone, and the protagonist says that even though he was a relic user, he was his total opposite, Julian Miller. Then he says he changed his mind. They are going to the party after all. At the party, someone is surprised that Julian actually decided to come, and that woman agrees. He says Julian walked right into the trap. What an idiot. He healed the Irene Holton family even after all the work put into making them sick, and he even let the Van Gogh painting Kira Clark borrowed get destroyed. He says he will teach him a lesson personally for ruining his plans, and calls Bella down to the party hall. Meanwhile, over with Edward. Edward is pretending J-Ra does not exist. Then he asks why Edward is acting like that, and Edward says they have known each other a long time, so this is basically their version of greeting each other. The protagonist says he came early, and Edward says of course that is basic for an information broker. You come early and read the room. Then he asks if Edward found out anything, and Edward says he is not sure yet. Everyone is trying to pull every possible group to their side, including those bastards from Pandora. He wonders if they need more people, and that might be the reason for the party. Still, that is not strange with more tombs appearing. The protagonist just gets excited. Edward asks if he does not think people will try to recruit him too, but the protagonist says it would be pointless since he works for no one. Edward says even so he should still test the waters. Some people are interested in him for a very different reason. Since Seji is good looking, a bunch of girls are already trying to get close. He shuts that down right away. No matter why they want him, he is not meeting anyone. He came here for one reason. Then someone walks up and asks if he is the famous seer MC Juhyun. The man says he has heard a lot about him. He adds that as one of the party hosts he wanted to greet him personally. His name is Austin Rockefeller. Jay is shocked to see him there, but Cello just asks who he is. They explain that Austin is a huge celebrity. Irene says he does everything, writes books, acts in movies, and releases music too. He quickly realizes she is right, since everyone around them is staring his way. Still, something about that jerk feels off. Austin says he only meant to greet the protagonist and did not expect to cause a scene. MC cannot sense any relic on him, but that does not mean much. If Austin hit it, then he is skilled. Austin smiles and says it is nice to meet him. Then Jay asks him for an autograph. Austin agrees and points out that there is a pen ready to use, but the moment he pulls it out, he notices he has been given the perfect chance to activate his relic. No one should know that pen is one. With it, he plans to force them to admire him, become fans, and fall under his control. But before he can do anything, Jay suddenly rips up all the paper. He blurts out that his body is moving on its own. Confused, he asks Sale what just happened. He starts writing notes. The note says Jay has gone crazy and is about to tear up every other fan's autograph too. Austin starts panicking when he realizes the protagonist is using Shakespeare's relic. In the chaos, Jay gets swept up in it and starts trying to grab everyone's autograph. That gives CO his opening and he walks up to Austin. Then he steals the pen. The kid is left stunned. MC calls it a cheap trick and warns him if he tries anything stupid with that relic again, he will kill him. Edward is shocked because he did not sense any relic at all. He says Austin hit it well. The guy is talented. Still, he could not fully stop its aura from leaking when he used it. Austin gets furious and asks how dare the protagonist threaten to break his relic. The protagonist says if it was really that precious, he should not have tried using it on them. Austin snaps back, acting like none of this makes sense. MC then remembers Austin is a Rockefeller and he knows that family well. They are one of the richest families in America, almost on Gilton's level. The Rockefellers bankroll relic users and can even help create God Tier 1s. Kira Clark, the goddess of war, came from their support too. They usually back relic users close to Pandora, which makes them enemies. They even push people who are never fit for divine relics. For a second, he thinks he should just finish Austin now and take the relic too. But then something feels strange. As far as he remembers, there were no male relic users in the Rockefeller family around this age. There were women though, and the relic Austin cannot fully hide must be at least divine rank, so the future must have changed again. Still, Sao decides that does not matter. Austin starts challenging him. He wants to see if the protagonist stays so confident after getting hit by something. Just then, someone walks over and asks Rockefeller if he is really about to show everyone how he uses a relic. Austin suddenly realizes what he forgot. Reporters rush in and say that as expected from a sponsor of a tomb raiding group, he must use relics often. They ask what kind he uses. Austin tries to deny it, saying they must be mistaken and that he only came to greet CEO. MC mocks him, asking if he is scared of the cameras. Maybe because he is such a celebrity. Austin snaps and tells him to shut up, openly hostile now. Jay jumps in too, saying he is curious. He asks what relic Austin has or if he was doing something shady with it and that is why he cannot talk. People around them ask if that is true. Austin insists he is lying, but of course he is not. The protagonist tells him not to bother lying. Unlike some people, he has no image to protect. While Austin keeps getting cornered by the protagonist, someone else announces that the meeting is about to begin and MC recognizes the voice right away. The speaker says more and more people are losing their homes because of the tombs, so his group will offer shelter and support to those suffering. It is Julian Miller, and he knows he was right. Julian used to work with him under President Kwan. If Julian was Kwan's right hand, then the protagonist was the left. With Zhu Zhiliang's relic, Julian could read all kinds of information about tombs and relics. He made the plans and the protagonist carried them out. But the two of them were nothing alike. MC remembers one of their old fights. Julian had heard that MC killed people in a tomb again. MC said he had not killed any civilians. Was that not enough? Julian said no, because more people died than he had predicted. He answered that if he had not killed that man, he would have died instead. That is just how tomb work goes. But they kept arguing, and Julian judged him over a fraud case too. The protagonist said he only did that because they were too slow and would never see those people again anyway. Julian fired back that he had no self-control at all. Just remembering him makes MC's head hurt. In this life, he wants nothing to do with Julian. He is not even tempted by the information from Zhu Zhiliang's relic anymore. His 15 years of knowledge plus the crow's help are enough. Even so, Julian is the reason he came to this party. So Seo tells Austin he is leaving and wishes him luck with the interview. Then he thinks that if President Kwan handled the invitations, he must be somewhere at this party too. He cannot let that bastard team up with President Quan. Just like any other Pandora member, he does not want Julian working for anyone else either, so he decides to keep both of them busy however he can. After Julian finishes the whole briefing, everyone seems pleased. Seo thinks it is finally over and plans to distract him before the president can talk to him. But other people get there first, surrounding President Quan and Julian. They ask Julian how it feels to join the TKBM excavation group. President Quan says there is no need to rush. He asks them to at least give him a moment to enjoy the speech first. Then Quan praises Julian's report and says he will not need to worry about resources for his charity work anymore. Now that he has joined his excavation group, Quan will sponsor him personally. That feels wrong to the protagonist. It sounds like the decision was already made. Julian must have agreed to join TKBM before the briefing even started. Quan moved way too fast, and that old snake got ahead of him. Even so, Seo cannot believe Julian chose President Quan. Rushed or not, that choice makes no sense, so MC sends a message to the others. Edward and Jay notice that he is calling them over. Edward says he does not know what happened, but if he wants them there they should go now. He calls Irene too. Meanwhile, more people talk to President Quan, saying they heard he plans to make a huge donation to an orphanage to celebrate the recruitment. Another person says Richard is donating a painting too. Quan asks who spread that story. Someone says it has been a while since Richard's last piece and asks if he is donating a new one, then presses him to describe it. That crook, Richard starts dodging the question, saying the conversation is going off track and that as everyone knows he has no time to paint because of Pandora business. The protagonist cuts in and tells him not to make him laugh. Richard is not busy. He just cannot paint. Richard turns furious the second he sees the protagonist. Then he notices Jay too and asks why he is there with Edward. MC says Pandora is just an excuse. Julian asks what he means by saying Richard cannot paint. Seo asks if he has not heard the rumor. He says people have been whispering that Richard copied someone else's art. Richard freezes, then starts getting angry. One reporter says he thought so. That rumor has been around for a long time. Richard demands to know what he means and asks if he actually believes that. Jay tells him to prove he is innocent. If he does not want people doubting him, all he has to do is make a new painting. Richard glares at Jay and asks if he has lost his mind. How dare he say that? Jay fires back asking why not. After stealing his art with a relic, Richard cannot paint a single thing on his own. The reporters hear that and instantly get ready to dig up the story. Richard can see he is cornered, so he lunges at Jay and asks if the kid wants to die. Jay does not back down. He tells Richard to go ahead and try touching him. While that is happening, Seo goes to Julian and says it is better not to get mixed up with these people. He warns that they are trouble and that all three of them are victims. He adds that President Quan always uses the Conqueror's relic to force people to obey him. So maybe Julian is a victim too. He asks Miller if he suddenly felt like signing the contract and tells him to think hard about it. Quan quickly calls it a lie, saying he never used a relic on him, and even if he had it couldn't be hidden that easily. Miller starts to hesitate. After taking over Torilla, he remembers feeling a strong pressure at one point. Quan tries to deny it, but the protagonist says of course he didn't use it openly. Otherwise the whole hall would already be in chaos. By now Quan is clearly panicking. Desperate, he says Edward, the relic dealer, can back him up and demands that Edward tell them no relic was used. Edward refuses to get involved and says he has no idea. That makes Julian trust Quan even less. Then Edward makes it worse by pointing out that Quan was the first one to ignore him when he begged for help in the streets. Quan's former secretary calls for Julian to settle this somewhere else, but Julian says that won't be needed. He says the only reason he's caught up in this mess is because they're causing too much noise. Then tells Mr. Quan the contract is cancelled. They protest at once. Quan asks if Julian really believes these people and warns that he'll regret this. Julian turns back and looks at the protagonist, sensing overwhelming control power around him. Unlike everyone else, this one is wrapped in a dangerous aura. Julian wonders what he is. Still, he decides it doesn't matter, and starts to leave. Even then, the Protator mocks Mr. Quan, saying he lost a valuable asset by accident. That only makes Quan even angrier. The mood starts turning dark. Then everything falls apart. The Protator realizes things are about to go bad, and Quan asks if he really thinks he'll be allowed to leave after this. The secretary warns the president, asking if he truly plans to use his relic, since they'll suffer losses too. Quan says he doesn't care this time. He can't let him walk away. The Protator fires back that it won't go like last time. He's stronger now. But Austin tells the president to wait, catching him off guard. He asks to handle it himself. Austin points out that using the relic here would destroy the hall. and the other Pandora members would not be happy. He says he was already ready for a duel with that guy, and asks to finish it himself. The president agrees. He pulls back his aura and Austin declares that this time he'll put the Protator down. Then he pulls out a book. The Protator recognizes it at once. Zoroaster Avesta, an SS rank religious relic, and the strongest relic once used by the king of propagation. That king was one of the top 4 among the 15 kings, on the same level as the king of conquest, Quan, and the war goddess Kira. With that relic, he ruled over huge numbers of people. His followers gave him wealth, relics, and even their own bodies to become his soldiers. He had an army for a reason. Seeing that bastard with this relic makes the Protator realize the future has changed a lot. Austin orders his followers to obey and defeat anyone who stands against him, saying he'll join them soon. At once they start shouting that no one should disturb their great master Rockefeller. The system says the people have become followers of the Avesta's owner because of his fame and reputation. The owner's Pope skill is rising, and the follower's strength increases by 10 based on the Pope's voice. Then everyone rushes at the Prota and Gyra. He's stunned by how strong that religious relic is. Gyra demands to know what he's doing to his precious Rockefeller, and the Prota is shocked to see that he's being controlled too. Austin Rockefeller says this can't be blocked. Even if the Prota has control powers, his relic stirs up people's emotions. The Prota realizes that's it. He's starting to feel strange too, and he can't let this go any farther. So he punches Gyra to snap him out of it. Then he asks if he's better now, warning he'll hit him again if not. Gyra says he's fine, and tells him not to punch him anymore. The Prota says if Austin wants to use mental attacks then he'll answer in kind, drawing his katana. He calls out the flowers from the blade. Edward is shocked and asks why he's pulling a sword. Is he really planning to kill them? He reminds him these people are only being controlled, and there are too many witnesses. But the Prota tells him not to worry, just watch and enjoy. Since it's a mental attack, he charges in and goes straight for Austin Rockefeller, slashing him. Austin can barely believe it, but then he notices his head is still attached. Confused, he wonders why his neck feels that way. He was sure he'd been cut. The Prota calls it pathetic. He says it would have made the front page if Austin had wet himself. That makes Austin realize the Prota made him see things. The Prota confirms it, and says everyone there saw it too. He glances back and finds the whole crowd staring in shock. Then he explains that Whoring Sword can show enemies the fear of war. Austin isn't the only one who can use mental attacks. Anyway, he's taking that relic. Austin is stunned and asks when it was taken, but suddenly he starts vomiting. The Prota is surprised he was that scared. He says the relic belongs to him now, but the moment he tries to store it, it refuses. He can't use it yet because it still has a master, so he has to weaken his opponent's control first. The Prota notices that even while vomiting, Austin still seems mentally stable. Austin asks if he really didn't know it's useless to steal a relic that already belongs to someone else. Then he orders Avesta to return, but the Prota pulls out the rope and it wraps around Austin's neck, telling him not to trouble its master. The Prota notices it's acting on its own now. That starts lowering Austin's control power, and it keeps dropping. The Prota sees he's reacting now that oxygen isn't reaching his brain, and tells the rope to tighten even more. But Avesta says that's strange. Its master's power shouldn't be this weak. The system reports that Austin's control has fallen to rank B. His contract with Avesta is broken, and the Prota immediately uses his domination on Avesta. Avesta asks who this human is, calling him annoying. The Prota says he can feel it. If this keeps up, it'll work. His power must have grown a lot. He remembers how hard it was to control the figure mass at rank A. But even if this one is SS rank, he doesn't think he'll lose. The relic admits he has a lot of power for a human. Austin Rockefeller demands to know what he's doing with his Avesta and orders that rope not to annoy him. He calls it a low-rank relic and says he'll show it real domination, ordering the rope to obey. He says it should have given up earlier. Just as it starts to loosen, he orders it to strangle the Prota instead, but the rope snaps back around him, and he cries out that it hurts. Then someone else arrives, cuts the rope, and frees Austin Rockefeller. The rope returns to the Prota all torn up, complaining that being cut hurt. He angrily asks how anyone dared try to destroy someone else's relic. Austin himself points out that the Prota destroyed his, but the Prota says that's because Austin tried to use it on him first. Besides, he just made a contract with this one. He says he's leaving now that his business is done and tells him to enjoy the party. Austin Rockefeller shouts for him to stop and orders Bella to grab him, and Bella really does charge at the Prota while Austin tells her not to let him escape. But the Prota says he doesn't have time to play with her. He throws voodoo powder at the girl and everyone starts breathing it in. The Prota tells them all to move because they're leaving. He says they need to find Irene first, and then they'll go. On the way, he runs into Milia. Milia looks surprised and the Prota tells him the party's over. They're leaving together. He adds that he has a very useful escape relic, but Milia asks how he can trust him when he's the one who caused this mess in the first place. The Prota says he only told the truth, and those jerks brought this on themselves. He also reminds Milia that he helped him, so why would he do that if he wanted to screw him over? Milia asks why he would help at all. The Prota simply says, maybe they were close in past lives. Outside, while everyone gathers, Jaya starts drawing on the ground. Milia asks if they're really getting out through that drawing once it's done, and the Prota says yes, it'll be ready soon. Then he says he remembered Milia as a little sister, and Milia asks how he knows that. He says he saw it in the papers. News travels fast these days. Then he offers to help find her, thinking that could be useful since that's why Milia worked for the president. But Milia thanks him and says it's useless. He already found his sister, but she died right in front of him soon after. The Prota can hardly believe it. When Jaya finishes, he tells everyone to look because it's ready, but the Prota still can't accept what he heard. Even if it took longer than before, he found Milia ahead of schedule, so that shouldn't mean she had to die. He planned to take Milia's relic in exchange for helping him find his sister, and now that plan seems ruined. Still, they manage a perfect escape. Milia thanks him for the ride and says he's leaving. The Prota looks a little down while the others ask if he knows Milia, and he says, more or less. Even so, Milia still doesn't trust the protagonist. I'm almost sure that either the sister who died was fake, or that crook President Kwan hid the real girl and promised Milia something. Meanwhile, in New York at Selby Yoo-hyun's mansion, he watches the news report that Pandora's party ended in total chaos. Around 80 people were badly hurt, 300 more had lighter injuries, and some are still missing. Now the public is blaming Pandora for the violence. Pandora says the one behind it isn't one of them, but that hasn't stopped the outrage. The protagonist is in a terrible mood. The whole thing was a mess, but he still says Pandora had it coming. Irene asks if it's really okay for a party to end like that, and he says yes, he already got what he came for. After all, he even got a religious relic out of it. Now that it's in his hands, the seat of the river of propagation is empty, and the kings will be very different from before. Just like Yoo-hyun's sister, a lot of things he once knew have changed, and it may be hard to rely on his past knowledge from here on out. That means he'll have to start thinking things through himself, and much sooner than he expected. Though honestly, he's already changed a ton. Just then, Gerard asks the protagonist for help. When asked what's wrong, the boy says he was trying to fix the rope, but it's acting weird. This isn't even the first time it's been repaired, but now it's telling him to stay back and he doesn't get it because it looks cute. Gerard says no, it seems fine, but if you get close it'll go bad fast. The protagonist tells him to try anyway, joking that he's just dodging work. Gerard insists he's serious, and says the protagonist is mean, and the moment he reaches for the rope, it starts choking him and warns him not to touch it. That shocks the protagonist, so he admits it really is strange. He calls the rope over, and it realizes it's its master. It gets all excited, and asks him to play. He asks why it's refusing repairs, since it'll break if this keeps up, but it says it doesn't want to, which is odd. He asks what it means by that, but the rope starts glowing. Then it's revealed that it's transforming after completing its objective, and its body begins to change. That's when the protagonist realizes it's evolving, and the system explains that for its owner's sake, the rope rejected control from anyone else. The protagonist remembers that bastard Altrim tried to use the rope to attack him. Since it didn't truly have a master, it should have followed that order, but it didn't, and he figures that's what its objective meant. Then it's announced that the multi-use silver desire rope, a rank B relic, has ranked up and changed into a possessive relic. Its max usage also increased, and the protagonist is really shocked that it became a possessive relic too. The rope says it feels great. Jaha asks what happened, and the protagonist says the relic evolved even for him. This is a first. Still, the relic has no master, so he calls it over to make a contract, and it clearly wants that badly. And just like that, the contract is made by the relic's own wish. Jaha says that's good, since now he won't have to repair it, but then wonders if a possessive relic is dangerous. The risk of using the multi-use rope turns out to be an urgent need to give praise. Once he sees that, he notes the danger is basically being forced to complement it. He writes it off as puppy-like behavior. He says he thought all relics had weird risks, but some really do take after their masters. The protagonist says no, that one is a special case. Then he gets another system notice. The title he earns is Relic Trainer. His compatibility with all relics rises, and he can now draw out 90% of a relic's power. The protagonist thinks that's crazy, since compatibility is hard to raise because it's tied to talent. He asks if this is some kind of joke. It's just too good. He says he can already feel it, and if he can make other relics evolve too, that changes everything, it would be checkmate. So he needs to research this evolution. Meanwhile, at Pandora headquarters, they say the party was a huge loss for them, and on the day of the event, Pandora's information collector, Go, gathered almost every bit of data he could. The Pandora system scanned everyone who attended the party. They found several users with high potential planned to win over the undecided ones and deal with those against them. But that failed when they had to shut the party down. So another man says they should just throw a new party. But the blonde man says there's no time. When asked what he means by that, he explains that small and large tombs are starting to appear one after another, and soon the 7 great tombs will emerge. Those tombs will be far bigger and far more dangerous than normal ones. That means the relics inside will be incredibly powerful, and according to the future-related user from the party, whoever gets them will change the world. That's why Pandora has to conquer those tombs despite the danger. One of them agrees right away, and another says they can't let anyone else take them. They need more people. So they say the plan was to recruit at the party, but now they're short on manpower. Another says he'll arrange more funding, but first they still need more recruits. Then one blonde member tells him to go over the people found by the Pandora system, and asks if they can recruit them, one by one. The man says that's a good idea. Then he says he'll list the top 50 people now. First is Kuon Kwon Tai Jun, with positional potential and 21 relics. He says that person is already on their side. And then comes Austin Rockefeller, with artistic potential and 20 relics. Next is Richard Young, with copy potential and 6 relics. He says those people only need to stay as they are. The ones they really need to focus on are the undecided, like Julian Miller, who has planning potential and 19 relics, and also Irene Holton, who has destruction potential and 1 relic. Some of them are surprised to learn she's a user too. Another name is Edward, who has fortune potential, and they point out these people weren't expected on the list, so they decide to focus on them. Everyone is surprised, but then the man walks over to speak with the blonde one. He tells the others that there's actually someone even stronger on the list. They left him out because he's completely abnormal. Then they think about all the relics the protagonist has so far, and is identified as Seo Ju-hyun, with stealing potential, and the number of relics he owns has reached 50. That stuns everyone, and they ask who the hell he is. Then the blonde man says he seems to have formed alliances with several people on the list, and based on everything he's done so far, he is an enemy of Pandora. Trying to recruit him would be useless, and more than that, he looks like a real threat. That makes everyone furious, and they ask if there's really nothing they can do about him. The blonde man tells them to calm down, saying that even if his abilities are high, they should remember he's already been exposed. Pandora has information, endless support, and many talented people. He says the protagonist will never reach one of the 7 great tombs before they do, because they'll never reveal that information. But here's the thing. The protagonist has probably already seen those tombs rise before any of them. They know the tombs are coming, but he knows what they're like and how they were cleared. They're way behind and about to eat dust. Then the system explains the basic conditions for relic growth. The relic must hold a certain value. From antiquity to rank D, normal and rank C requires a normal action. From normal and rank C to rare and rank B requires a special action. From rare and rank B to treasure and rank A, it must keep the value of a treasure. From treasure and rank A to hero and rank S, the relic's master must become a hero of the generation. From hero and rank S to rank SS, the master must become a god-level user. The protagonist is shocked that raising a relic's level needs all that. He asks the crow if it can explain in detail, especially what it means to keep the value of a treasure. And what about the part where the relic's master has to become a hero of the generation? He wonders if he needs more fame to level up a relic, but he gets no answer, and grumbles that it could be more useful. Then he asks the relics if they know anything, but they say they don't, and nobody there knows a thing. Beck ticks the protagonist off, and then Jehar asks if he's seen the news, saying something weird happened again. He asks what it is, and the report says a huge number of tombs have appeared again. Strangely, when marked on a map, they form a pattern. The protagonist realizes what it is, while the news says reporters asked Pandora about the situation. Pandora says they can't answer that question yet and are still investigating, but so far they've found nothing. The protagonist can tell Pandora is lying. When they say they do not know, he knows they are hiding the truth, so he asks what they actually know. He is asked if he knows too, and he says the answer is obvious. Those marks are signs of the 7 great tombs, and soon those tombs will rise along that chain. He says this was supposed to happen years later, which means the future has changed again. Then he is asked what the 7 great tombs are, and he explains that they are bigger and far more dangerous than normal tombs, but the relics inside are worth much more. They carry the 7 deadly sins, and just hearing that already makes Dre recoil. The Protei brings up the ancient relic that gave him the power to invade tombs. It also came from one of the 7, the Tomb of Greed. Back then, he was only an intruder working under President Quan, but the others who got relics from those tombs all became king-level users, so he says they need to claim those tombs before anyone else. But the boy reminds him that he just said they are hard to break into. The Protei admits that is the problem, but they still cannot let President Quan or the idiots at Pandora get there first. To invade a tomb, he needs at least 2 things: strong teammates or better relics. Reliable, skilled teammates are hard to find, so he figures he may have no choice but to level up his relics, though he still keeps thinking about the team issue. A moment later, he heads straight to Zoroastra. He says this might help him gather companions easily. Maybe he can even reach the divine level that way, since no one ever explained exactly how to get there. He speaks to Vesta and says this will be his first mission, then orders the book to make him a priest, but he is told he does not meet the requirements. To use a religious relic, he needs a good reputation, popularity, and at least 10 people devoted to him. That makes the Protei snap. He says he is only using it to gain popularity, and even when Vesta complains, that hurts. He stays annoyed because she is saying he needs popularity just to use it. Then he remembers that Alcine Rockefeller was already a celebrity, so getting 10 followers must have been easy for him. He asks what Rockefeller actually did, and Jory says he sang and acted. He even wrote a novel, and Jory says it was really good. The Protei realizes he cannot sing or act. Still, he thinks he can at least try writing a novel. It seems simple enough. All he needs is a computer, so he starts by reading the trash Rockefeller wrote, but he says he does not get it. He cannot understand why it is so popular, and right then Xiongwu walks over and asks what he is talking about. The Protei says he is reading it so he can write his own novel, but this one is bad. Then he asks if every novel gets popular just by stuffing in lots of explicit scenes. Xiongwu says that kind of thing does sell, especially with dark romance fans. Just hearing that topic gets him weirdly excited, and he says anything that feeds people's natural urges will always win. That gives the Protei confidence. He says he can definitely write something better than this, and Xiongwu says asks why he is even writing a novel. The Protei brushes him off, saying it is none of his business, then spends hours working on it. When he sees the page filling up with words, he feels pretty proud. He starts thinking it is actually great, not only fun, but also a way to gain fans. For a second, he even wonders if this could become a side job. After a while, he finally finishes, and the others ask what he made. He says it is the opening of the novel he wrote. He asks them what they think, and Jory is shocked that he wrote it himself, especially that fast. Then they tell the boy they heard the story is about Seisu too, and he asks if that is true. The Protei says yes, already thinking that once they read it, they will become his fans. In his head, he counts 4 already. Getting 6 more should be easy. Then he even starts worrying that success might become a hassle, like what he will do if readers try to contact him or ask about a second book, because the first sold so well. He gets completely ahead of himself, acting like this is a real problem, because he will be too busy raiding tombs. Then he asks Jihua if he is done reading, and what he thought. The boy says it is very interesting, but the lie is painfully obvious. The Protei notices right away. He tells him to be honest, and reminds him he can force the truth out with Shakespeare's relic. If Jihua is lying, he will know. So the boy gives in and says, it is boring. The plot makes no sense, and it is not interesting at all. Then he asks where the intimate scenes are supposed to be. Every word hits the Protei hard. Jihua adds that the weirdest part is that the story is about raiding tombs, even though the genre is supposed to be dirty romance. The Prota argues that relics are the best theme of this generation, but Jihua asks if relics are really the only thing in his head. Another one agrees and says he cannot even read it, because he does not know what some of the words mean. He asks what Barayan means. The Prota says it means extremely cold. Then the other asks about diligence, and the Prota says it means doing your best. They keep going, even asking about despise, so he says it means hate. Then he points out that all those words were in the first line, and asks if they seriously could not get past it. The 2 idiots freeze up, clearly nervous, and Jihua says that is another problem. The writing is too hard to follow. He even says a rope relic could write better than that. At this point, the Prota starts to feel that writing a novel is way harder than he thought. So he learns his lesson, stick to what he is good at, raid tombs and grab every relic he can. Meanwhile, Jihua is annoyed because the work never ends, so the Prota suddenly throws the door open and tells him to pack his bags because they are leaving. Jihua asks where, and the Prota says they are going to Kyoto, Japan. He shows him a report saying people have been disappearing in Kyoto and around 2,000 are gone. The Prota says he has a bad feeling about it, then adds that every missing person is a woman. He says only a harem-type relic could pull off something like that, though that relic is usually not very useful since all it does is charm women. This time though, it is useful. Jihua disagrees and says that relic sounds amazing because he wants it, but the Prota is thinking about something else entirely, using it to charm a bunch of girls and turn them into fans. Jihua realizes he still has not given up on that plan. The Prota asks why he would give up. He is sure he can get 10 fans and make a contract with Vesta, so he tells him to hurry up and pack. Once they reach Kyoto, Japan, he says he heard the missing women were last traced beyond that bamboo forest. The police are everywhere and Junior says things got this serious because a politician's daughter also vanished. The Prota realizes that is why the authorities are all over the place, which is a pain. Junior also asks if he is sure the relic is not dangerous. The Prota does not see how it could be, but then hears that a police officer died during a rescue attempt. He explains that among relics that charm people, the ones that work specifically on women would be the relic of King Yu, known for having 3,000 concubines, or Casanova's relic, from the famous seducer. But neither one should be able to kill anyone, which means the user must have another relic too, so he says he is going to check it out and tells the boy to stay put. As he moves in, the police officers start getting attacked. The Prota rushes the enemy and puts him to sleep too, and he tells them all to rest there quietly, because the harem relic is going to be his. While the Prota keeps breaking every law in sight, he hears someone scream, and figures another group must be nearby. A bunch of enchanted women then charge at the police. The officers try to calm them down, saying they can trust them, and that they will take them home. But something feels wrong and they ask why the women are acting like this. They lower their weapons and warn them not to force the issue. Instead the women attack and one of the men asks what is wrong with them, because they look like bloodthirsty ghosts. The Prota realizes they are not acting like victims of a harem relic at all. They have been turned into human weapons. While he is figuring that out, more women start closing in around him. He asks them to go easy on him because he does not want to fight normal people, but they still attack and he realizes they are in no state to listen. Even so, he tries telling them to calm down, saying he is only there to take a look. He is already on his way out, but even then he notices another girl nearby. Then he realizes she is the owner of the future guide, and the whole situation is a complete mess. With no other choice, he starts striking all of them and putting them to sleep. Then the girl with the future guide also charges at the Prota with a kitchen knife, but he quickly disarms her. After that he restrains her and tells her to calm down. As he holds her, she keeps struggling and he reminds her that he saved her when he destroyed her relic. Then he asks if that is not right. Sasaki Yoka. She instantly remembers her name and recognizes his voice. It says her emotions are getting stronger and the relic's control over her is fading. She asks what's happening and Saki tells her to focus and wake up. More of her memories come back, including her own name. Meanwhile, Junior is calm. The protagonist comes back carrying the girl and says is tired. Then he asks who she is. Saki says she's a Japanese girl he knows. He had no idea she was mixed up in this and only found her by chance. He tells Sasaki to wake up and the moment he calls her she responds. Then he asks if she remembers what happened while she was hypnotized and what exactly is going on. She says the one controlling everyone was an American from the army. His name was Simon. MC is shocked that someone from the US military knows how to control relics. He thinks Simon might be one of Kira's subordinates and Junior agrees. Then he realizes there are a lot of hypnotized people here and even more in nearby cities. The total is already well over 2,000. The women's fighting skills were way too abnormal, so Seo realizes this isn't just hypnosis. The girl confirms it, saying Simon had a necromancy relic. He thinks Simon must be a real pervert for building an army by possessing women with a necromancy relic. She explains that the women are protecting Simon, so getting to him won't be easy, and Seo can already picture it. He'll have to face an army of 2,000 people. Even so, he already knows what he's going to do. He says he's heading back to the hotel and tells her to leave too. Then he asks if she needs money, but she says no. Even so, he tosses her some cash and tells her to go straight home and stay out of things like this. But then she calls out the protagonist Yu Hyun and says he told her he saved her when he destroyed the future guide relic, so it really was him, and on top of that he saved her again here. Seo grows more uneasy but says he destroyed the future guide because it was troublesome. Then he tells her to go home already, which completely breaks her heart. Meanwhile, someone says MC is really popular and sounds jealous. He snaps back, telling him to shut up because he doesn't care about kids. At last, a main character who just shuts down that kind of nonsense. Keep it up. Irene is all you need. Then a notification appears. He has met part of the requirements to use the religious relic's power. Reputation is 0. Popularity is -10 and it needs to be 50 or higher. But the requirement of at least 10 devoted followers has gone from 4 out of 10. Seo figures the girl must have fallen for him, but he still keeps thinking. He wonders when he even got 4 followers. Then he brings up the Anubis relic. It's there but impossible to use. The protagonist says he already knows that and tells him to restore all his relics except the ones tied to the 3 Egyptian gods. The boy asks why, so MC calls over the dog and says they're going to train him. Gerard has no idea what's going on, but Seo takes him to another spot and says it looks good enough. Then he calls for Anubis and tells the dog to wake up. When Anubis comes out, he asks what happened and where he is. Seo says it's been a while and Anubis finally remembers him. He says he'll kill him this time, but even while acting hostile, he suddenly collapses and says his body won't move. Then he asks what he did to him. He says he did nothing. Anubis is just badly damaged inside. Still, he'll let the best restore heal him if Anubis makes a contract with him. At that, Anubis refuses, asking who would ever make a contract with someone like the protagonist. The protagonist says he expected that, so he's going to start training him by tossing a rope over Anubis where it tightens around the dog's neck. MC says first he needs a collar. Anubis keeps cursing him non-stop and MC says they'll start with a walk, ordering him to lead the way. But Anubis asks how dare he give orders. As he struggles, the rope tightens more. Anubis yells at the rope, saying it's a relic and should be on his side, asking why it's helping that bastard. The rope squeezes even harder and seems to ask how he dares call him a bastard, ordering Anubis to call him master. He adds that it just evolved, so it's full of energy. Then he says they'll try something else and orders Anubis to give him his paw. That only makes him angrier and he thinks he'll pretend to cooperate for now. Once he's fully restored, he'll deal with the protagonist. The protagonist says good job and tells him to give the other paw and sit too, training him like an actual dog. Because of that, Anubis gets furious and says that's enough. MC should know he's a god, but the rope turns on him, calling him a weak god and asking what he's doing. It drags Anubis around and tells him to fetch, and then fetches it itself while dragging him all over, proudly telling him it did what he asked. He asks why the rope went after the ball instead, but he throws it again. Anubis begs him not to, saying he'll die if he gets dragged around again. But as soon as the protagonist throws it, Anubis gets up and fetches it himself. Seo praises him. The training goes on for quite a while, and Anubis loses a lot of energy, enough to make a contract. MC keeps up the usual blackmail, saying he'll restore him if he agrees. Anubis says there are conditions for making a contract with him. The person must have strong conviction, the ability to judge coldly, and must have come close to death. Then Anubis realizes that Bastard meets every one of those conditions. He says it's unexpected, especially since Seo is so young, and with that he succeeds in making the contract, and Anubis's symbol appears on his arm. The protagonist tells him to take him back and restore him. Anubis finally thinks things will be fine, but MC says only a little, just enough to keep him from dying. That makes Anubis furious, and he says he might have hidden motives if he were fully restored. Anubis asks if that's too much, after doing everything he was told, but he says yes and he did a good job, so keep it up and shut up, because that's how things are going to be. Meanwhile, someone calls for the priest in a temple and says there's an intruder. The priest asks what this is doing here so early, and how anyone dares invade his harem and wake him up. He says he doesn't know who it is, but that person won't die peacefully. As for Seo, he says he doesn't fight normal people and that those insects should get lost. He tells them to have their leader come out. Then the leader steps forward and asks who he is, and the protagonist is surprised. The man says it doesn't matter, because MC is going to die. He adds that MC is brave, the first one to come this far. But the man says the women here aren't all of them. The rest of his army is hidden in a nearby village, and Seo is surrounded. He adds that these women aren't normal. They were possessed by the souls of brave soldiers. This is an army of 2,000, and taking him down should be easy. The protagonist says he's not that impressed, then calls on Anubis's power, bringing out his own undead army. He says there are 20,000 immortal soldiers, the real dead brought back by the relic of the god of death. Then he asks, so what do you think? And the man is stunned, asking how that's possible. Seo says if he wants to brag he should at least bring that many. Now he's the one surrounded, and Simon is terrified. He asks what the women are doing and orders them to attack, saying they're just a pile of bones. But Seo realizes that even though they're possessed, they're starting to wake up now that their lives are in danger. He has 10 times more soldiers, and they probably know fighting would be suicide, so he says he won't hurt anyone who surrenders. Then he tells them to think about it as soldiers. Is it really worth giving their loyalty to someone who sends them into a fight they can't win? At that they kneel in front of MC. Simon blurts out, "What the hell is this?" He asks if they've gone crazy and orders them to get rid of him right now. But he just tells his skeletons to grab that idiot. Simon can't believe it. His life was supposed to change in just a few days. He had been getting ready to clear the 7 great tombs. Hearing that Seo is shocked by what Simon said, he asks if Simon means the 7 great tombs are going to appear near here. The protagonist realizes Simon definitely mentioned the 7 great tombs, and after threatening him learns that one of them will appear here in Kyoto. After getting slammed to the ground, Simon tells MC to stop because he's already said everything he knows, begging the boy to let him go. He says he really did talk, so he has no reason to complain, but the girls here seem to have unfinished business with him. Simon asks why they're acting like that, and Seo says maybe it's because they saw him act like a coward. Then the enemy's charm and the owner of the harem vanish. The 2,000 women now become his followers, and he meets the requirements to use the Avesta relic. The protagonist says it looks like the harem owner is done for, so he tells the girls to go ahead. Simon begs for mercy, but they tear him apart. Then Jiha asks if Seo is staying a few more days, and he says yes, since one of the 7 tombs is about to appear. He says they only came to steal the warehouse relic, but MC says it doesn't matter. He brought the relics he usually uses anyway. The guy says they only packed a few clothes. He tells him to just buy more, and stop worrying so much. Still he asks what the protagonist plans to do about that situation. All those women are following him now, and he admits it's getting creepy. Then they rush at Seo like they just saw something amazing. MC says he's tired of this whole celebrity thing too. The second he stands up, they all panic because he looks ready to leave. He tells them to go home and come back when he calls. They complain that he's being way too cruel. They call him mean, but he shuts them down and says it's an order. Then he says they can join his fan club if they want, and they instantly line up to sign up. Jiha asserts when he even made a fan club, and Seo says Sasaki offered to handle it. She claims she was an expert because she used to stalk idols or something like that, and thanks to her, managing his followers got a lot easier. But then the protagonist notices something. A girl in the back looks familiar. He realizes it's Saseo's. He remembers Lee Soa from their old tomb raiding team at TKBM. She was great at tracking people and relics, so she worked as his scout. She had been pretty close to him too. He had wondered where she ended up, and now it looks like she's in Japan. A little later, Soa checks over his relics. He figures stolen fame still counts, and a few of his relics have evolved. 3D rank relics rose to C rank, though they still aren't that impressive. The young Shakespeare A rank pen evolved into the teen Shakespeare S rank pen. Soa can tell that one improved a lot, but none of them have reached divine rank yet, and he still has plenty left to grow. He also made a contract with Vesta and got Casanova's perfume, so drawing followers is easy now. He can build his reputation little by little. He wonders which relic will hit divine rank first, and one of the others asks what he wants. His face looks kind of scary. Then someone makes a noise outside and MC listens closely. Jay asks what happened, and Soa says he heard something weird. The boy says it sounded like a cart, probably room service or cleaning. But outside, he sees Soa again. She's dressed like a cleaner, and he says even a little kid would laugh at that disguise. Even in his weakened state he can sense a relic on her, so he tells her to stop. The girl immediately gets nervous, and Soa grabs her by the shoulder to stop her. She asks why he's holding her, and he fires back, asking what she wants. He says she's been spying on him since they were outside the hotel, and now she's come in dressed as a cleaner. Did she really think he wouldn't notice? She says he's crazy and has no idea what he's talking about, and the protagonist realizes she's going to keep pretending. So he asks how she explains the relic he can clearly sense on her. That shocks her, and Soa says she's as easy to read as ever. Jay asks if he's serious. She says she has no choice and orders that demon to grab them, and MC realizes it's a Reaper relic. Those relics are dangerous, and he wonders what to do. Then he simply runs inside the room and locks the door. Jay asks if he's seriously running after all that. Soa says he didn't know she had a relic like that. Messing around with a Reaper relic can get your soul stolen. That makes Jay start freaking out, and he says he means you die, so the kid should apologize to her right now. But then the relic's influence starts pushing through the door, and she mocks him, asking if he really thinks a door can stop it. She orders Gildor to open the door, kill the rude one, and leave the idiot-looking one alive, because she has a question for him. Meanwhile, Soa wonders if he has any relic that can deal with ghosts. He doesn't think so, but maybe something there can help. His relics are all a mess though, and while he grabs the only one within reach, Jay starts yelling that they're done for. The protagonist almost does get caught, but then one relic throws up a barrier near him. He realizes she can't get close, Soa asks what Gildor is doing and tells it to attack, but it says it can't. Soa says he must have a relic here that works against her, but with so many around he can't tell which one it is. Then the relic says it's scared and vanishes. Sucker tries to call it back, but MC asks if it ran away, saying that's the problem with relics. Sucker demands to know what he did to hers, and MC says he doesn't know either. Maybe she just got unlucky. Either way, he throws a rope over the girl. He says she needs to be punished for entering someone else's room without permission. She begs him to let her go, but he says no. He has questions and there's a lot he wants to know. So Sucker asks who sent her. She stomps her foot and asks if he really thinks she'll tell him. He says she'd better talk because he has plenty of ways to make her. She thinks it's obvious he isn't weak. He recognized her right away, even in disguise, so she decides to stall with useless info, saying she was investigating the case of the girls gathered at the shrine. When he showed up and took all the girls away, she had to follow him. Sucker asks if she's a police officer. She says no chance. Then she asks why he's so sure, and what he even knows about her. The protagonist says he knows a lot. She figures the more he talks, the better for her. Without giving him much, she'll wait until her teammates come rescue her. But when her people arrive, they run into Anubis and ask why there's a dog there. They say he's huge, and one of them adds that it looks like he's sleeping, so they should just walk past and not worry about some random dog. The moment Anubis hears that, he attacks outside. Sucker says he knew putting up a guard was the right call. She asks what he's talking about, and MC goes outside to see what they caught. Anubis is biting one man on the butt and demanding to know how they dared call him a random dog. The guy starts screaming, and he asks if he's here to attack him too. The man says of course not. Sucker says really? Just by looking at him he can tell that's a lie, and he cuts the relic on the man's arm. He says he's seen that bracelet before. It belongs to the Chinese excavation group Crimson Flower, and that's their symbol. So that makes him a soldier, right? The protagonist calls him Crimson Flower Soldier Liao Yi. The man asks how he knows that, and MC says now that he thinks about it, she really does have ties to China. He explains that the relic group Pandora is made up of America and Europe, while China chose not to join them and instead allied with Russia. He wonders if that alliance is starting to move. Then he says he'll ask again, and there's no point lying. If they're part of the Chinese excavation team, what are they doing in Japan and why are they spying on him? One of the men gets ready to answer, and Sucker asks if they still won't talk. He tells Anubis they still don't get it yet. Then he orders him to bite the bald guy in the front this time. The man panics and he asks if Anubis doesn't enjoy messing with humans, especially since the bald one mocked him too. Anubis is all for it and charges the bald man, who quickly gives in and says they were spying on Simon. Sucker remembers that Simon was the one who kidnapped all those girls. The man says that Bastard promised to help with the 7 great tombs, so in exchange for information about the tombs they were told to watch him. The protagonist finds that interesting and asks if the 7 great tombs intel came from China, not the United States. He had assumed it was from there because he used to work for Kira Clark, but the man says no, he left after betraying Kira Clark. MC says that's interesting, and thanks the bald man. Then he asks how China got information on the 7 great tombs. That question makes the guy start shaking. Seo says that's the part that matters most. A few days later, in Otsu, he says he stole all the information he could from the Crimson Flower Group. They had hacked Pandora to get it. Pandora uses a high-tech detector called the Pandora system, and that's how they try to control information on tombs and relics. Seo is furious, but the Chinese hackers must be good because Pandora's data still reached the China-Russia alliance. That proves Pandora's security was broken, but it's not exactly good news. The China-Russia alliance is full of people just like Pandora. Still, it's better if those idiots who want to keep regular people from using relics don't control all the information. Then Jiahe asks if it's really okay to leave the Chinese excavation team like that. If they come back to threaten him, that could be bad, but Seo tells him to let them do whatever they want. He never said he was letting them go for free. Before releasing her, he planted a listening relic on her. He wants to meet her again because her skills are impressive, but now isn't the right time, and with her attitude she would never agree so easily. He says they'll keep pulling information from China. Jiahe is shocked he had a listening relic too, but he says they need to learn what relics the enemy has. He still doesn't know what relics stopped Alicia's seductive relic. Then the driver asks where they want to go, and Seo tells him to head to Kyoto. The driver asks if he knows a huge disaster hit Kyoto. The protagonist says he does, and since it would be wrong to ask for a dangerous detour, he tells the driver to keep going. As Simon said, a tomb appeared in Tokyo 3 days later. Getting caught inside one when it forms is awful, so they changed hotels. When they arrive, everything is in ruins. Jiahe says it looks like Rome, and Seo points out that the whole city has been wrecked. According to Pandora, the tomb covers 1027 square kilometers, enough to swallow all of Tokyo. Because of that, Pandora marked the evacuation as disaster level 3. After MC sends the driver away, they continue on foot, and Jiahe says the place is a total mess. He figures the tomb entrance should be nearby, and they got there late, but the entrance is still sealed. Every excavation team there is useless. Gaha asks if other groups are there, and Seo says of course. Since Pandora predicted the tomb's appearance, any team tied to them is probably on site. Then someone shows up, calling out to the protagonist. He starts cursing at him right away, and MC recognizes the face. The man complains that because of what he said at the party, Zhu Ying has been ignoring his messages. The protagonist asks if he lied. He only told the truth, but the guy snaps back saying he's not fooled, and knows the protagonist came to ruin his plans. Then someone calls him boss, and tells him to calm down, saying this isn't the time to argue, and Sees is stunned when he sees who it is. He already knows this guy, and the man says he'll apologize for his boss speaking to MC like that.